076. The poem says that it is located at the location of the disappeared solar system, a spiral nebula with a diameter of 100 astronomical units. Its shape is very similar to the Milky Way. In the eyes of countless viewers, the poem is definitely an extremely beautiful and shocking work of art. Above the entire solar system and the universe, there are arrangements and combinations of Chinese characters hanging everywhere. 5-character quatrain and 7-character quatrain. Any beautiful sentences and words you can think of and see can only be found in this cloud of poetry. However, art cannot be completely perfect. When the logic is unclear and it is impossible to tell what kind of poem these words are about, the audience will also feel confused. But these doubts do not affect the beauty of the poem. On the contrary, it makes the audience feel more excited. Because everyone may be able to find the poem they want to see among the poems. This sense of exploration for viewers from all over the world cannot be noticed in other video reviews. Especially those human civilizations that are most familiar with poetry culture. It's amazing. I seem to see a line of poetry in this cloud of poetry. My name and my experience are also in the poem. Zhang me too, I saw it too. I also seem to see some poems describing my master. By Xiao at the beginning of the universe, Taoism was the first, and it was natural to have and not have anything. I once worshipped Heng Jun to cultivate morality, and then I knew that one Qi transformed into 3 pure things. Who is this poem describing? Oh, could it be my concubine Lao Er? It's weird. I've used my eyes to search through tens of millions of poems, but why can't I find a single one by my son Wang Teng? My son Wang Teng has the potential to be an emperor among these poems. There is actually no description of my Enlan? This is unforgivable. Enlan, wow, how did you manage to read so quickly? I still can't recognize even the 100th one. Spider Parker, the Xianhuan and Honghuang monks are already very powerful, so it's understandable that they can see more poems. Even I can recognize all the poems on the surface of this poem, but it's just the surface, the king of the undead in this vast sea of a nebulae. The poems we see are just a simple part. There may be tens of millions of poems here, but they may not even reach 1/10,000,000th of the total number in the poem cloud. So it is extremely lucky to be able to see your own name in the poem cloud. Pluto, yes, theoretically speaking, this nebula gathers all the permutations and combinations that can only be expressed by Chinese characters, and even contains all the meanings of the world. Scientists are very likely to find the ultimate truth of the universe in this nebula. From a research perspective, the poems are undoubtedly amazing, but the number is too large. I am afraid that even the supercomputers on Earth cannot calculate all these poems even if they spend tens of millions of years. Tony Stark, Grandpa, can you find a poem about me among these nebula poems? Morty, I'm sorry Morty, even I can't immediately explore such a huge number, but if you mean your name, I think I can find it easily. Now you can look up at the poem cloud at a 75-degree angle, and your name will appear in the 3rd row and 6th column from the top. Rick, the poem says, it is truly a beautiful work of art. All the audiences who looked at this piece of poetry were amazed and marveled at its beauty. In fact, just as the audience said, they cannot see the complete side of Shiyun. The hollow earth is located at the edge of the poetic cloud, which is very similar to the original position of the Sun in the Milky Way. The difference is that the Earth's orbit is not in the same plane as the Shiyun, which makes it possible to see one side of the Shiyun from the Earth, rather than only being able to see a cross-section like the Milky Way. But the distance between the Earth and the plane of Shiyun is not far enough for people here to observe the complete shape of Shiyun. In fact, the entire sky in the southern hemisphere is covered with poetry clouds. They still enjoy finding beautiful poetry in this nebula. It was only at this time that audiences around the world seem to have forgotten the disputes and turmoil. Together they can watch this video of a cloud of poetry covering the solar system and try to find their own name or poem in it. This makes the audience feel both interesting and exciting. Perhaps it was at this time that audiences from all walks of life finally understood why Bai civilization used technology to pursue the ultimate poetry. The poetic clouds emit silver light that can illuminate the figures of people on the ground. It is said that the poetic clouds do not emit light themselves, and the silver light is stimulated by cosmic rays. Because the density of cosmic rays in space is uneven, large amounts of light clouds and fog often surge out of the clouds. Those colorful halos streaked across the sky, like luminous whales diving into the clouds of poetry, beautiful and wonderful. What makes the audience even more excited is what comes next. The intensity of cosmic rays increased dramatically, and spots of light flashed in the cloud. At this time, the poetic cloud no longer looks like a cloud. The entire sky seemed to be the sea surface seen from underwater on a moonlit night. The motion of the Earth and the cloud are not synchronized, so sometimes the Earth will be in a gap between the rotating arms. At this time, you can see the night sky and stars through the gap. What's most exciting is that the cross-sectional shape of the poem cloud can also be seen on the edge of the rotating arm. It is very similar to cumulonimbus clouds in the Earth's atmosphere, changing into a variety of magnificent and imaginative shapes. These huge bodies rise from the swirling poetic clouds, emitting a faint silver light, as if this is an endless superconscious dream. This made the audience very excited. If they could see such stunningly beautiful works of art in real life, it would almost make them feel that they have no regrets in this life. Just like Yan Dong when he once faced the low-temperature artwork. After seeing the most beautiful things in the world, even if you die, it seems that you will have no regrets in your life. But the experience that Shiyun brings to the audience is more than that. Almost every 5-character and 7-character quatrain in the whole world, even in the heavens and all realms, that can be described in words can be found in this cloud of poetry. It is so shocking. At this time, the audience even saw the first poem created by Shiyun. It was a 5-character quatrain. His verses are arranged like this. This poem made some viewers laugh, while others expressed extreme incomprehension. This is a joke that only some viewers who understand the Chinese pinyin culture and the vast majority of science fiction civilization viewers can understand. They represent the characters composed of the pinyin of the first character that can appear in Chinese characters. In fact, poetry is indeed imperfect. But from the perspective of artistic significance, the poem is enough for anyone to call it perfect. At this time, Yi finally withdrew her gaze from Xiun. He picked up a chip from the ground, which was scattered on the ground around them, shining like broken ice in the dead of winter. Yi held up the chip towards the sky filled with poetic clouds. The chip was very thin, about half the size of a palm. It looks completely transparent from the front, but if you tilt it slightly, you can see the bright light of the poem clouds casting a neon halo on its surface. This is quantum memory. All the text information produced in human history can only occupy a few hundred millionths of each piece of memory. The poem is composed of 10 to the 40th power of such memory devices, which store all the results of the ultimate poetry recitation. This poem is made of all the materials that originally constituted the sun and its 9 planets, excluding the devouring empire. As that omniscient and omnipotent voice rang out, the audiences from all over the world suddenly understood. Perhaps this is why its beauty makes people feel shocking and grand. What a great work of art! Dia exclaimed sincerely. Perhaps it was the collapse of the empire that finally made Dia realize the beauty of pursuing art. Even this huge dinosaur couldn't help but appreciate this beautiful poetic cloud. Yes, its beauty lies in its connotation, a nebula with a diameter of 10 billion kilometers, containing all possible poems. It is so great. Yi looked up at the nebula and said excitedly, I have also begun to admire technology. In fact, the poem is absolutely extremely successful. It even corrected Yi's former disdain for technology. But when Yi looked up at the sky and saw the countless beautiful poems in the sky, he had to admit this fact. Technology can indeed create the artistic beauty of poetry. The audiences from all over the world also agreed with Yi. But Li Bai, who was standing aside, seemed to be in an extremely low mood. Li Bai sighed deeply and said in a low mood. It looks like we're all moving toward each other. Dia and Yi looked at Li Bai in confusion, and even the audience from all over the world were a little confused. Whether from the technical or artistic perspective, this piece of poetry is definitely a success. If this is the case, why does Li Bai still have such emotions? Afterwards, Li Bai's voice sounded again. I saw the limits of technology in art, and He sobbed, I am a failure in poetry. God cried. Perhaps this was the first time the audience saw God cry. While they were still shocked by the greatness and shock of the poem, God was actually dissatisfied with this. It makes it difficult for the audience to associate Li Bai in front of them with the God who created this poetic cloud. In creating the clouds, in extinguishing the sun, and in disintegrating the solar system, the gods had brought them astonishing shocks to a great extent. Even ignoring the attack of the devouring empire, at that time, the audience even thought, God-level civilization is so omnipotent. But God still admitted defeat in another way. From a technological perspective, perhaps he can do anything. But when it comes to art, he admits that he cannot surpass it. EI is incomprehensible. How can you say that? Yi pointed to the cloud of poems in the sky and said, it contains all possible poems, including those that surpass Li Bai. But I can't get them. Li Bai stomped his feet and flew several meters high, then slowly fell down under the extremely small gravity of the Earth's crust. When the ultimate poetry recitation began, I started to develop poetry recognition software. At this time, technology once again encountered that insurmountable obstacle in art. Until now, software capable of appreciating ancient poetry has not been developed. He pointed at the poem cloud in midair. Yes, with the help of great technology, I have written the pinnacle of poetry, but it is impossible to retrieve them from the poem cloud, alas. At this time, the audience finally understood why Li Bai acted so depressed. God is caught up in the audiences and Tianhuanja were in the same gap. Even God cannot retrieve all the poems created by technology. What difference does this make to God, as if he had never written these verses? Is the essence and nature of intelligent life really beyond the reach of technology? Dia looked up and asked loudly to Xiun. I have experienced the collapse of the empire and witnessed the birth of poetry. Now this dinosaur, which is more than 10 meters tall, has become more and more philosophical. Since the cloud of poetry contains all possible poems, it is natural that there must be a part of poetry that describes our entire past and all possible and impossible futures. I'm sure I can find a poem that describes how he felt when he was cutting his nails one night 30 years ago, or a recipe for a lunch 12 years from now. The Big Fang Messenger can also find a poem describing the color of a scale on its leg in 5 years. Just as Li Bai said, and just as the audience in the heavens and the worlds understood. In this cloud of poetry, all their experiences can be found. Because the meaning of the poem is endless. Any possible existence will appear in it, and anything that may have happened or occurred can definitely be found in the poems. This is exactly the meaning of the poem. As he spoke, Li Bai, who had fallen back to the ground, took out 2 chips, which sparkled under the illumination of the poetry clouds. This is a gift I give to you two before I leave. It is a collection of hundreds of millions of poems about you two that the quantum computer retrieved from the poetry cloud using your names as keywords. Describes your possible lives in the future. Of course, in the poem, this only accounts for a very small part of the poems describing you. I have only read a few dozen of them, and my favorite is a 7-character poem about Yi insects. It describes the scene of him falling in love with a beautiful village girl by the river. There are hundreds of billions of poems that only include the names of Yi or Dia. This huge and staggering number is simply incomprehensible to the audience in all the heavens and worlds. And these hundreds of billions of numbers are just a drop in the ocean in the poem. The poem says, how wonderful, how shocking. Even the audience couldn't understand. At the end, Li Bai smiled at the poetic clouds in the sky, as if recalling how he felt when he became a human being. Perhaps Li Bai will remember this art forever. After I leave, I hope that humans and the remaining dinosaurs can get along well, and humans should get along well with each other. If a nuclear bomb blows a hole in the hollow earth shell, it will be troublesome. What happened between me and that village girl? Yi asked curiously. Under the silver light of the poem, Li Bai laughed heartily. You live happily together. At this point, the video finally came to an end. However, the video was not completely turned off. Its perspective is still locked on the poem. The audiences from all over the world looked at the shocking poem and began to think deeply in their hearts. That's right, the technology of Li Bai's civilization was enough to shock and impress them. But Li Bai did not just make them feel the power of civilization. Unconsciously, the audience was reminded of the mirror civilization and the cryogenic artist civilization. They imagined the gentleness of the mirror civilization when facing human civilization. They thought of the indifference of cryogenic artists in the face of human civilization. And Li Bai's civilization seems to depend on the two of them. From the beginning, Li Bai's civilization felt disgusted with humans, but after that, he began to contact humans based on his own judgment. Li Bai is not a kind and civilized person, nor is he gentle at all. But while pursuing art, he would show mercy to civilizations that were about to be destroyed by art and give them a chance to survive. This time, what the audience saw seemed to be a complete civilization process. What they experienced was a true god-level civilization. Li Bai is not gentle, but he is not completely indifferent. Like other civilizations, Ji Bai also pursues the art of poetry. He imitated Li Bai in order to create poems that surpass Li Bai's. But imitation is just imitation after all. The fog of technology still blinds Li Bai's eyes. Because technology is like dissecting a beautiful girl into bones and muscles, there is no aesthetic appeal at all. So Yi gave a suggestion. If you want to become a poet, the best way is to give up these high technologies and go back to the ancient times when technology was backward. However, Li Bai finally chose the second way. It is to enumerate all the combinations of Chinese characters and preserve them using technology. He succeeded in creating poetry, but in art, he admitted his failure. This is the difference between a poet writing poetry and science piling up words. The latter lacks the most important soul. Therefore, technology cannot replace art. Even when he was leaving for the last time, Li Bai recalled that he had been a human being. Perhaps this memory is just the most ordinary one in Li Bai's life that spanned tens of millions of years. Li Bai was not sure whether he would remember this memory forever. But he will keep in mind what he learned this time. So, just like what Ji Bai wanted to express at the end of the video. Then let Xiun be the best gift I can give you. Inventory of science fiction civilizations in the universe, the top 10 most perverted science fiction civilizations. V. The poet who pursues poetry, Li Bai's civilization over. 077. The video ended at the very end, leaving only a piece of poetry for the audience to watch and discuss. In this entire cloud of poetry, the audience can see anything they want to see. The experience that Li Bai's civilization brings to the audience is absolutely shocking. It is something that no other civilization has ever brought to them. Regardless of other things, Li Bai civilization truly achieves the intuitive experience that the end of technology can bring. Similarly, Ji Bai also proved it to the audience with practical actions. Even advanced civilizations are not omnipotent. Due to various limitations such as technology, even if the gods created the poem, they would not be able to create a search engine that could directly retrieve all the verses. This is naturally regrettable for the audience. Perhaps in the days to come, the poem will be forever recorded in the minds of these viewers. And perhaps they can also find the poems they want to see in this cloud of poetry. Whether from an artistic perspective or in terms of amazing technological means. For the audiences from all over the world, Li Bai civilization is definitely worthy of the top 5 ranking. And just as the audience thought. Once you get to the top 5 videos, the entire video review will become extremely exciting. Li Bai civilization was just an appetizer. After that, the audience was more looking forward to the first 4 civilizations. After all, it's not just the Galactic Empire. They also want to find out how powerful other civilizations are besides the Galactic Empire. After the video ended, the audience was discussing it heatedly in the barrage. Even audiences from the primitive and fantasy worlds were impressed by the technology of Li Bai's civilization. The technological power to completely dismantle the entire solar system is truly astonishing. This is the power of a god-level civilization. Tony Stark, no matter what world it is, as long as it appears in this universe and in the video, it is not simple. For Li Bai's civilization, I really admire him very much. Hong Wang Daipen perhaps, at the end of technology, even mythology can be surpassed. Emperor Shishan, this is impossible. Mythology has reached the end of the universe, how can technology surpass it? Zhao Gongming in the underworld, there may be limits to cultivation, but so far, I have not discovered any limits to technology. It seems that they will continue to evolve and become stronger. It's really amazing. Yongxiao technology also has many limitations. For example, Li Bai's civilization cannot explore the poems of Shiyun created by itself. Rick, the difference in world systems has created a difference between the two sides, a 1/4 Pluto in the network of all heavens and worlds. What the audience said was all reasonable. At this moment, all the audiences, whether they were fans of fantasy or science fiction, seemed to have put aside their prejudices. Why do the monks from the prehistoric and fantasy worlds have some prejudices against the science fiction world and constantly ridicule it? It's because science fiction is incredibly weak in the eyes of the monks in these two worlds. After all, whether it is primitive or fantasy, the advanced combat power of these worlds is almost earth-shattering when it is exposed in the video inventory. Such a gap in strength has created an extreme sense of arrogance among the audience when they watch science fiction videos, and they believe that science fiction is totally incomparable to their saints and emperors. It was not until the video entered the top 5 that the viewers felt like they had discovered a new world. From an objective point of view, the technological means of Li Bai's civilization are almost comparable to those of some saints of the prehistoric monks. After all, Li Bai civilization is truly called a divine civilization. Moreover, unlike cryogenic artists and mirror civilizations, Li Bai civilization is a group. Every individual in this civilization possesses the power of God. Just as Saint Nuwa said in the video. Every individual in Li Bai's civilization has the same strength as Li Bai. Although the strength of Li Bai's civilization individuals is only demonstrated through technology. But this further illustrates the power of technology. Technology can mass-produce gods. No top existence in the wild or fantasy world can do it. In the ancient and fantasy worlds, cultivators value cultivation and talent more. Don't watch this if you are interested in science fiction. As long as we have technology, everyone can become a god. After seeing Li Bai's civilization, the monk audience was simply envious. And this is just what the 5th-ranked civilization brings to the audience. As for how terrifying the civilization ahead will be, no one knows. At the same time, Duki continent. Xiao Yan, who had just finished watching the video, was filled with emotion. How great would it be if he had also been exposed to technology? Yes, after watching the videos of the myriad worlds, Xiao Yan now hates this world. He even developed resentment towards the fantasy world he lived in. If this is not an era that requires talent and cultivation, why is Xiao Yan like this? Fighting power, stage 3. Haha, what a great fighting power, stage 3. I, Xiao Yan, was once gifted with extraordinary talent and became the youngest fighter in the world. But now, I am only at the 3rd stage of the fighting stage. Xiao Yan didn't know why this happened, but after that day, the fighting spirit he had cultivated for 10 years disappeared. Until now, no matter how hard he practiced, in the end he only had the 3rd level of fighting power. This made Xiao Yan a well-deserved waste in the family. From Xiao Yan smiled helplessly and sadly. How great would it be if technology could really change this distorted world? But Xiao Yan knew that this was just a luxury. In fact, ever since the emergence of the All Heavens and All Worlds website and began to compile science fiction videos of all heavens and all worlds, the whole world has been sneering at the world of science fiction. They even showed obvious disdain. Even now, even with the amazing Li Bai civilization that appeared in the video inventory. In the eyes of these ignorant and stubborn fighters, science fiction will never be accepted by the mainstream. Being down to earth and practicing steadily is everything. Xiao Yan was also a genius in the past. But everything is gone, nothing is gone. Xiao Yan sighed helplessly and lowered his head. Xiao Yan simply moved his body around the room. At this moment, an old voice came from outside the room. Third Master, the clan leader invites you to the hall. Xiao Yan's father is the head of the Xiao family, and Xiao Yan is the 3rd child. Hearing the sound outside, Xiao Yan said oh and responded. Although he didn't know what was going on, he still changed his clothes and walked out of the room. Butler Mo, let's go. Looking at the young boy's tender face, the old man in green nodded kindly. But the moment he turned around, a hint of barely perceptible regret flashed across his cloudy old eyes. Everyone knows that Xiao Yan was once a real top star. He is already a fighter at the age of 11, with extraordinary talent, and will surely achieve extraordinary things in the future. But unfortunately, well. After following Butler Mo to the Xiao family's hall, Xiao Yan realized that there were guests arriving. After asking around, Xiao Yan found out that the person who came was actually from the Yunlin sect. Why did the Yunlin sect come to my Xiao family? Xiao Yan felt very strange. Then he took a closer look at the 3 men. One of them is a 7-star master with extraordinary strength. The other 2 are a man and a woman. Let's not talk about the man for now. This woman looks about the same age as Xiao Yan, but she is already a beauty. There is a green jade pendant hanging on the girl's delicate earlobe. When it shakes slightly, it makes a crisp jade sound, and suddenly shows a touch of elegance. Xiao Yan took a look, then looked away and spoke respectfully to the person sitting in the main seat in the hall. Father. Of Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan nodded in response to Xiao Yan. At this time, the man from Yunlin sect began to speak. Now that we are all here, Chief Xiao, let's talk it out now if we have anything to say. I think it is necessary to reconsider the engagement between Xiao Yan, the young master of the Xiao family, and my mother, Nalan Yan Ran. Hearing the words of the Yunlin sect's great elder, Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment. What, he's still engaged? Xiao Yan himself was not clear about this matter. Who is Nalan Yan Ran? At this time, Xiao Yan's eyes were on the beautiful girl who came to Yunlin sect today. Could it be that she is Nalan Yan Ran? At this time, Xiao Yan's father Xiao Zhan also began to speak. Please tell me what your intention is. The elder of the Yunlin sect smiled faintly and said happily. After asking Yan Ran, the Lord Sect Master found out that she was engaged to the Xiao family, so the Lord Sect Master wanted to ask the Xiao clan leader to cancel the engagement. Click. The jade cup in Xiao Zhan's hand suddenly turned into a puff of powder. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat quiet. At this time, Xiao Yan looked at the girl from Yunlin sect. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. The other party is here to sell things. Xiao Yan's face changed, and a surge of anger suddenly surged in his heart. This anger was not because of Nalan Yanran's discrimination against him. To be honest, although the girl opposite is beautiful, Xiao Yan is not a pervert whose mind is dominated by his lower body. However, the other party broke off the engagement in public, in front of her father. Nalan Yanran is not only beautiful and charming, but also has a prominent status and excellent talent. Anyone who mentions this will think that Xiao Yan wants to eat swan meat. But it was trampled under the feet of the swan. If this happens, not only Xiao Yan, but even his father will become a laughingstock and lose his dignity. Xiao Yan took a deep breath. He was unwilling, but he couldn't refute it at all. If he hadn't lost his cultivation, who would dare to trample on him? Seeing that the atmosphere was gradually becoming dull, the great elder of Yunlin sect spoke directly. Patriarch Xiao, please calm down. Regarding this marriage, Yunlin sect does not look down on the Xiao family at all. It's just that my son's talent is not enough, and he is not worthy of being a disciple of your sect, right? Xiao Zhan looked at the elder coldly, and his aura couldn't help but rise. Even Xiao Yan wanted to step forward and curse. Don't look down on the young because they are poor. Seeing that Xiao Zhan was still angry, the elder could only sigh and say it. I didn't want to say it, but this engagement must be cancelled. Xiao Yan finally couldn't bear it anymore and stood up. He strode forward, first bowed respectfully to Xiao Zhan, then turned to face Nalan Yanran, took a deep breath, and asked calmly. Miss Nalan, I would like to ask, has Mr. Nalan agreed to my decision to break off the engagement today? Now, after hearing his question, Nalan Yanran felt she was a little unhappy, and her eyebrows were slightly frowned. She stood up and stared at the young man in front of her who was supposed to be her husband. Nalan Yanran's tone was calm and gentle. Grandpa never agreed, but this is my business and has nothing to do with him. If you are willing to cancel the engagement, I can not only give you 3 extra chi gathering powders, but also, if you are willing, I can let you enter the Yunlin sect to practice advanced fighting skills. Is this enough? Well. Hearing Nalan Yanran's words, Xiao Yan's body suddenly trembled violently. He finally couldn't bear it anymore and slowly raised his head. His delicate and tender face was now ferocious and somewhat terrifying. Although he has been ridiculed for 3 years, Xiao Yan has his bottom line in his heart. Nalan Yanran's condescending and almsgiving behavior just stepped harshly on the last bit of dignity hidden in Xiao Yan's heart. He clenched his fists in anger. But what's the use? At this moment, Xiao Yan only hated that he was no longer a genius. If he had technology like the Galactic Empire, why should he care about his face for the people here? Finally, Xiao Yan's voice turned cold. Miss Nalan, for the sake of Mr. Nalan, Xiao Yan would like to give you a few words of advice. His eyes were fixed on Nalan Yanran, and that look even made Nalan Yanran tremble. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the young. Boom. Before Xiao Yan could finish his words. Suddenly, there was a rumble as if the heaven and earth were shaken by thunder. This voice made countless people look up, and even Xiao Yan's words were completely interrupted. So they looked up at the sky. After the sound of muffled thunder, the sky and earth seemed to have completely changed color. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. But what was above the sky were not black clouds at all. Countless people raised their heads and looked towards the sky. It seemed like some kind of transparent barrier with a metallic texture. One after another, the grid-like transparent walls seemed to be surrounding the entire Duki continent. The texture is clear and compact, but for some reason, it gives people an extremely depressing feeling. It's as if the whole world is completely divided. It seemed to be a technology that transcended dimensions, completely overlapping the world layer by layer. Whether it is the Gamma Empire or the Azumo Empire. At this moment, it includes any empire in the Duki continent. People all raised their heads and looked at the sky. Some people expressed doubts, while others were endlessly curious about it. What's more, some even expressed unspeakable horror. No one can understand all this. How should the fantasy world understand the invasion of advanced civilizations? Finally, a scene that shocked the humans in this world even more happened. One after another, almost transcendental barriers covered the world, covering everything and hiding the true face of the vast universe above the sky, but that's when those real things are mapped out. It was like a dark and deep void, which seemed to be reflected in front of everyone, showing the most fearful appearance in their hearts. As darkness fell, everyone fell into endless fear. What is that? The world is divided. Where's the sun? Where's the sky? Where's the clouds? What is this? It's so horrible. Even people in the Duki continent have watched the video review on the Zushinwanja website. At this moment, what is the difference between the feeling of oppression they experienced and the feeling when the advanced civilizations in the myriad worlds invaded the lower civilizations? Just a patch of darkness was enough to plunge the entire Duki continent into endless fear. At this moment, the Duki continent fell into darkness. At the same time, the palace. When countless high-level masters of the Soul Palace gathered above the sky, they seemed to want to touch the barrier in the sky. But no matter how high they fly, no matter how far they fly, these powerful people who can fly can never reach the barrier in the sky. How long have we been flying now? Why can't we touch that thing? 2 hours? Maybe. Now the Soul Palace and the ground can no longer be seen from the sky. But our distance is not even close to the barrier in the sky. Damn, what on earth is that? At this moment, every strong person here who has surpassed the Duhuang level seems to have realized a problem. This astonishing situation could not have happened silently in the Soul Palace sky, and it even happened in every corner of the Duki continent. Maybe they understood something. There seems to be only one way this could happen. The Duki continent was invaded by a civilization from a higher dimension. At this moment, nothing in the world can overcome the barrier in front of it. They are like birds in a cage, never getting answers and never reaching the other side of the world. The invasion of the Galactic Empire. Today is the day. Suddenly, it was as if a hole was torn in the sky. It was as if a startling eye appeared in the crack. Those were extremely deep eyes filled with infinite wisdom. It was like a huge sun, illuminating the entire dark star field clearly and projecting everything into everyone's mind. Immediately following, it was as if there was only one voice left, constantly echoing in everyone's mind. The Empire is coming, and all things will submit. 078. When the huge eye with some kind of wisdom in the sky looked down and brought that voice to everyone in the world. Everybody realizes it. The Empire is coming, and all things will submit. It can cause something like this to happen that no one in the Duki continent can understand. In all the universe, they could only think of the Galaxy Empire. Only the Galactic Empire has the ability to cross dimensions. Similarly, only the Galactic Empire has the desire to conquer the heavens and the worlds. The last time was the Super God universe. And this time, fighting against the world became the goal of the Empire. Following that shocking voice that resounded throughout the world. Not just the audience from all over the world. Even the entire Dupa world, and even any powerful existence, were all shocked. At the same time, within the ancient clan. As one of the 8 ancient families in this world, the ancient family's strength is definitely the top one in this world. And the head of the ancient clan, Gu Yuan, is one of the few 9-star Do Shengs in this world. He is only one step away from becoming the Do Emperor. At this moment, when the ancient clan leader Gu Yuan was still in seclusion, this shocking voice caused him to break through instantly. It was like a voice coming directly from his brain, and Gu Yuan was unable to defend himself against it. What happened? In an instant, Gu Yuan came out of seclusion. He thought about it and instantly appeared in the outside world. So he looked up at the sky. Above the sky, it seemed as if a transparent black wall of light completely blocked the entire world, and between the walls of light, it seemed as if a crack in the void had opened up, with only a huge eye seeming to overlook the world, taking in the entire world. It was as if some kind of existence completely isolated the heaven and earth. At this moment, Gu Yuan only felt incomparable shock. When Yuan saw the giant eye in the sky, he felt as if he had seen the most incomprehensible thing in the world. This existence shocked and puzzled him. Just as Gu Yuan appeared, 3 more old men appeared behind him. They also stared at the sky and trembled for a long time. These 3 people have the same aura, and it is extremely powerful. They are the 3 great elders of the ancient clan, and their experience is also the greatest in the world. The 7-star Do Sheng level is enough for them to do whatever they want in this Dupa world. At this moment, the leading old man spoke directly and respectfully. Chief, the clan is in chaos. I hope you can stabilize the ancient clan as soon as possible. Gu Yuan did not look back, but looked up at the huge eye in the sky. At this moment, the world is at stake. Even the 3 supreme elders couldn't believe it. The coverage of the Galactic Empire means that even if you are in the ancient world, you will be watched by the eye in the sky. It was as if in that huge eye, they had no secrets left. I wonder what the current situation of the Soul Clan next door is like? What they don't know is, when the ancient clan fell into panic, the Soul Clan was also not having an easy time. As the most powerful Soul Clan at present, Emperor Hun Tian is extremely conceited. However, this self-conceit only made him feel extremely disappointed when facing the Galactic Empire. What were those eyes in the sky? He couldn't understand. Then what about the sky barrier that can involve the entire Soul world? Like the ancient clan, in the Soul Clan, they also felt that any secrets of theirs seemed to be completely seen through by this huge eye. At this time, the elders of the clan also brought news to Emperor Hun Tian. Patriarch, the Soul Palace has given us news that the barrier above the sky cannot be seen. It is said that they have been flying for several hours but have not been able to touch the barrier in the sky. It seems to be within reach, yet it feels so far away. Hearing the voice of the clan elder, Emperor Hun Tian just nodded and spoke lightly. Tell the Soul Palace that there's no need to investigate. The elder did not ask why. He probably knew that no matter how hard he tried, it would be useless. The elder simply bowed respectfully to Emperor Hun Tian and left on his own initiative. Looking at the transparent barrier in the sky, Emperor Hun Tian couldn't help but tremble. Beings of lower strength naturally cannot perceive how shocking the barrier and eyeballs in the sky are. But Emperor Hun Tian felt it clearly and intuitively. Even he couldn't break that barrier. It was as if in an instant, the entire world was completely covered by a high-dimensional method. And in front of this high-dimensional barrier, low-dimensional creatures can never reach it. After the elder left, a dark flame of nothingness appeared beside Emperor Hun Tian. The flame gradually took on a human shape. It is the void-devouring flame, the world's top-level strange fire ranked second on the strange fire list. This fire was born from nothingness, a pitch-black flame with a strange devouring power. It has no shape to be found and no form to be grasped. It is a very strange existence. The void-devouring flame, known as the thing that devours the heavens and the earth, possesses the ability to devour everything, even space. Between heaven and earth, only a handful of things can resist that devouring power. In the Soul Clan, its status is equal to that of Emperor Hun Tian. Because of its strength, it is also a 9-star Dosheng. At this time, Emperor Hun Tian was muttering to himself, as if he was asking void-devouring flame. I felt like I was in a box and wanted to fly up to the sky to see what was going on, but all I could see was the ground moving away from me. And the sky is endless. Void-devouring flame also looked up at the sky, and then he shook his head. We are blocked from knowing. Void-devouring flame also sensed the danger, and this sense of danger was something that no existence in the world could bring him. Even the strange fire ranked first on the strange fire list is not enough. As the second on the list of strange fires, the void-devouring flame is said to devour everything in the world, even space. But the eye in the sky seemed not to exist in this space. Everyone can only see it, but they cannot touch it. Under this almost oppressive feeling, everyone's psychological defenses seemed to be festering. Upon hearing what Su Wutunyan said, Emperor Hun Tian showed no expression on his face, but one of his hands could not help but clench into a fist. I won't give up. He had clearly made so many plans, and he was only one step away from dominating the Duqi continent and becoming the Do Emperor. But is it just one step away, but it will end up being a wedding dress for the Galactic Empire? Emperor Hun Tian knew the Galactic Empire. As an ambitious careerist, he always paid attention to the network of all heavens and worlds. Therefore, he also knew how powerful the Galactic Empire was. But he was unwilling to give in. At this moment, an idea emerged in his mind. The Galactic Empire is nothing more than a powerful technological civilization. And how can a technological civilization compare to those who use the power of nature? In fact, in the fantasy world and the primitive world, there are many powerful people. When they look at the technology of the science fiction world, they all express disdain for it. Few beings can see the merits of technology. Among them were the two saints of the West in the ancient times, the Taoist Jiyan and the Taoist Sunti. In their eyes, their own strength is everything. The so-called technology is nothing more than a toy to improve means. As a result, Emperor Hun Tian was also blinded by the discrepancy between technology and fantasy. He never thought that he did not have the ability of a saint. Even if he became a Do-Di, he would still be equally weak in front of a saint. However, no one can wake up a frog in a well who is pretending to be asleep. Including Thysis. It seemed to be thinking about something, and then said to Emperor Hun Tian. In that case, why not join forces with the ancient clan, or even other forces in Zhongzhou? Emperor Hun Tian looked at Su Wutunyan, seeming to be somewhat puzzled as to why Su Wutunyan said that. Then, Su Wutunyan's expression revealed a sinister feeling of some evil plot. The invasion of the Galactic Empire faces the entire Duqi continent. If that's the case, the guys from the ancient clan will definitely resist. Of course, the Soul Clan and the Soul Palace can also join, but they will fish in troubled waters in secret. When they are in a life and death struggle, you and I will sit back and reap the benefits. In the end, you will also be able to dominate the Doqi world. Emperor Hun Tian narrowed his eyes, and then he raised his eyebrows, as if he understood what void-devouring flame meant. Ha 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 ha, what you said is indeed reasonable. I don't believe that the Galactic Empire is so powerful that it can conquer the Duqi continent with the power of a single civilization. Void-devouring flame also smiled happily. But when he smiled, his eyes revealed a hint of disdain for Emperor Hun Tian. How could he be so stupid as to discuss all this with Emperor Hun Tian under the observation of the eye in the sky? Even to discuss how to deal with the Galactic Empire? Moreover, this plan itself is unreasonable. What's the use of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor? In front of the Galactic Empire, even if he is the Do Emperor, what's the use of him? Su Wutunyan is very self-aware, and he has also seen a lot in the network of all heavens and worlds. For an amazing civilization like the Galactic Empire, conquering a Duqi continent would be a piece of cake. So, even though void-devouring flame was smiling there, but it had already planned a way out for itself. Fight, fight. The more fiercely you fight, the better. When the time comes, I will take the initiative to rebel and join the Galactic Empire. Maybe I can even be credited with a merit by the Galactic Empire. Su Wutunyan thought so, but on the surface, he was still smiling. In fact, such shocks are common among many characters in the entire Dupa world. Whether it is the queen of the snake tribe or the emperor of an empire. In their eyes, at this moment, the world seems dim and dark. After that voice sounded, the Galactic Empire seemed to have stopped moving. Even though there are still a lot of people who don't know what happened, the Galactic Empire is still giving them time to react. It was as if the Galactic Empire was waiting for this world to gather enough strength to resist. Finally, after half a day, Dupa world finally defined this incident as a very serious civilization invasion incident. Facing the Galactic Empire, more than 90% of the middle and high-level forces in the entire Dupa world do not want to watch their world being invaded, occupied, or even conquered. They wanted to fight back, so they gathered themselves into a force. The people of Zhongzhou were even more shocked by this. Because the seriousness of the matter was such that even the two major families of the ancient times, the ancient clan and the Soul Clan, joined forces and joined the alliance against the Galactic Empire. With the addition of the ancient clan and the Soul Clan, they became more confident when facing the invasion from the Galactic Empire. The Dupa world even deliberately spread this matter to the network of all heavens and worlds. You know, at the beginning, the audience in all the heavens and worlds did not know that the Galactic Empire had launched an invasion of the world of Fight's break sphere. No one knew that the invasion of the Galactic Empire did not conquer other science fiction civilizations first, but instead launched its first attack on the fantasy world. But when the news reached the Zhuxianwanjin network, many viewers finally couldn't bear it anymore. Everyone, our world may have been invaded by the Galactic Empire. Fighting power, third stage. With the appearance of this barrage, the entire universe network became lively in an instant, as if a stone had caused 1,000 waves. This also shocked the audience, and everyone was shocked. There has been no news about the Galactic Empire for such a long time. I didn't expect that the Galactic Empire would conquer the world without saying a word. What? The invasion of the Galactic Empire. Which world is the Galactic Empire invading this time? The fantasy world? Or the primitive world? Is it really right for the Galactic Empire to do this? And just as the audience from all over the world were engaged in a fierce exchange of barrages, it was as if the All Heavens and Myriad Worlds network had triggered something, or perhaps the administrator behind the scenes had heard the news and rushed over again. Ding! The Supreme Administrator of the All World Network has connected to the network. Zhuxianwanjin Network launched a live video broadcast. Live broadcast location, Dopo Universe, click to view. Following this voice, the audience rushed in one after another. Then, they saw a shocking scene. Above the sky, an astonishing giant eye seems to be observing the world unscrupulously. The transparent crack in the sky gave the audience an extreme sense of oppression. This is something the audience has never experienced before. Although at this moment, the Duki continent demonstrated its extremely strong confidence and strength. However, facing the powerful Galactic Empire, no one seems to be optimistic about these powerful people in Dupa world. Although, in front of so many audiences, they are indeed very strong. They are indeed an amazing force that cannot be underestimated. But we are faced with the amazing civilization of the Galactic Empire. What kind of situation can be influenced by the power of an individual? This is something that everyone understands, but no one will say it out loud. Then, it seemed that he realized that these people in Duki continent had gathered a force. Accompanied by the shock of the audience from all over the world, above the sky that isolated the entire world. The huge eye finally moved. In the void above the sky, an astonishing crack seemed to have been completely torn open. Whether it is the audience or the people of Duki continent. At this moment, they seem to have seen it all. In that amazing crack in time and space. He stretched out a foot. It tore open that astonishing crack, as if it had endless lines all over its body and descended into this world. Boom! Like a thunderclap rising from the sky. At this moment, people across the entire Duki continent were extremely shocked. That's the way of heaven. That existence has alarmed the heavenly Dao. That is the natural law of this world. It sensed the invasion from the outside world. Then, endless black clouds gathered together, as if to expel this existence with the astonishing power of thunder. As the rumbling thunder in the sky continued to sound, the sound after sound seemed to completely shake the entire world. Even the Doshang would turn pale when facing the endless rolling thunder. However, this did not work. It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. In the face of that high-dimensional creature, even the attack of heaven could not stop it in the slightest. That huge foot finally crossed the void rift that separated heaven and earth. Landed with a loud bang. At this moment, countless people were shocked, and those so-called fighting saints were even more gloomy. And what the audiences in all the heavens and worlds are about to see is even more astonishing. It seemed like an amazing work of art. It seems to be made up of countless technological crystals and sophisticated energy structures. But its size is as astonishingly huge as the entire Zhongzhou continent. How big is the area of a Euro Zhongzhou continent? And how huge is this unknown creature? It was clearly just a sole of the foot, but it seemed to transcend the entire Zhongzhou continent. Then, isn't his figure standing in the outer universe, looking at the Duki continent which is as big as a planet, playing with the whole world like a toy? At this moment, a layer of haze seemed to be covering the heads of everyone in Duki continent. They came up with a word. An ant trying to shake a tree. At this moment, it seemed as if countless people had experienced what they had experienced in the video inventory of the Zhuxianwanjin network. In front of advanced civilization, they are like insects. After all, it was just too huge. It is so huge that people no longer have the desire to resist. When a pair of amazing eyes appeared in the sky again, all the Dupo strong men trembled. What is this? 1:079. When this monster just revealed part of its appearance, at this moment, almost all the monks in the Dupo world fell into infinite despair. The huge eyes in the sky seemed to be watching them from outside the world. It's like taking in all of them. What kind of thing is that? Is he really a living being? At this moment, no one cared. Even the audience from all over the world were shocked during this live broadcast. None of the Li Bai civilizations that had been played before had given them such an amazing and shocking experience. You know, in the fantasy world, each fantasy world is comparable to the size of a small universe. The distance between one empire and another may be larger than the total area of a euro the Earth. Not to mention the whole world. This is also why there is no division of the universe in the fantasy world. Because of the area here, it is like an empire can be regarded as a country with the size of a planet. Therefore, the total area of a euro Duki continent is simply astonishing. However, only a foot stretched out from the crack between heaven and earth. It has already surpassed the size of the entire Duki continent's Zhongzhou. So, how huge is this beast that seems to come from the abyss? No one could even get a glimpse of its entire appearance. Is it really a living thing? Emperor Shishan, I don't know. But if it is a living creature, how do you explain its size and how does it survive? Tony Stark, it is much, much bigger than me. It is hard for me to imagine how small I would be if this amazing creature appeared in front of me. Hongwang Daipen, yes. Lava monster, is this giant beast a weapon of the Galactic Empire? Could it be that this is the true military power of the Galactic Empire? Spider-Man Parker, haven't you noticed, the heavenly Dao of this mysterious world has been resisting, but 413 is completely useless. This giant beast is like a monster that transcends the existence of this world, but it actually appeared here and affected reality. The Holy Mother of the Golden Scissors indeed. I can also feel that the heaven has been sending down thunder and lightning to attack this giant beast. At first, I thought that the beast was too big, which caused the endless thunder and lightning to have no effect on it. It turns out that the heaven cannot attack this beast. But why is that? Yungziao, because this giant beast is a creature of extremely high Vicon. 17th season of White Civilization. Wow. With the appearance of this civilization name, almost all the audiences in the heavens and the world were shocked. Just a short while ago, Li Bai Wenming disappeared from the audience's sight during the video review. And now, Li Bai's civilization has reappeared. And when Li Bai civilization appeared, the appearance of this big boss of advanced civilization in the science fiction world alarmed the big bosses in other worlds of the same level. Why do you say that? The ruthless emperor. Once this barrage appeared, the audience was shocked and surprised again. It's not just the emergence of Li Bai civilization. Even the emperor's combat power on the fantasy combat power list, the ruthless emperor, appeared in the sight of many viewers. The beginning of a live broadcast, an invasion of the Galactic Empire. His methods almost directly led to the emergence of two big names from two different ranking lists. Of course, perhaps Li Bai civilization is just curious about the methods of the Galactic Empire. The ruthless emperor was only in the fantasy world, so when he learned that the Galactic Empire had invaded the fantasy world, he was able to detect the Galactic Empire's tactics before the Galactic Empire did. But anyway, the Galactic Empire's display is too amazing. Following the questioning of the ruthless emperor, Li Bai Wenming finally spoke. This is an amazing and advanced technology, but it is also a technology that I cannot touch or produce. Li Bai civilization, who ranked 5th, directly admitted defeat when faced with the giant beast that appeared from the void crack, indicating that he could not do it. Because only advanced civilizations can understand the means of advanced civilizations. But understanding does not mean that a higher level of civilization will emerge. Just like the three-body civilization also understands the two-dimensional foil used by the Singer civilization, but they are unable to make the two-dimensional foil. Similarly, the audience also wants to know where Li Bai's civilization failed. Why would he directly admit that he was inferior to the Galactic Empire? And Li Bai's civilization did not disappoint the audience. That giant beast was made from the purest energy in the universe. I guess the energy used to make it alone is no less than the energy used to make Xiun. Li Ya Wenming. When Li Bai Wenming just finished the first sentence, countless audiences were extremely shocked. Li Bai's civilization directly used his own poems as a comparison, directly pulling out the amazing energy of this giant beast. You know, the poems created by Li Bai's civilization are an amazing sight that was created by dismantling the entire solar system. And the power of this giant beast of the Galactic Empire is no less than that of the poem of Li Bai civilization? Did the Galactic Empire dismantle a solar system when it was creating this behemoth? What shocked the audience even more was what happened next. What is even more difficult to understand than the poem is that the existence of this strange beast transcends the 3rd dimension to the 11th dimension. It can jump back and forth in any known dimension in the universe. So I think it can affect any reality from the 3rd to the 11th dimension, but existence below these dimensions will not be able to affect it at all. Li Bai Wenming absolutely no influence. At this moment, the audience finally realized. No wonder the heavenly thunder tribulation could not affect the giant beast at all. Because it is not at the same latitude as the behemoth. But the behemoth can affect the reality of low dimensions. Although Li Bai's statement was relatively conservative, and this was only Li Bai's guess. But they still understood. How terrifying and amazing is this dimensional creature? This is technology that they cannot understand at all. And this is just a means for the Galactic Empire to invade the world. Is this the only method the Galactic Empire has? Not necessarily. Is this the only behemoth in the Galactic Empire? That's not necessarily the case. At this moment, it seemed as if all the audiences in the heavens and the world were shocked and silent. They are thinking, they are pondering. If it were their own world, how would they resist facing such a terrifying beast? The answer is, there is no way to resist. Is this kind of thing really something that ordinary beings can resist? Perhaps, only those beings on the combat power rankings of Xianhuan and Honghuang can directly face such high-dimensional creatures. I understand. The Ruthless Emperor. In the end, the Ruthless Emperor just left a comment of understanding and then disappeared completely. As for Duki Continent, I'm afraid that at this moment, no audience believes that they can still win in the face of such an offensive from the Galactic Empire. Can we, really win? A cultivator from the Duki Continent stared blankly at the direction where the monster appeared and said in despair. As his voice fell, almost everyone felt despair. In the face of this battle with such an astonishing disparity in power, what means do they have to resist? Its existence seems to completely destroy the world. If the world is really going to be destroyed, what is the point of their resistance? At this moment, even ordinary people in the entire Duki Continent fell into endless fear after seeing this scene. That's just too huge. It is so huge that people no longer have the desire to resist. One of its feet might be able to destroy an entire continent. In an instant, cries, pleas, and curses echoed throughout the world. They had no way to escape. Even if all the strongest people in the world were at the forefront, they could not get a vague sense of security. In the Xiao family, the elder of the Yunlin sect, who had originally considered cancelling the engagement, now hid under the table, trembling. So what if he is a great fighter? In front of that giant beast, even the Duhuang is just an ant that can be easily destroyed in a flash. Nalan Yanran was so frightened that her face turned pale. She had always considered herself a favored child of heaven, but how could she have ever seen such a scene? Everyone in the Xiao family stood there and trembled continuously. Even Xiao Zhan, the head of the Xiao family, was filled with shock and silence when facing this moment. Only one girl seemed to still have some sanity. She was wearing a purple dress, with a cool and indifferent temperament, like a green lotus in the secular world. Her slender waist was like a willow leaf, barely slender enough to be held in one hand. Her long black hair was tied up with a piece of lavender ribbon, flowing down to her waist along her beautiful curves. There are two tiny green bells hanging on her fair wrists, just like a person in a painting. Anyone who sees her can't help but admire her beauty. Her name is Xiao Suner, and she also has another surname. Her last name is Gu. She is Gu Suner, the eldest daughter of the patriarch of the ancient family. Only she knows how long the crisis of the world will last at this moment. Because her father, Gu Yuan, was on the front line of the battlefield at this time, gathering countless powerful people who had fought against the world and were fighting hard. At this moment, Gu Suner can only look forward to it. She could only look at the body of the giant beast in the sky, looking forward to the victory of the monks. Righto. When she turned her head, she saw Xiao Yan, who was looking at the giant beast in the sky with an extremely expectant look. An indescribable emotion suddenly surged in my heart. Xiao Yan, the third young master, what is he thinking about? Could it be that he has been expecting the Galactic Empire to invade the Duki world? Xiao Suner couldn't help but feel a black screen in front of her eyes. She closed her eyes and was unable to speak for a long time. When the nest is overturned, can any eggs remain intact? If that monster is not stopped, it will be the end of the world. At this moment, even Emperor Hun Tian understood it completely. He finally realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. The so-called plan is simply fake if the Soul Clan does not contribute in this battle as they said before. But at this moment, the dimensional cracks in the sky that seemed to be filled with endless abyss grew larger again. This time, it was the two claws of the behemoth. When the star-like claws tore the gap in the dimensional rift, it seemed as if it wanted to pass its entire body through it. Right here, right now *X. I saw a dark flame of nothingness suddenly leaping towards the sky. Countless spectators and monks were dumbfounded. Why did a flame suddenly fly out? Void devouring flame, what are you doing? Void devouring flame? After hearing Emperor Hun Tian's voice, the other cultivators all understood. Void devouring flame possesses the power to swallow the sky. Even the Do-Chi of the Do Emperor can be swallowed up. Could it be that void devouring flame wanted to devour the giant beast? The dark flame just flipped in the sky, ignoring Emperor Hun Tian's voice. Like the other monks thought, it would try to devour the giant beast? No wonder. There is no chance for it to devour that kind of existence. The other party will directly annihilate it. What void devouring flame has to do is surrender directly. It would not be like these foolish monks who thought they could defeat the Galactic Empire. So, it went straight towards the direction of the giant beast in the void. Therefore, the audience and monks who did not understand what Suwotunyan wanted to do all looked at Suwotunyan leaving with an expression as if they were watching a warrior cutting his wrists. At this moment, void devouring flame became all their hope. At this moment, endless hope rises in people's hearts. It is obvious that in the eyes of these monks, defeating the behemoth is just a luxury. But, fortunately, there is a hero among them. That is the void devouring flame. And in the next second, shock once again spread throughout everyone's heart. Because the next moment, that huge existence had crossed the crack in the void and drilled out from the dimensional crack. Its figure finally appeared clearly in front of everyone. It was a being that seemed to have spanned the entire world. One of its feet is in the southernmost direction of the world, and the other foot is in the northernmost direction of the world. There are stars, sun and moon above his head, and his huge body transcends this world. It is like the most stable energy body in the world, with stars and faint light all over its body. To be honest, before this behemoth fully appeared, no one could have imagined it. Its appearance seems like a natural work of art. However, it is still terrifying and still despairing. When void devouring flame appeared in front of the giant beast, it was also stunned. In front of this giant beast, my own body seemed to be not even as big as a hair. It could also increase its size, but it didn't work. Faced with an existence as exaggerated as a solar galaxy, it is not even as good as a bug. However, this made Suwotunyan even more excited. His idea of a Euro wanting to join the Galactic Empire was correct. The Galactic Empire is so powerful that no one can defeat it. Just when Suwotunyan was thinking happily, the giant beast's eyes, as huge as the sun, were completely fixed on the dark flame. At that moment, there was no time for Suwotunyan to even speak. Just being stared at by such a gaze. Next second, it was as if the energy was completely decomposed and disintegrated. Poor void devouring flame, decomposing the energy of a giant beast. In full view of everyone, he disappeared between the worlds. Even then, it wasn't ready to surrender. No one even knows how the void devouring flame disappeared. 5.1 Fortunately, before he disappeared, void devouring flame was finally given the title of hero by the monks of the fighting world. But along with the disappearance of the void devouring flame, at this moment, the thoughts of despair once again surged in the hearts of countless monks. The giant beast ignored the shocked looks from almost all the audiences in the heavens and all the worlds, and also ignored the shock of all the monks on the ground. Its gaze is like a laser, precisely covering the entire Duki continent. At that moment, countless audiences were shocked. Because the disappearance of the void-devouring flame before was caused by being decomposed by this giant beast in this way. Could it be that the giant beast wants to disintegrate the entire Duki continent? Can he do it? Of course. At this time, the most desperate people are the people of Duki continent. Although the betrayal of Void Devourer caused them to lose a large part of their offensive capabilities. But as Void-devouring flame disappeared silently, they also understood everything. Even the Void-devouring flame has no effect on it. Even if it resisted, no one thought that the attack would have any effect on it. It's just amazing. The audience thought so too. When this giant beast that transcended heaven and earth, like Pangu who stood tall and upright in ancient mythology, stood on the Duki continent with an extremely shocking sense of oppression. No one was afraid of this. The next second, the beast moved. It raised one paw. That foot, which was as huge as the entire Zhongzhou, seemed to be about to collapse the entire world. At that moment, countless spectators from all over the world stared at the giant beast in shock. The monks all raised their heads, their eyes filled with despair. When no one had reacted yet, it stepped hard. Click, there was a shocking sound of space shattering. Along with it, is the entire Dupa world. The earth is shaking. 080. What kind of impact will it have when the giant star beast, which is bigger than the entire world, steps down with all its might? The answer is that the whole world will collapse. Accompanied by the star beast's kick. This kick seemed to shatter space, and for a moment, the entire world was affected astonishingly. A huge earthquake trembled like an earthquake, and it instantly spread from all directions under the feet of the star beast. The whole world was in extreme shock. The residual force of this kick rushed straight into the sky, shattering the clouds above and revealing a long ravine. Under the foot of the giant star beast, it seemed as if everything in existence turned to ashes. Boom! The whole sky began to tremble, and the earth was shaking. Under this astonishing wave, the weak monk was instantly blown apart by the impact and died on the spot. Even those who are above Dowang level can only fly into the sky to stabilize their bodies. But this gust of wind was simply too strong. It's like turning the whole world upside down. An astonishing crack immediately appeared on the ground, like a rag torn apart by countless sharp claws. In an instant, it seemed as if every corner of the world was torn into pieces by the tremor of Wendao. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and rivers were affected in an even more alarming way. The howling wind and raging waves were truly astonishing. Above the sea, the wind and clouds are changing. The violent waves completely covered the sky. The sea water rolled, forming a circle thousands of feet high. The waves were hit to a height of 1,000 meters, and suddenly exploded, turning into rubble all over the sky, splashing in all directions. The reefs in the sea were overturned by huge waves and turned into powder and scattered. In an instant, the oceans, mountains, land, rivers, the entire world seemed to have become an amazing blender, constantly stirring. Just this one kick completely destroyed the ecological environment of the entire Duki continent. The audiences from all over the world can see all of this. At this moment, they were so shocked that they couldn't even utter a word. This is really too shocking. The entire Duki continent was like the end of the world. No one in any corner of the world is immune to this. The giant beast simply raised its foot and stomped down. Just one step like this. The earth is shaking and the mountains are trembling like raging waves. Its existence can completely be called doomsday. All the audiences who watched the live broadcast were shocked, and some even started shaking with fear. Such a violent, apocalyptic scene seemed like the Galactic Empire was declaring its military prowess to the people. Every audience member realized it. The Galactic Empire was never the gentle image they imagined. How could a civilization that could take the heavens and myriad worlds as its goal and conquer them be gentle in its methods? At this moment, the Galactic Empire showed the audience their true iron-blooded wrist. As the giant beast fell, it was not just the monks facing the beast who were affected. Every corner of the Duki continent was affected incredibly at this time. Just like the Xiao family at this moment. Obviously, Wudin City was an astonishing distance of more than 10 million kilometers from the front battlefield, but under the attack of the giant beast, this distance seemed insignificant. As the world shook, the entire Wudin City became like a hell on earth. The walls protecting the city were completely useless and turned into endless rubble in the earthquake, like ruins. Passers-by were even blown to death by the earthquake. Inside the city, there were broken limbs everywhere, blood flowing like a river, corpses everywhere, and the ground was devastated. Just the earthquake from the other side of the world turned the long-existing city of Wudin into complete ruins. Countless innocent people were killed or injured, and there was no place to escape even if they tried to flee. The Xiao family was like a wasteland. The former prosperity seemed to no longer exist, and there were broken soil, stones, and debris everywhere. Xiao Yan stared at the scene in a daze, feeling infinite sadness in his heart. If it wasn't for the ring on her finger that suddenly flashed a light. Perhaps in the last second, he was killed instantly by the earthquake and the shaking of flying rocks. But until now, he still didn't know what the ring in his hand was. But, although he survived, the Xiao family no longer exists. Almost half of the people died in this earthquake. Even the elder of the Yunlin sect was completely missing. Perhaps they have been buried somewhere in the ruins, no one can tell. But, when Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the majestic figure in the sky that was big enough to block out the sky and completely cover the entire world, he only felt a haze covering his head. Why is it like this? Xiao Yan once looked forward to the coming of the Galactic Empire, and once expected that the emergence of the Empire would change this fantasy world. At that time, no one will have to look at the talents of others, and technology will be able to completely pursue balance. He had always fantasized about the beauty of this world. Until the Galactic Empire truly emerged and demonstrated their iron-blooded military means. At this moment, Xiao Yan only felt an indescribable emotion stuck in his throat. The Galactic Empire never intended to conquer the world in a gentle way. I have never thought about changing other fantasy worlds and transforming them into science fiction civilizations. What they want is conquest, the fastest conquest by iron-blooded means. Therefore, the Galactic Empire will not care about the existence of this world at all. He destroyed and attacked without restraint. Make Duki continent full of holes. At this moment, Xiao Yan only felt that his heart had become extremely cold. Miss, be careful. I'll take you away first, and we'll go to a safer place. An old man's voice sounded from the ruins, and then Xiao Yan raised his head and looked over there. An old woman pushed away the waste rocks above her head and released the well-protected girl in her arms. Xiao Yan knew this girl. She was Xiao Suner, also a genius in the Xiao family. However, she seems to have another identity. But at this moment, no matter what your identity is, it seems to be of no use. Xiao Suner also looked up at the giant beast in the sky, and then she glanced at Xiao Yan. The extremely cold and unfamiliar eyes just glanced at Xiao Yan casually, and then she withdrew her gaze. At this moment, Xiao Yan only felt Xiao Suner's indifference. After that, a pair of fighting wings appeared behind the old woman, and she flew into the sky with Xiao Suner and left home. At that moment, Xiao Yan froze in place. Fighting chi turns into wings, which is at least the strength of a fighting king. There is actually a Dowang hidden in the Xiao family. Xiao Yan suddenly remembered the indifference in Xiao Suner's eyes. She obviously didn't say anything. But Xiao Yan seemed to only feel it. From now on, they are people from two completely different worlds. Similarly, the collapse of the world is not only reflected in Wutan City. Wutan City is only the smallest microcosm of the entire Duki continent. Almost hundreds of Magong cities were turned into endless ruins in that earthquake. At the same time, Yunlan sect. As the most powerful sect in the Jiama Empire, the Yunlan sect is naturally extremely powerful. However, the Yunlan sect is only strong in the northwest region. Facing the extremely powerful sects in Zhongzhou, the Yunlan sect is still completely inferior. However, even the Yunlan sect felt despair in the face of this earth-shaking tremor that almost affected the entire world. The Yunlan sect was originally built on a mountain, and with this violent tremor coming from above the space, the entire mountain was about to be completely destroyed. If it weren't for the countless elders and disciples of the sect who persisted through fighting spirit and consolidated the defense of Yunlan sect. It is estimated that at this time, Yunlan sect has also become a ruin. However, the Yunlan sect was still in a difficult situation at this moment. The Yunlan sect's sky steps, which were almost like a natural chasm, had now completely shattered. It was as if the entire earth had been completely turned upside down and was covered in scars. Yun looked at the towering, huge, and astonishing star beast, and felt only infinite sadness in her heart. After so long, will the Duki continent finally be destroyed by an alien civilization? Although Yun felt infinite regret and distress in her heart, she had to persevere at this time. Master. Our disciples can no longer hold on. At this moment, a supreme elder appeared behind Yun, and he quickly responded. Hearing the words of the grand elder, Yun felt extremely surprised. How is this possible? Are the disciples' fighting spirit being consumed so quickly? She did not try to consolidate the Yunlan sect in order to preserve the fighting spirit in her body, so that she could rescue all the disciples of the Yunlan sect in times of trouble. But now, plans cannot keep up with the changes. Even the Yunlan sect may not be able to be saved. She couldn't help but wonder what exactly happened, and the Supreme Elder just said with a distressed look on his face. Master, don't you feel it? The fighting spirit is disappearing. At this moment, Yunyan's face instantly turned pale. In an instant, all the strong men from every state and every sect sensed this fact that they could not accept at all. Fighting spirit is disappearing. In other words, the fighting spirit is being lost. Of course, no matter which situation it is, they can hardly accept it. Because the loss of fighting spirit is almost enough to explain everything. All the cultivators in the Duki continent practice with Duki. If Dochi no longer exists, then what is the meaning of Dochi continent's existence? What can it rely on to operate? At this moment, no matter which sect's strongest person is. As long as someone survived the aftermath of the giant beast. In an instant, shadows covered everyone's heads. At the same time, in the main battlefield where almost all the strongest monks exist. Figures fell from the sky and landed on the rocks by the beach, their bodies shaking slightly and standing unsteadily. Who could have known that under the giant beast's kick, the ones who were most affected were actually them? Followed by the aftermath of that kick. The earth no longer exists. All they could see was the ocean. Endless. With one kick from the giant beast, the entire continent was completely divided and destroyed. There are only a few pieces of soil left that can still be stepped on, but what's the use of that? And even the ocean is not just the ocean. The destroyed continent is filled with the smell of blood. On top of that piece of soil, there were endless remains of corpses. Among these corpses there are humans, monsters, and corpses of other races. This is a sea of a blood, a sea of a blood that stretches as far as the eye can see. Layers of bones floated in the endless blood, and above the bones floated countless corpses of humans, monsters, or other races. The countless corpses formed a sea of a blood. Under that kick, all the creatures and even the ecology of the Qi continent were destroyed. Almost more than 50% has been destroyed. Even though they had seen a lot of death, they couldn't help but feel desolate and desperate at this moment when facing the monks who were almost destroying all the creatures in the world. The audience from all over the world widened their eyes in shock, watching this cruel scene in horror. Although they were isolated from the video, they seemed to smell the bloody stench in the sea of a blood. Everyone wanted to send something in the barrage, but when they saw the incredible cruelty from the Galactic Empire, it was as if something was stuck in their throats, making it impossible for them to utter a complete sentence. At this moment, they suddenly realized how merciful the Galactic Empire was when facing the Angel Civilization. And this is just the simplest physical attack. What kind of amazing power is this? Everyone looked up, their eyes filled with shock. But in reality, the destruction of the continent caused by the giant beast's kick was only the smallest impact. What shocked the audience the most was what happened next. As the giant beast kicked down, they seemed to hear the sound of space tearing. This voice is not an illusion, but real. Under the giant beast's kick, the space was completely torn apart by 910 degrees. It was as if a crack in the void had opened up, and it was as dark and deep as endless darkness. In this void crack, there was even an incredibly astonishing suction force. At that moment, all the monks stared at the scene with their eyes wide open, shocked. Strong airflow was sucked into the void crack from all directions. At this moment, every cultivator felt it clearly. The fighting spirit in the world is disappearing. This is what shocked countless monks the most. If the fighting spirit no longer exists. So, what is the difference between these monks who cultivate fighting spirit and ordinary people in the end? At this moment, the monks who had witnessed the endless darkness could no longer sit still and wait for death. They could no longer tolerate the giant beast in the sky tearing apart their home. That's right, now, I can't rely on anyone. They can only rely on themselves. Countless monks raised their heads and looked up at the giant star beast in the sky that was about to make its body fully appear. At this moment, a belief began to arise in their hearts. We must not let this giant star beast completely tear open the crack in the sky. At this moment, all the monks looked up. I saw dark clouds rolling in the sky, and it was dark, as if night was about to come. Above the sea level, a streak of black lightning meandered through the air. That was the figure of Emperor Hun Tian. At this moment, he was like a flash of lightning, with endless fighting spirit surging in, accompanied by astonishing power, as if the heaven and earth were exploding. Then, another red light rushed into the sky and shattered the void together with Emperor Hun Tian. The strength of the two top fighting saints was revealed at this moment, bringing amazing hope to countless cultivators. Even these two fighting saints attacked together, how could they hold back at this moment? So, at this moment, all the cultivators who were still able to stand here began to continuously gather the fighting spirit in their bodies. When hundreds of powerful people, whose lowest strength is only Do Huang, unite and gather their fighting spirit, what a stunning and spectacular scene it will be. At this moment, all the audiences in the heavens and the worlds took it all in. It was as if the fighting spirit was directly materialized. It was as if endless golden light condensed between the cultivators. In an instant, all the endless fighting spirit of the fighting spirit continent gathered together at this moment. Golden light flashed, and fighting spirit was shaken. At that moment, the audience in the entire universe seemed to feel a huge wave of energy. Endless fighting spirit completely condensed into a sea of a chi, appearing above the heads of all the cultivators. At this moment, from the fighting saint to the fighting emperor, every amazing being displayed his or her most powerful moves. At this moment, no one dared to hold back, no one dared to stop. Even all the Soul Clan members did not dare to hold back. They will use their most powerful and amazing strength to drive back the giant beast in the sky. Finally, as the sea of a chi continued to condense, it finally formed an extremely violent and astonishing sea of a fighting chi. The ocean seemed to converge into amazing streams, unrivaled. The next moment, the ocean seemed to converge into streams. Creation of the world. 081. The endless ocean of fighting spirit seemed to carry the power of creating the world, and the vast energy continued to surge in from all directions. £K. As the waves of fighting spirit surged, the energy became more and more violent. At the same time, the calm blood-red sea surface, which seemed to be dyed with blood, seemed to be completely lifted up. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, muffled sounds were heard from the bottom of the sea, and then the entire sea area began to tremble. Huge waves rolled up on the sea, rushing in all directions like a tsunami. At this moment, a strong wind swept through, and astonishing fighting energy filled this world, as if it was constantly whistling. The whole world seemed to be shaking. In an instant, sand and rocks flew, energy radiated, and a dark cloud rose up in the sky. At the moment when the dark clouds rolled, a loud thunder sounded, and then a huge lightning bolt was seen shooting down from the black clouds. The lightning in the dark clouds was 100 feet thick and its power was so fierce that it was simply terrifying. The dark clouds in the sky grew thicker and thicker, and the intense energy contained within them became more and more terrifying. It seemed that the dark clouds contained the energy to destroy everything. The thunder roared deafeningly, dark clouds rolled, and lightning flashed in the sky, as if it would fall at any time. The audience from all over the world were watching this scene in amazement. When countless monks used their fighting spirit as a means of attack, they only wanted to force back the giant star beast. At this moment, countless viewers were watching the monks' perseverance and strength. Even rabbits will bite when they are cornered, let alone the monks in the fantasy world. The creation of the world is like thunder and lightning. Along with these two groups of endless fighting spirit, the two figures in the sky are the real protagonists. At this moment, Emperor Hun Tian and Gu Yuan stood together in the void, gazing at the giant beast that was as big as the entire world. Both of them are the strongest in this world, at the peak level of Do Sheng, and are only one step away from leaping into the final realm of Do Di. But even with the world's top strength, when facing the giant beast that crawled out of the dimensional rift, they only felt that they were as small as ants. I never thought that one day I would actually work with you. The voice of Emperor Hun Tian sounded coldly. Although he knew that this was inappropriate, the thought that the Soul Clan would actually cooperate with the ancient clan was simply the funniest joke. But if we don't cooperate, the whole world will collapse. Because the enemies they face are not normal beings. It is an existence that can completely destroy the entire Duki continent with just a stomp of its feet. This is a disaster facing the whole world. In the face of such a disaster, all hatred should be put aside. He believed that Gu Yuan thought so too. The ancient clan leader, Gu Yuan, also nodded. I was also surprised. Apart from this, Gu Yuan had no more words to say. What they have to do is to stop the star beast. It only raised 1 foot and completely shattered half of the ground of the entire Duki continent. The other half of the ground is probably also full of scars. To be honest, even the Do Emperor had never seen such amazing strength. It is almost impossible to confront this giant beast head-on, and everyone knows this. However, Ziyushan and his men have other powers. What are you going to do? Above the sky, Emperor Hun Tian asked Gu Yuan. Immediately afterwards, he saw Gu Yuan's momentum rising steadily. Since we can't force it back, let's open up a space. Seal this giant star beast. In an instant, the aura of the peak Do Sheng suddenly surged. In an instant, the earth and the sky roared, and the thunderclouds trembled. The most important thing is that the fighting spirit gathered by thousands of monks seemed to be summoned. All of them came towards Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan towered above the void, his aura breaking through the top, as if he was going to completely shatter the void. Emperor Hun Tian also understood Gu Yuan's thoughts, and his momentum also continued to soar. The presence of these two people almost completely absorbed the ocean of fighting spirit. At this moment, the two top Do Shengs burst out with astonishing might. In an instant, the earth and the sky roared, and the thunderclouds trembled. Instantly, a golden spear appeared in Gu Yuan's hand, piercing towards the sky without turning back. In an instant, thunder flashed at the tip of the spear. Gu Yuan's eyes widened angrily, his gaze was as fast as lightning, his arm shook, and the gun spun, bringing up countless gun shadows. A golden light spread out, and a destructive aura swept out. His feet seemed to crush the void, and his spear flew into the sky like an arrow. The spear was like a rainbow, carrying a myriad of violent auras, rushing high into the sky. A loud bang. At this moment, it seemed as if all the audience could see it clearly. The heaven and earth shook violently, as if the end of the world had come, and everything collapsed. The golden spear, with thousands of spear rays, collided with the heaven and earth. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth split, and the sun and the moon appeared in the sky. The terrifying wind wave spread like a tornado, almost flattening all the mountains within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. The oceans were overturned by this terrifying force, causing huge waves. Between heaven and earth, only gold and golden light interweave. There are only two figures between heaven and earth. A golden light. The other one, darkness. Golden light and darkness intertwined and collided in the sky. Boom. 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 There were continuous and earth-shattering noises. The entire sky seemed unable to withstand the collision of the golden and black rays. It was shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Finally, in front of two top Do Sheng masters. Above the sky, a void rift was completely torn apart. The fighting saint can actually create a world out of nothingness. The two top fighting saints joined forces and obtained so much amazing fighting spirit from countless monks. They had only one thought in their minds. That is, we must completely seal that damned beast. At this moment, Emperor Hun Tian and Gu Yuan were watched by almost all the cultivators in the world. They carry all the hope of this world. Seal it for me. Boom. A deafening bang came from the intersection of the golden light and the black light. A moment. The golden and black light dissipated at the same time. Boom. Another loud bang. The sky exploded again. The golden and black lights entangled in the air. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions continued to sound. Golden and black light radiated out in all directions, constantly colliding and annihilating in the void. The heaven and earth were shaking. A huge crack in the void suddenly opened. This level of fighting spirit has almost completely surpassed the peak of the fighting saint. However, the distance is still not enough to create the energy to accommodate the giant star beast. Not enough. At this moment, both Emperor Hun Tian and Gu Yuan had this thought in their minds. The two Do Shengs almost exhausted all their Do Qi, but it was still not enough. Is it possible for us to just watch that giant star beast destroy this world? At this moment, they were unwilling. Once the Duki continent is destroyed, what is the meaning of their living? It is so ironic that the ancient clan and the Soul clan have joined forces. An extremely childish yet mature voice sounded behind the two Do Sheng level warriors. The audiences from all over the world also noticed the newcomer. He looked like a boy of about 10 years old, short in stature, wearing an ordinary set of coarse cloth clothes, with clear eyes and a childish face. No one knew his identity, not even the monks below. But no one dared to underestimate this child who looked only in his teens. Being able to cross the void with 2 Dosheng peak strong men can only mean that this child is also a Dosheng level existence. Then, he placed both of his hands behind Gu Yuan and Emperor Hun Tian. An extreme medicinal power filled the space between the 2 Doshengs, and instantly made them feel that their Do-Chi was completely restored. At this moment, both of them thought of an existence. Ancestor Danta. Because the ancestor of Danta was originally transformed from a 9th grade elixir, and only the old Danta group has such a profound medicinal experience. Sure enough, the next moment, the child said slowly. Danta cannot ignore this global disaster. Let me, Danta, lend you a hand. At this moment, the two of them only felt that the fighting spirit coming from the cultivator on the ground became even stronger. All the top alchemists in Danta appeared and transmitted the Do-Chi level to them as well. All the top forces on Zhongzhou continent are here. This gave the 2 top fighting saints more confidence. They will definitely be able to seal that giant beast in another world. Even the audience from all over the world felt Dopo's determination to break the world. And countless audiences in the fantasy world are cheering for the fights against the world. However, above the sky of the universe, a Valkyrie with eyes as bright as stars seemed to have a panoramic view of everything that happened in the Dopo world. Then, her voice sounded indifferently. A Euro, data skin completed, Dopo world, a medium-level fantasy world. You can execute the conquest order. At the same time, inside the cave of Tushi Ancient Emperor. This is almost a secret realm of its own, and in this secret realm, a purple-gold ancient Tegzu dragon is sleeping. If someone could sense its aura, they would surely discover that this was another powerful warrior at the peak of the Dosheng level. Its name is Zhu Kun, and it is the old patriarch of the Taizhu ancient city clan. Because he coveted the ancient emperor's cave, he was framed by the ancient emperor Tuashi and was trapped in the ancient emperor's cave for thousands of years. Suddenly, it seemed as if it felt some seal loosen. He raised his head, as if looking upwards. Finally, it discovered that this was not an illusion. The seal of the ancient emperor's cave mansion actually loosened. This level is even enough to allow it to directly cross the seal and leave this cave. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, Zhu Kun was still ecstatic. Ha 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 ha. After thousands of years, the seal has actually loosened. God is helping me. In an instant, the ancient Tegzu dragon shattered the void and flew towards the cave in an instant. It passed through the seal effortlessly, the void twisted, and it instantly appeared in the world. As soon as he appeared, Zhu Kun wanted to show his peak strength as a fighting saint and make the humans in this world completely afraid. But just as it opened its eyes and looked at the real world, but found in the Natrashagudi cave above the palace, it has already turned into a ruin. The ground cracked into countless plates, and he could even see some monks in academy uniforms dying tragically due to some extreme tremor. The ground was riddled with holes and corpses were strewn all over the ground. It's like hell on earth. At this time, it looked up at the sky. Therefore, it was deeply shocked by what it saw. Above the sky, there was a vortex of void formed by gold, Nords, and black fighting spirit. And under that vortex is a giant star beast covered with stars. The appearance of that giant star beast made people feel extremely scared. Its size seemed to transcend the void and span the sky. Just standing there, it seemed as if the whole world could be turned upside down. Suddenly, Zhu Kun understood. Why was the seal of the Yanghe Ancient Emperor cave suddenly unlocked? In front of that giant beast, what seal can't be loosened? But this shouldn't be my business. One as an old dragon who had been sleeping for a full 1,000 years, Zhu Kun did not notice the appearance of a thing called the network of all heavens and all worlds in the world. Therefore, it has no idea about the outside world, let alone that giant star beast is a weapon from the Galactic Empire. Zhu Kun now only wants to return to the Tegzu Ancient Dragon clan and return to the world opened up by the Tegzu Ancient Dragon. The crisis of human survival has nothing to do with him, so why would he appear to save humanity? But when Zhu Kun saw the scene that looked like hell on earth, he fell silent. Although I don't know where that giant star beast came from. But this is already something that has a huge impact on world safety. As the strongest being in the world, if it doesn't show up, won't it become the sinner of the world? In the end, Zhu Kun seemed to have made some kind of decision. It instantly crossed the void and disappeared there. And just after it can lose. Under the ground, in the cave of Tushi Ancient Emperor. A golden flame suddenly lit up and burned an ancient Do Emperor's aura suddenly burst out in the cave. In an instant, it seemed as if the world had returned to peace. 082. At the same time, with the support of the world's top combat power, the void crack above the sky became bigger and bigger. All the top masters in Duki continent gathered here. If they don't stand here, the world will eventually be completely destroyed. By then, they will have nothing. Even now, the world has become precarious. Under the giant beast's shocking kick, his energy continued to drain away. The monks were unable to absorb any fighting spirit, and their bodies were almost exhausted. They could only rely on the elixirs brought by the Danta Dan cultivators to replenish their energy. Above the sky, Emperor Hun Tian and Gu Yuan, two of the top cultivators in the Duki continent, opened up space with their own strength. Only by sealing the behemoth can this crisis be resolved. But even so, it's still not enough. With only the power of a few Doshengs, how could it be easy to create a different world that is wider and larger than the Do-Chi continent? Even the ancient world of the ancient clan and the soul world of the soul clan took thousands of years and the efforts of the clan members to open up a space that is barely the size of the Zhongzhou continent. Even if he had exhausted all his fighting spirit, at this moment, it was not enough to stuff the giant beast in. And most importantly, the giant star beast stopped moving after taking one step. Will it just watch helplessly as the monks from Duki continent seal it in? The audiences from all over the world don't think so. But at this moment, humans, we are here to help you. Along with this astonishing sound that seemed to come from the void, it was as if some astonishing existence had shattered the void. There were several more dragon roars, and the roars continued. Countless gigantic ancient Tegzu dragons towered over the void. Especially the Tegzu ancient dragon in the front, which was purple gold in color and covered with cold scales. Its size is indescribably huge, its eyes are a faint red, and its pupils overlap. Its eyes alone are hundreds of times larger than those of an ordinary person. Although compared to the giant star beast that stands tall in the sky, its existence is still insignificant. But this is enough to make countless human beings excited and hopeful. Among the monks who survived at this moment, there were many who were well informed. And they easily recognized these huge dragons that appeared from the void. It's the Tegzu ancient dragon. Even the Tegzu ancient dragon clan has appeared. Great. With the addition of the Tegzu ancient dragon clan, we will definitely be able to defeat that monster. Did you feel it? That ancient Tegzu dragon actually has the strength of a peak Dosheng. After the patriarch of the ancient Tegzu dragon clan disappeared, when did such an amazingly powerful ancient Tegzu dragon appear again? Everyone felt it at this moment. 553 among the countless ancient Tegzu dragons that arrived, none of them was weak. There are an astonishing number of ancient Tegzu dragons with Dosheng strength, and after that, all of them are at the Dozun level. As one of the ancient races with a long lifespan, the ancient dragon race is naturally extremely powerful due to its heritage. What shocked them even more was the ancient Tegzu dragon Zhu Kun, who was at the peak of Dosheng. In fact, it was because Zhu Kun broke through the seal again and returned to Dragon Island that all the blood of the Tegzu ancient dragon was gathered together. Even though the Tegzu ancient dragon clan is facing division, why should Zhu Kun, who has the strength of a fighting saint, be so timid? As soon as it returned to Dragon Island, it integrated all the Tegzu ancient dragons. Then he led the Tegzu ancient dragons to cross the void in an instant and arrived at the battlefield of life. It was not until they actually faced the giant star beast that Zhu Kun and the Tegzu ancient dragon clan finally realized how shocking this crisis was to the world. Only when they really faced the star beast did they completely discover it. Its body seemed to cover the entire world, boundless and with no end in sight. Just 2 feet are already standing on the left and right ends of the world, and the body is boundless, stretching straight beyond the sky and across the stars in the universe. How could such an amazing thing appear in the world? Zhu Kun certainly didn't know. In fact, he had been sleeping for so long that even the Galactic Empire didn't know. The other Tegzu ancient dragons felt that the safety of humans had nothing to do with them, and even if they knew it, they acted indifferent. Could the Galactic Empire still find them across the void? It was not until this group of ancient Tegzu dragons came into the world that they realized how wrong they were. Because the fighting spirit is being lost. Even the Tegzu ancient dragon needs to absorb fighting spirit to practice. Once all the fighting spirit disappears, won't the Tegzu ancient dragon clan become worms that can only crawl? No one could accept such a huge loss to the world, including the Tegzu ancient dragon clan. Similarly, it's not just the Tegzu ancient dragon clan. When this group of Tegzu ancient dragons appeared, the sound of phoenixes rang out again in the sky. Oh! The sound of the phoenix's cry became sharper and more shocking, and at the same time, everyone looked up. Even the audience from all over the world didn't want to miss this wonderful scene, and they all looked up at the sky. I saw in the sky, countless huge and beautiful phoenixes with colorful bodies flying towards this place. At this moment, not only the audience, but even the repairmen on the ground were all stunned. Yes, it's the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. The Sky Demon Phoenix clan has also appeared. Why did the Sky Demon Phoenix clan come here? Are they also here to save the Duki continent? The cultivators were all stunned. They had never expected that the Sky Demon Phoenix clan and the Tegzu ancient dragon clan would appear here at the same time. But after thinking about it, they understood. The current crisis is a world-class threat. Once the world perishes, both the Sky Demon Phoenix clan and the Tegzu ancient dragon clan will eventually be destroyed. So, they didn't come out voluntarily, but had to appear. This is indeed the case. The Sky Demon Phoenix clan and the Tegzu ancient dragon clan have been enemies since ancient times, and both clans wish to completely wipe out each other. If the world was not about to be destroyed, how could they appear and join forces with the Tegzu ancient dragon clan to fight the enemy? Tegzu ancient dragon clan, what's the matter? You guys can't hold back and come out to save the world. Huang Tian, a euro the patriarch of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan, who was led by the largest Sky Demon Phoenix, spoke coldly to the Tegzu ancient dragon clan. Huang Tian also noticed the existence of the top fighting saint among the Tegzu ancient dragon clan, so he couldn't help but feel a little wary. Because Huang Tian is only at the 5-star level of Dosheng. When Zhu Kun saw Huang Tian, a euro he laughed even louder. Ha 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 ha, Huang Tian boy, how are you? After 1,000 years of reunion, your heavenly demon phoenix clan has become so weak. Hearing Zhu Kun's words, Huang Tian's phoenix eyes suddenly widened. It instantly realized the identity of this top fighting saint. Zhu Kun. Yes, if it weren't for the long missing Zhu Kun, how could the Tegzu ancient dragon clan have another peak Dosheng in such a short period of time? Hearing this name, the other monks were also greatly shocked. Thousands of years ago, the name of Zhu Kun spread throughout the entire Duki continent. The Dragon King, who is at the peak of the 9-star Dosheng level, is also only one step away from becoming a Do Emperor. But this Dragon King has been missing for 1,000 years for some unknown reason. Until now, the Dragon King has returned. Zhu Kun just glanced at Huang Tian with his red eyes and laughed coldly. When the crisis is resolved, we can talk about the 1,000-year grudge between you and me. Huang Tian remained silent, but it was obvious that it also accepted the proposal. Although Zhu Kun is at the peak of the 9-star fighting saint, but facing the current Taixu ancient dragon clan, Huang Tian never said he was afraid. But now, they must join forces to face the shocking star beast. With the addition of the Taixu ancient dragon clan and the Tianyao Phoenix clan, the pressure on Emperor Hun Tian and Gu Yuan was instantly halved. They all realized what to do if they wanted to deal with this star beast. The only way is to open up a world and completely seal this giant star beast inside. Although they didn't know whether this method would succeed, they had no choice but to give it a try. But if even this method doesn't work, then they can only fight to the death. At this moment, countless viewers from all over the world were deeply moved by this live broadcast. Facing a crisis that almost affected the entire race and even the entire world, at this moment, all the strong men in Duki continent gathered together. These people who are usually looked up to by millions of people, at this moment, bear all the hopes of the living people in Duki continent. Is this the power gathered from one world? At this moment, I actually hope that they can successfully resist the Galactic Empire. Spider-Man Parker, but this is too difficult. The Galactic Empire only sent a huge beast, but it has already destroyed the Duki continent. Even if the Duki continent uses all means, it may only be able to seal it. Zhonghulan, it's useless. We can't imagine the strength of the Galactic Empire. Are you sure that the Galactic Empire just threw out a high-dimensional creature? Moreover, will the seal of the fighting continent really work on this high-dimensional creature? Tony Stark, I now seem to truly feel the power of science fiction civilization. They may really be able to surpass fantasy. Hong Huang Daipen, don't say that. Some civilizations certainly can't be compared with the fantasy and primitive worlds. However, that is the Galactic Empire, so it can't be compared with common sense, Dr. Doom said. If the Galactic Empire invades us, how should we resist? Tang San, the Galactic Empire is really ruthless. I don't think they invaded Duki continent just to conquer the world. They just conquered to show their power when the audience was extremely moved, but at the same time, after thinking about the Galactic Empire, they were even more confused. Why would the Galactic Empire invade such a world and make it so full of holes? But once they think about the civilization listed in the previous video, they may be able to understand a little bit. When advanced civilizations destroyed lower civilizations, did they have any reason? No. They just did it because they wanted to. The Galactic Empire has been preparing for invasion and conquest, so this time, they just didn't use gentle means to conquer the angel civilization like they did last time. With one kick from the giant beast, more than 50% of the ecological environment of the entire Duki continent was destroyed, and 5% of the land area of the entire Duki continent was destroyed. If the audience could be given an amazing bird's eye view, they would be shocked by the discovery. Now, the Duki continent is riddled with holes, and the destroyed continent is all covered by the ocean. There is no longer a complete continent on the surface. This is already extremely shocking and terrifying. The audience was thinking. If the giant beast kicks the ground again, what will happen? I'm afraid the entire Duki continent will be completely destroyed. By then, there will be no continent on the earth, and all living things in the world will die. By then, no one could accept this fact. Considering the power of the previous behemoth, he is just so amazing. But will the giant beast really just watch helplessly as this group of Dosheng warriors launch a counterattack against it? Just as the audience was thinking this, suddenly, the giant beast seemed to have received some order. This time, it slowly raised its other foot. That is the sole of the foot on the other side of the world. But everyone can see it clearly. At the same time, countless monks stared with their eyes wide open, their eyes bloodshot. At this moment, no one dared to speak in detail, and endless despair seemed to rise in everyone's heart. Just that kick just now has plunged the Dupa world into a doomsday crisis. What if this foot stepped on it completely? The entire Duki continent will be completely destroyed. No. Don't. Some monks raised their hands, as if trying to stop the giant beast in front of them. But he was powerless, he could do nothing. His body was filled with completely exhausted Do-Chi, and the loss of Do-Chi made it impossible for him to replenish his Do-Chi. He could only watch as the beast raised its foot. Everyone could only watch it. At this moment, no one can stop it. Even Emperor Hun Tian and Gu Yuan in the sky closed their eyes in pain. They were unable to stop the beast from raising its other leg. All they have to do is to continue tearing open the void cracks as much as possible. Seal up this giant beast that completely destroyed the Duki continent. Even if the world will be completely destroyed because of this. But they couldn't do more. Want to win? Then sacrifice is inevitable now. No one wants to see this happen, but now, they have to close their eyes and block out those eyes that place hope on them. Everyone desires to survive, including them. But who can do anything? Finally, when the giant beast raised one paw and was about to land, everyone closed their eyes. Despair spread in the hearts of all the survivors in Duki continent. Even most of the audience from all over the world closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. This kick is about to destroy the world. Finally, the amazing feat of the star beast stepped down to the edge of the world almost like a meteorite. It's about to crush the world. But just as the foot was about to fall, boom! Countless people opened their eyes and unexpectedly found that the world had not been damaged at all, and there was not even any disturbance. Everyone only heard a dull sound. Everyone saw it. The star beast's feet seemed to have stepped on a hard object. It was a huge palm formed by endless fighting spirit. This palm completely restrained the power of the star beast, making it impossible for the beast to step on the center of the continent. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. Even the audience from all the heavens and worlds. They were all shocked. What happened? Even the Taixu ancient dragon and the Tianyao Phoenix clan, who were opening up other worlds, as well as Emperor Hun Tian and Gu Yuan, were all shocked. What on earth is going on with that huge hand? Finally, the next moment, everyone felt it. Across the horizon, an ancient, wild aura slowly spread from the world. As the ancient aura permeated, a faint mist of light rose up and soon transformed into a phantom of an old man that looked somewhat unreal above the sky. The old man seemed to be as huge as the giant star beast. The old man was dressed in a black robe, but his hair was of several colors. Each color looked like a rising flame, which was extremely strange. His face was ordinary and plain, but his eyes, as deep as the starry sky, made him seem like the master of the world. Under the gaze of those eyes, anyone, even a strong man like Emperor Hun Tian, a euro would feel their soul tremble slightly. Everyone realized that it was this existence that blocked the giant beast's foot. When he saw the dominant figure appearing in the sky, Gu Yuan's eyes froze instantly. That is the last Dowdy in the world. Tathagata. It seemed to be responding to Gu Yuan's voice. At that moment, Tushagudi's fighting spirit suddenly surged. 083. Fighting Emperor. The strong ones who have entered this realm are already the supreme existence in the Duki continent. In a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth changed, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the aftermath of the battle alone was enough to directly kill a 9-star Dosheng peak warrior. They can prohibit the Dosheng from mobilizing the energy of heaven and earth, have the ability to change their own bloodlines to benefit their descendants, and can revitalize the entire race by one person. It can even absorb the heaven and earth into its body, forming a gigantic body of a Dowdy, with power capable of breaking the sky. And now, the astonishing shadow that appeared above the entire Duki continent was the last Do Emperor of the Duki continent. Tushagudi. He is the last Do that can be found in the ancient books of Do-Chi continent, and everyone knows it. Tushi ancient emperor is a ball of strange fire. All things created by heaven have their own spirit, and so does fire. Just like the void devouring flame before, Tushi ancient emperor also possesses spiritual intelligence. There was once a strange fire that was born between heaven and earth. It took 1,000 years to take shape, 10,000 years to gather spirits, and 10,000 years to cultivate. Somehow, it had undergone a slight change. As we all know, once a strange fire is formed, it rarely leaves the place where it is born. But this fire is different. After it gains intelligence, it moves along the underground magma. It has been wandering underground for thousands of years, living by swallowing fire. And the fires it swallowed were all ranked on the list of strange fires. The above 20 species were all eaten by him. After this strange fire was accomplished, it called itself the Emperor Flame, and then it cultivated for another 1,000 years before it broke into the world. In those days, it was honored as Tathagata Gudi. All the cultivators in the Duki continent were looking at the body of the Do Emperor in the sky. That is the supreme Dharma form that only the Do Emperor can achieve. The Do Emperor can mobilize the energy of heaven and earth and is no longer limited to the power of Do-Chi. Anything that exists between heaven and earth can be used by him. Tushi ancient emperor used the energy of heaven and earth to transform himself into an equally huge body of Do-Di, just to confront the equally towering behemoth. At that moment, countless people felt as if they had become ants sandwiched between the Do Emperor and the behemoth beast. Everyone has this idea, including countless viewers on the Zushin Wanjin network. This is the strongest realm in the Duki continent. Dowdy. Tony Stark. The strength of the Do-Di is still a little bit far from that of the great emperor and the saint. His aura and strength are already very powerful, although he is not as good as me. Hong Wang Daipen. After all, it is the most powerful realm in a plane. Can the appearance of Dowdy stop the giant beast? It should be possible. You know, the Dowdy directly blocked the giant beast's foot, preventing it from stepping on it. In terms of strength alone, the Dowdy has surpassed the giant EX1408. Among the audiences in all the heavens and worlds, few are still optimistic about the Do-Di. But at least, the hope of Duki continent is higher than before. The cultivators of the Duki continent were completely excited and thrilled. In any case, at least in the eyes of the cultivators of the Duki continent, Dowdy is the most powerful and invincible existence in the world. Even Emperor Hun Tian had to admit it. The power of Dowdy can also destroy the entire world. Because as long as the Do-Di wants, he can turn the power of the world into his own power, and it is easy for him to destroy the world. Even a Do Emperor could make it impossible for a Do Saint to mobilize his Do-Chi. Even a Do Saint at the peak of the 9 stars, even if he was only one step away from becoming a Do Emperor, would be as inexperienced as a child when facing a Do Emperor. This is the Do-Di, the strongest peak combat force in the Dupa world. After the Do Emperor's body appeared on the other side of the world, the countless cultivators present almost had hope of survival. Dowdy, it's Dowdy. The last Dowdy of Duki continent. The Dowdy has appeared. We will definitely win. We will definitely win. Seal that damn beast. At this moment, the whole world can see the confrontation between the Do Emperor and the behemoth. Whether it is the Snakeman tribe in the Talgo desert of the Gamma Empire. There are also the Yunlin sect and other major sects that have not yet been destroyed. And various sects and empires. All the monks cheered and shouted for this. When the Do Emperor appears, hope comes. Tushagudi did not speak. At this moment, he was far away in the horizon and just pointed at the crack in the sky. And then, the alien space that countless Doshengs could not open up was easily opened by Tuaxi Ancient Emperor. The void space seemed to be filled with endless darkness, and was being created with an incredibly amazing suction force, like a vortex. Instantly, everyone felt infinitely shocked. The sky was covered with dark clouds and strong winds, and it seemed as if it had turned into an extremely dark and shocking place. The next second, the dark clouds in the sky instantly changed into another color. That's amazing gold. It was a golden color that shone brightly. It was as if it was the power of the Do Emperor, and the sky and the earth had completely changed color. At the same time, the endless elemental power between heaven and earth all rushed towards this golden vortex, and a golden tornado hurricane was born from the golden vortex. Roar. At the same time, a dragon roar resounded throughout the entire star sea. Countless people looked up at the shocking crack in the sky at the same time. In that crack, there were two illusory dragon shadows shining with golden light. The dragon's shadow seemed to be covered with endless golden flames, and under these flames, it seemed that everything in the world would be completely burned. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. At this moment, among the shadows of these two astonishing fire dragons, everyone found that the blood in their bodies was boiling. The clothes on their bodies seemed to be burning mercilessly. This pressure was like the endless energy between heaven and earth, and was fully utilized by Emperor Shangu. Finally, the two amazing dragon shadows entwined and flew towards the giant star beast. The amazing body completely wraps around the body of the star beast. It was as if he was going to drag the star beast completely into the crack in the sky. At this moment, hope rose in everyone's heart. They knew that this was the method used by the Do Emperor. The Do Emperor wanted to drag the giant star beast completely into the newly opened void space. Completely seal the star beast. At this moment, above the sky, even Gu Yuan and Emperor Hun Tian were completely impressed by the methods of Emperor Tuaxi. Zhu Kun's eyes widened even more. This old guy's strength hasn't declined at all. Perhaps, he can really force the giant beast back. The two dragons completely entangled the star beast, making it unable to move at all. At this moment, all the monks saw hope. And then, the most shocking method for them was still behind. Emperor Natasha raised his hands, and in an instant, endless strange fire appeared behind him. The lights were colorful and their spirits were different. They could feel the endless strange fire just by standing there, as if it brought them an astonishing temperature. When these strange fires gather together, it seems that they can completely burn the entire world. That endless flame was recognized by many people. Those are all famous strange fires on the strange fire list. Those are all the strange fires on the strange fire list. It is said that Tuaxi Ancient Emperor once devoured all the strange fires to achieve his current position as Daudi, and Tuaxi Ancient Emperor himself is the world's #1 strange fire. You mean Emperor Yan? The Tuaxi Ancient Emperor himself is Emperor Yan. At the same time, just as the endless monks were engaged in a heated discussion, they only saw that the endless strange fire in the sky was constantly combining together. The strange fire formed a stunningly beautiful and brilliant lotus. The lotus flowers come in different colors, and each lotus leaf is made up of different lotus flowers. Everyone could feel the boundless power of the flaming lotus, as if it could wash away all the dust in the world. But the most shocking thing to the countless monks still happened. After this endless fire lotus was reorganized, the shadow of the Daudi of the ancient Emperor Natasha actually became illusory. Then, the illusory shadow of the Do Emperor turned into a golden endless rage. The flames burned so heavily that they seemed to completely illuminate the horizon. Finally, in the dim light of the flame, people saw a faint line of writing. Emperor. The golden flames formed the word Emperor, which seemed to confirm countless people's speculations. That is, it absorbed the endless strange fire in the world and formed the most extreme flame. Emperor Flame. Instantly, the Emperor's flame surged out, directly covering the body of Tuaxi Ancient Emperor. Finally, the vast ocean of Doqi behind Tuaxi Ancient Emperor also began to burn. The Emperor's flames completely burned the body of the Tuaxi Ancient Emperor. At this moment, whether it was the strong men of Doqi continent or the audiences of the heavens and myriad worlds, they were all shaken. Tushigudi gave up his body and eventually turned into Emperor Yan's true body. But what is it going to do? The next moment, bad thoughts came into everyone's mind. As expected, Emperor Yan slowly floated towards the demonic lotus of the 10,000-foot-long strange fire and occupied the very center position of the lotus. It seems to have formed the heart of a lotus. In an instant, accompanied by the fusion of Emperor Flame, the lotus opens. A 10,000-foot-long flaming lotus slowly rose into the sky. The fire lotus was brilliantly colored, with many colors jumping on it, and each color represented a kind of strange fire with terrifying power. An indescribable wave emanated from the 10,000-foot-long flaming lotus, causing countless powerful men to change color. Amidst those countless horrified gazes, everyone saw the huge fire lotus slowly rising into the air. It hovers above nothingness. Countless monks were moved by it, and countless audiences were shocked by it. At this moment, this strange fire lotus contains the life of a Do Emperor. Tushigudi even sacrificed himself and transformed himself into his true body Emperor Yan, just to condense the most powerful fire lotus in the world. At this moment, even Gu Yuan and Emperor Hun Tian could not look directly at the flames of the fire lotus. Even if you look at it carefully, your eyes will seem to be completely burned. Regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan or the Great Void Ancient Dragon clan, when faced with this incomparably sacred fire lotus, they only felt an incomparable blood pressure. They are originally demons. When faced with the most holy and righteous flame in the world, no one can face it directly. Request flowers. The countless monks lowered their heads. They were not even qualified to take a glimpse of the fire lotus. The extremely enchanting Emperor Flame Lotus swayed continuously in the sky. The power it contains is enough to completely destroy the entire Duki continent. However, this time, this 10,000-foot tall Emperor Flame Lotus was only used to destroy and seal one existence. That is the giant star beast in front of us. Finally, the endless Emperor Flame swept towards the star beast. That speed even surpasses infinite light. The endless vast ocean seemed to roar at this moment. The endless power between heaven and earth was completely absorbed by this Emperor Flame Lotus. Everyone stared with wide eyes at the scene where the Emperor Flame Lotus rushed towards the giant beast. Emperor Hun Tian and Gu Yuan, who were above the void, shouted even louder. The ancient cultivators pulled everyone into the ancient world. The Soul Clan does the same. If this is not done, then this battlefield will be completely destroyed by the aftermath of the explosion of the Emperor Flame Lotus. By then, the entire Zhongzhou will probably be wiped out. But in comparison, if they chose the safety of the entire world, they could only abandon Zongfen, who had already failed to cultivate his existence. Because Zhongzhou had already been riddled with holes by the giant beast's kicks. Countless cultivators followed the ancient cultivators into the ancient world and hid themselves, but their eyes could still see the outside world through the interface of the ancient world. At this time, everyone can see it. The endless fire lotus finally produced an extremely shocking and extraordinary explosion. Boom! The fire suddenly appeared, like the end of the world. The astonishing force completely swept the entire world, like an extremely strong hurricane that was spinning non-stop. The entire world seemed to be torn apart in an instant, and the barriers of the world were completely unable to withstand the impact of the terrifying force. It was as if the world was collapsing, rumbling, and twisting. The astonishing crack in the sky became larger and larger. Under the endless suction force, the golden vortex seemed to be sucking the entire world in. It seems like the world barrier could be completely shattered at any time. Right in the center of this world, there was only a huge red lotus, which was slowly blooming, emitting a flame that looked like a raging fire. On the surface of the red lotus, only a golden imperial flame core remained, bursting out with extremely astonishing energy. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded throughout the world. The whole world seemed to be about to collapse completely. This voice echoes here, making people feel infinite fear. Ouch! 2 dragon roars sounded instantly, and the 2 divine dragons entwined around the star beast seemed to have completely transformed into an astonishing flame, and were about to drag the star beast completely into the void crack above the sky. It was as if the 2 worlds were isolated from each other and were constantly being destroyed in this explosion. There was only a sound of click, and the world barrier was completely broken. Every monk who was hiding could only watch the explosion of the fire lotus. They placed all their hopes on the attack of the Do Emperor. They placed all their hopes on that fire lotus. Just when everyone was filled with hope. Suddenly. Beep. The whole world seemed to have come to a complete halt. The burning sensation of the explosion still exists, and the light of fire and explosion is also present in the world. But surprisingly, they seem to have stopped in the entire world. They stopped their continued regular movement and stopped the physical phenomena that should have occurred after the explosion. The raging sea, after stirring up huge waves that were hundreds of feet high, the waves stopped in the air. The collapse of the world stopped. Even the light in the crack above the sky seemed to have come to a standstill at this moment. The sounds of the world also became extremely quiet. People's cognition has not stopped. When the audience from all over the heavens and the world seemed to see that the extremely shocking scene in the Dupa world had completely paused. When all the monks who were hiding in the entire Dupa world also saw the world stop. In a moment. All kinds of infinite fear filled every monk. No one knows what happened. The monks could even move, they even had thoughts and room to think. But what? It was useless, the world seemed to have literally come to a halt. While countless viewers were wondering what happened. Even when the monks were in fear and thinking. In the sky, a mechanical sound rang out, supreme and cold. The world has been collected, and the battle power of the Dupo universe has been defined, a medium to high fantasy world. The world can be decomposed and enter the recycling stage. The tone of that voice seemed beyond doubt. The next second, something happened that terrified countless spectators and monks. Especially the monks. At this moment, despair descended. In that world that seemed to have stopped in time. The eyes of the star beast seemed to burst out with extreme light. Any corner of the entire Dupo continent. Totally lit. 084. With the star beast's eyes almost larger than 2 suns, the entire world was completely lit up. At this moment, whether it is the audience from all over the world or the cultivators from the Duki continent, they all seem to realize it. From the beginning to the end, everything about this disaster was beyond the ability of the cultivators of the Duki continent to resolve. Apart from raising its paws twice, one of which destroyed half of the entire Duki continent, the star beast did not make any further movements. No one knows what the abilities of the star beast are. Except he was huge. At this moment, the audience from all over the world suddenly remembered Li Bai's description of civilization. The star beast is a high-dimensional creature. Even Tian Dao was unable to deal with this high-dimensional creature, and Tian Dao's attacks were even completely ignored by the star beast. No one knows what other abilities it has yet to reveal. So they were wrong, they were terribly wrong, they were shockingly wrong. Everyone thought that as long as the star beast was sealed in the crack above the sky, the world could be protected. But the star beasts also have the power to resist. Just like now. When the world suddenly stopped, everything in the world seemed to be paused. Everyone seemed to be completely shocked by this amazing move. This ability alone is enough to completely crush the entire Duqi continent. Even the Do Emperor cannot pause the entire world. But before that, they even dreamed of defeating this giant star beast? Let's take a step back. Even if the monks really solved the giant star beast, what would it matter? Their enemy, 647, has never been that giant star beast. It was the Galactic Empire that initiated this invasion. Therefore, their enemy should be the Galactic Empire. However, how dare a mere reptile dream of defeating a civilization like a god? How is this possible? When infinite despair arose in the hearts of countless monks, the audiences in the heavens and all worlds knew. At this moment, the cultivators of Duqi continent no longer had any chance of turning the tables. And it's not just the cultivators in Duqi continent. This also includes the countless fantasy worlds in the heavens and myriad realms. At this moment, every audience member witnessed the astonishing means of the Galactic Empire. In the live video broadcast room, no one dared to talk about the power of the Galactic Empire anymore. The Galactic Empire has shown them its nearly invincible iron-blooded methods. The Star Beast is their first weapon. When the light of the Star Beast almost completely illuminates the entire world, everyone can be seen clearly. The 10,000 feet long flaming lotus that seemed to be able to easily destroy the entire world was enveloped by the light of the giant star beast. In an instant, it seemed to turn into a ball of energy and was easily decomposed in this world. There wasn't even a slight vibration. Emperor Yan, Emperor Do. The strongest person in the Dupa world was completely disintegrated so easily. No one even realized what was happening. At this moment, countless spectators from all over the world, and even countless cultivators from the Duqi continent, all stared with their eyes wide open. In front of it, Do was like a ball of energy that could decompose at any time. Just like the void-devouring flame at the beginning. With the world on hold, it didn't even spark. Just like the withering and fading of nothingness swallowing fire. However, this is just the beginning. The brilliant light lit up the entire world. The next moment, even the cracks in the sky were covered by the light of the giant star beast. Then, the crack in the sky was completely rubbed away. It's like a scribble on a piece of drawing paper that can be easily wiped off with an eraser. Apart from this, the audiences from all over the world could no longer imagine any other description. But what this brought to them was a shock that was totally unimaginable. The cultivators of the Duqi continent include Gu Yuan and Hun Tiendi, two top Do's Hung masters. At this moment, their faces turned extremely pale. They even fantasized about opening up a world in order to buy the giant star beast to seal their subjects. The means they wanted to use were simply a joke in front of that existence. What kind of amazing technology is this that can easily erase objects in the world like an eraser? Could it be that this giant star beast could completely decompose everything in the world? At this moment, the audience from all over the world seemed to understand something. This giant star beast with the mass of a galaxy is like a cleaner. Able to cleanse any existence seen. And what he has to do now? It is to disintegrate this entire Duqi continent that is riddled with holes. Just as all the audience thought. The star beast burst out with a burst of light for a moment, completely covering the entire world. All it has to do is to decompose the entire Duqi continent. However, at this moment, no one can stop it. The Do Emperor was easily disintegrated in front of it, and the vast void crack was like a blank sheet of paper in front of it. Who can stop it? At this moment, starting from Zhongzhou, almost countless objects were constantly decomposing. Whether it's the ocean that has been suspended, or the clouds in the sky. They seem to have turned into strings of data, constantly decomposing in this light. Finally, the remaining land and ocean seem to have turned into balls of light. In this brightness, they seem to melt away. At the same time, every monk could only watch this scene happen. A world that is suspended, a world that is fading away. The Duqi continent seemed to be gradually moving away from them. Until the world gradually disappeared from Zhongzhou, spreading, and spreading again. In the end, the Duqi continent was completely transformed into energy. The entire Duqi world completely melted away. 0108022223 feel 0912222150. During the invasion of the Galactic Empire, the Duqi continent was destroyed. This was the first time that the audience saw a world disappear with their own eyes. His disappearance was not spectacular, not even shocking. But it disappeared at a speed as fast as a frog in boiling water, slowly spreading in everyone's heart. That kind of desperate, terrifying, yet completely unstoppable thought was deeply engraved in the hearts of every audience member. It is also engraved on all the living people in the Duqi continent. No one can understand what the Galactic Empire is trying to do. Because it seems like the Galactic Empire has gained nothing. No euro, they got an empty shell of a world. When the Duqi continent completely disappeared, the world became nothingness again. There was nothing, it was completely chaos. There is no air, no fighting spirit, and no material existence here. A real empty shell of a world. When the Galactic Empire completely disintegrated the Duqi continent and destroyed it. The surviving monks include all kinds of surviving races. The Galactic Empire spared them. Ultimately, these beings will be directly supervised by the Galactic Empire. As for how to regulate? This is not something the audience can understand. Because the live broadcast has ended here and is completely over. However, after this invasion, the audiences from all over the world finally realized the iron-blooded methods of the Galactic Empire. The reputation of the Galactic Empire was completely spread. The label of Galactic Tyrant was once again branded on the Emperor of the Galactic Empire. In the void of the universe, a tall woman with eyes that seemed to contain all the stars in the universe was floating in the air. Without paying attention to the discussions of the audience from all over the world, the Galactic Empire began to count the spoils of war. To her side was the giant star beast with an astonishing mass like a galaxy. If the audiences in the heavens and the worlds could still see it, they would definitely be extremely shocked. At this moment, this huge star beast was leaning quietly beside the woman like an obedient pet. Similarly, this woman is also very familiar to the audience. Valkyrie of the Galactic Empire, Military Commander, Roche. After the last incorporation of the Angel Civilization, Luo Xi realized the importance of military intimidation. Before this, the Galactic Empire had already incorporated all the civilizations in the local universe, so she had never delved into this aspect. So much so that after arriving in the Super God universe, even the local civilizations looked down on the Galactic Empire. So Roche decided to use this world-clearing plan to let all the heavens and worlds know about the amazing military power of the Galactic Empire. The giant beast beside her is called Galaxy Cleaner. Just as Li Bai Wenming thought, this giant beast was indeed created using energy almost as powerful as the entire solar system. Its function is to clean up the universe, including all corners from 3 to 11 dimensions. Because of this, the Galaxy Cleaners have powers beyond dimensions. But the audience in all the heavens and worlds could never imagine it. In the Galactic Empire, the Galaxy Cleaner is a mass-produced weapon. Almost every galactic fleet of the Galactic Empire is equipped with at least 10 or more Galactic Cleaners. But today, Luo Xi only brought out one Galaxy Cleaner. Because in reality, Galaxy Cleaners are generally only used to clean up enemy universes. Clearing out the world is a bit of a waste of talent. Moreover, this was the first time that Luo Xi used the Galaxy Cleaner to clean up a fantasy world. After all, it was her first time experiencing a fantasy world. Therefore, to a large extent, the purpose of the Galactic Empire is only to intimidate other audiences in the heavens and myriad worlds from a military perspective. For deterrence purposes, the Galactic Empire is already big enough. And, the Galactic Empire achieved great success. When the earth-shaking Galaxy Cleaner appeared in the fantasy world, almost all the audiences in the heavens and the world were dumbfounded. In addition, the second purpose is to test the combat power standards of the fantasy world. In the network of all worlds, the Galactic Empire discovered the difference between the fantasy world and the primitive world. The fantasy world is a general term, basically composed of countless worlds. Every fantasy world has a different power system, but they are all similar. And every fantasy world also has the most advanced power standards. Originally, when the Dopa world's Dode had not yet appeared, the Dopa world could only be marked by the Galactic Empire as a fantasy world with medium combat power. But after the appearance of Dode, a Dode can surpass other high-level cultivators such as Do Sheng. Then its level will be able to be promoted one level higher. This is the particularity of the fantasy world. Once a powerful person appears in the fantasy world, the existence of this powerful person can even elevate the entire world. As for why the primitive world was not chosen as the standard of combat power. Because there is only one primitive world. The entire primitive world almost encompasses the size of a macroscopic universe. For such a primitive world, the Galactic Empire needs to analyze the combat power more carefully and check the combat power gap before it can conquer it with confidence. No matter how confident the Galactic Empire is in its own technology. Without complete analysis and testing to ensure the changes in the basic physical quantities of the prehistoric world and emergency plans, the Galactic Empire will not take action against the prehistoric world. If we have to fight, we must fight the war with the best preparation. Including fights through the world, it was only after Roche conducted a series of observations that the decision to launch Galaxy Cleaner 1.5 was made. After the Galaxy Cleaner appeared, the medium-sized fantasy world like Dupa world was indeed unable to fight against the Galaxy Cleaner. In fact, the concept of time and space stopping used by the Galaxy Cleaner itself is enough to completely destroy the entire Dupa world. Therefore, the Dupa world can only be barely evaluated as a medium fantasy world. I wonder if the Emperor is satisfied with this campaign. Luo Xi sighed slowly. In fact, no matter which world he invades, what Luo Xi is afraid of is not how powerful the combat power of the enemy world is. She always cares about the Emperor. If the Emperor is satisfied and praises her, then Luo Xi can even be happy all day long. Afterwards, Luo Xi shook his head and swept his star-like gaze across the entire world. Because the star beast paused the world, all the surviving monks in the world were in a state of stagnation in time. Therefore, the monks did not die. The natural resources and treasures in this world cannot even generate enough energy, so it doesn't matter if they are destroyed together. But these monks can be used. At this time, Luo Xi's gaze swept over several people. Even by the aesthetic standards of the Galactic Empire, these beings are enough to be called beauties. The data shows that Xiao Suner, Medusa. The names flashed by one, making Liu's eyes suddenly bright. She wanted to transmit these works of art, which could almost be called works of art, back to the Galactic Empire. Because I think the Emperor would like them. 085. At this moment, the towering palace of the Galactic Empire. The highly intelligent AI Liulai is reporting on the battle results. Your Majesty, according to your instructions, the fleet of the Galactic Empire is currently exploring the various fantasy worlds in the heavens and myriad realms. Among them, 60% of the low-level fantasy worlds that can be found so far have been decomposed into empty shells, waiting to be recast by the Galactic Empire. In addition, Luo Xi also sent in the battle results and reported the combat power response of the medium-level fantasy world. As Liulai's voice sounded, a virtual projection image seemed to appear in the center of the entire starry sky. The picture projected above the starry sky is exactly what the Dupa world will look like when it is facing disintegration. Then, the Do Emperor Tuashigudi also appeared in the picture. The strongest person in this world is called Do Di. According to the analysis of combat power, the appearance of a Do Di is enough to raise the level of a medium-level fantasy world to a higher level. And this is exactly what the lower-level fantasy world cannot do. Li Yulai continued to do sufficient analysis. In fact, when the Galactic Empire attacks or invades other civilizations or worlds, it always conducts some reconnaissance first. As a top civilization, the Galactic Empire can easily hack into other universes or worlds to obtain the most accurate first-hand information. Even though the Galactic Empire is extremely confident in its own technology, and even all the residents of the Galactic Empire believe that the Galactic Empire's conquest of the heavens is just around the corner. But only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Therefore, as long as there are detectable civilizations or universes in the universe, the database of the Galactic Empire will never stop updating. At this time, the handsome man sitting on the golden throne finally opened his eyes. Just now, Qin Zheng's consciousness had drifted beyond the universe. In a flash, he had a panoramic view of the entire conquered universe. Then, he came back to his senses and replied with a single word in a calm voice. 19 For the fantasy world, Qin Zheng's approach is somewhat different from that for the science fiction world. The world in the science fiction universe basically has its own civilization. As long as you control this civilization, it is equivalent to controlling the universe. But the fantasy world is not the same. The fantasy world is huge, and the clan insect consciousness of the cultivators has almost taken root. If you want to completely conquer the fantasy world, you have to show the powerful means of the Galactic Empire, break them up and defeat them. Finally, the entire world is disassembled and rebuilt. Of course, the Galactic Empire will also leave some living monks to participate in the reconstruction of the world. At this stage, the Galactic Empire will subtly brainwash these monks, making it easier to conquer them. For tens of millions of years, the Galactic Empire has been using this method. When encountering weak or unificationist factions, we will use sweet methods to carry out low-consciousness brainwashing. If they are a hardline faction, just defeat them directly. It's like the difference between the current Super God universe and the Fights world. Under the invasion of the Galactic Empire, the Super God universe suffered almost no damage. And after being incorporated, the entire Super God universe has basically accepted the Galactic Empire. This is equivalent to success. As for the fantasy world, just destroy it directly. As for the fighting spirit, spiritual energy, and the like in the fantasy world, they can be reproduced using technological means when the time comes. Possessing technological power that transcends dimensions and time and space, the Galactic Empire is not afraid of this at all. Just when Qin Zheng was about to say something to express his condolences to the imperial military, Li Yulai seemed to have received some information and reported it. One more thing, Your Majesty. From the completely destroyed fantasy world, the fleet sent out collected 100 women with excellent talents and beautiful appearances during the screening process. They completely match your aesthetic standards. Luo Xi also said that the emperor would like her, so he teleported back a woman with good qualifications. Do you want to meet her or? Qin Zheng closed his eyes. When Qin Zheng thought about Luo Xi's behavior of choosing a concubine for him, he didn't know where to start. A long time ago, it seemed that Roche had just been transformed into a conscious being by the technology of the Galactic Empire. Qin Zheng said that he liked Luo Xi's appearance. It seemed as if Luo Xi had been keeping this matter in mind. Every time when conquering and recruiting the civilization of the native universe, Pei Xi would always bring back a few girls who were as beautiful as her. However, now, Luo Xi has actually run to the fantasy world of the heavens and myriad realms and started doing this kind of thing again. On the bright side, at least this was Luo Xi's recognition of their appearance. Qin Zheng didn't think much about Luo Xi's actions. He just nodded and said lightly. Let's send it to an independent universe first. They'll love new friends. Li Yulai nodded slightly, then turned into a particle of light and left the palace. Only Qin Zheng was left sitting on the golden throne. He raised his head, his eyes were deep, as if he could see through everything in the world. Even if it's just in the palace. Everything that happens in the world is still under Qin Zheng's control. Because he is the most powerful galactic tyrant emperor in the world. In fact, when countless fantasy worlds were invaded and destroyed by the Galactic Empire one after another, the audiences in all the heavens and worlds had already noticed it. The Galactic Empire did not deliberately conceal or block information. In fact, as long as they took a little notice of the number of fantasy viewers on the Zhu Tianhuangji website, most of the viewers of Zhu Tianhuangji would have sensed that something was wrong. The Galactic Empire did not launch an attack on only one Dupo world, but among all the conquered worlds, the Dupo universe happened to be the most powerful. The Galactic Empire chose a good target to make an example of, and at the same time launched a multi-threaded attack on other fantasy worlds. At the same time, hundreds or even thousands of fantasy worlds suffered attacks from the Galactic Empire. And all these fantasy worlds, without exception, were decomposed into an empty shell world. Faced with so many anomalies, many fantasy audiences in the universe were frightened. The Galactic Empire is launching attacks and invasions on the fantasy world. Will our world be the next one? What are you afraid of? A mere technological civilization wants to attack our world. How could anyone possibly defeat the Galactic Empire? I can't help but rebel. Don't even mention rebellion. The Galactic Empire won't accept surrender. I met a friend on the Myriad Worlds network who was from another fantasy world. They wanted to surrender but were still attacked by the Galactic Empire. In the end, the entire world was broken down into an empty shell. Why on earth did the Galactic Empire do this? Do they just want to break up the world for fun? By doing this, they are making an enemy of the entire fantasy world. Our fantasy worlds should be combined. Combination? What's the use? Do we have the technology to cross the dimensional channel? Even the Emperor can't do that. Are we going to watch the Galactic Empire attack us? The cultivators from the fantasy side of the All Heavens and Myriad Worlds network were almost silent. At this moment, countless despair and haze rose above their heads. The Galactic Empire is so terrifying that it makes people unwilling to even think of resisting. Is Dupa world strong? It is not strong, but it is definitely not weak. Because there is a Doudi in the Dupa world. Even though he is not yet at the Great Emperor level, the Do Emperor is already a realm that many fantasy practitioners can only dream of but cannot reach. Such an existence that can completely destroy the entire world with its own power was easily disintegrated by the Galactic Empire. The astonishing strength of the Galactic Empire made them feel nothing but fear. Even in the Myriad Worlds network, not a single big shot from the fantasy side spoke out. It's as if they are hiding themselves, and no one wants to be the first to stand out. No one knows how powerful the Galactic Empire is, and no one knows why the Galactic Empire is so cruel when facing the fantasy world. The prehistoric world was not clear either, but they did not think they would be at ease at this moment. After the events of the Galactic Empire, the 6 great saints of the ancient world finally gathered together. There was a man carrying 4 square swords behind him, with a face as cold as a sword, like an extraordinary sword immortal. There was a man who looked like he was middle-aged, and every day he walked around he seemed to possess the ultimate wisdom in the world. There was a person sitting cross-legged on a golden lotus, holding a whisk and rosary, with a look of suffering on his face. There was a man who held a 7 treasure tree in his hand and a sacred pestle in his left hand. He had a yellow face and a thin body. There was a person whose appearance showed the most beautiful appearance in the 3 realms, and his every frown and smile showed compassion. And these 5 beings are the 5 most outstanding saints in the prehistoric world. The master of Tongtian, Yuan Shi Tianzun, the Taoist master Ji Yin, the Taoist master Zunti, as well as the Holy Mother Nuwa, Nanwei. The gathering of these 5 saints could almost overturn the turmoil in the entire prehistoric world. Only one person had not yet arrived, but none of the 5 top saints complained. In other words, they were waiting for that person specifically. Finally, a figure flew over from the horizon. He looked like a kind old man, sitting cross-legged on a flat-horned green ox, holding a Tai whisk, looking indifferent and inaction. If it weren't for the green ox under him stepping on auspicious clouds, everyone would have thought he was just an old man plowing the fields with an ox. Senior brother. Brother Lao Zi. Coincidentally, the other saints all praised him respectfully. Once you hear his name, it's easy for everyone not to feel respect for him. He is the sage Lao Zi, also known as Taizhang Lejun. However, the name Lejun has been popular since other saints saw it on a certain mythology list. No one calls me that anymore. Lao Tzu himself didn't care at all. He was like water, pure and quiet, and inactive. Do nothing, and do everything. Perhaps the other saints have grudges against each other, but when facing the Saint Lao Zi, they will all show the most respectful attitude. Similarly, I was also the oldest senior brother among them. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Lao Zi got off the green ox and smiled kindly. That smile looked no different from that of an ordinary old man. It is a great blessing that you are here, how can you say it is a long wait? Yuan Shi Tianzun spoke first. Among these saints, Yuan Shi Tianzun respected Lao Zi the most. He never took the other 4 saints except Taizhang Lejun seriously, and he also taught his disciples to respect Lao Zi's way of inaction. Tongtian Jiazu has the most violent temper, but at this time, he would not refute Yuan Shi Tianzun. Seeing that everyone was present, Saint Nuwa spoke directly. Brother Yuanji, since we are all here, why don't you tell us why you called us here? Besides, even if we were discussing something, would it be necessary to call us to Xiao Palace and disturb the teacher? Yuan Shi Tianzun chuckled and said lightly. Of course not, I just want to talk about something more formal. Tongtian raised his eyebrows, but Lao Zi still had that smile on his face without any change. Among those present, only Ji Yin and Zunti of the Western religion did not speak, and the 2 of them stood far away. I think you have all heard of the mighty Galactic Empire. The saints were all silent and did not respond. Especially the Saint Nuwa. After Yuan Shi Tianzun said this, she immediately felt that Yuan Shi Tianzun might be targeting her. After all, Nuwa was the first one in the universe to express her appreciation for technology. And Master Tongtian also said lightly. Even the teacher would be concerned about the affairs of the Myriad Worlds network. It is impossible that you are not aware of it. Brother Yuanji, please speak up if you have anything to say. What others don't know is that even Master Tongtian has an appreciation for technology. Of course it's not a big deal. After all, in your eyes, the Galactic Empire is nothing more than that. Yuan Shi Tianzun laughed, and when he said this, the 2 people from the Western Church nodded in agreement. Having said that, Yuan Shi Tianzun narrowed his eyes and glanced at Saint Nuwa. The great calamity is approaching. You should pay more attention to how to survive it. Even the Galactic Empire cannot stop the coming catastrophe. No matter who it is, they can hear the warning tone in Yuan Shi Tianzun's voice. We can also see the situation of 503 confronting each other head-on. Unexpectedly, when the 6 saints gathered together, the atmosphere was so intense from the beginning. And Saint Nuwa naturally couldn't lose her temper in front of Xiao Palace, even though she was also deeply loved by her teacher. Nuwa took a deep breath and responded indifferently. What if the Galactic Empire took the initiative to invade the prehistoric world? Yuan Shi Tianzun opened his eyes. I still don't think that a civilization that develops science and technology can withstand the foundation of the primitive world that has gone through countless times of disaster. If the Galactic Empire comes, we can just destroy it easily. In the face of Yuan Shi Tianzun's cold words, many saints did not react at all. Especially the two saints of Western religion. The Taoist Jiyan and the Taoist Zunti fully agreed with what Yuan Shi Tianzun said. The two of them didn't like the so-called science fiction civilization. They believed that the great saint was already the most powerful being in the world, so how could a mere technological civilization come to challenge him? Until now, the video inventory on the Zhuxian Wanjin network has only brought them fun, rather than power and shock. Not even the Galactic Empire. This is the confidence of the ancient saint. No one present refuted, and no one would refute Yuan Shi Tianzun's words. For them, it is a good thing for Hong Huang to have confidence. At least when facing a real invasion by the Galactic Empire, Hong Huang will definitely be able to fight. As if he noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere, Yuan Shi Tianzun smiled faintly again. Now that we have finished talking about the Galactic Empire, let's not talk about it anymore. The second thing I have called you to gather here is also the most important thing. The saints all pricked up their ears and listened. Then, Yuan Shi Tianzun seemed to have many emotions and spoke slowly. It seems that there are too many monks who have become immortals at present. Hearing this, Master Tongtian's mood suddenly sank. In the end, the focus was turned towards Zhijiao. Speaking of monks who have become immortals, there are tens of thousands of immortals from the Zhijiao who have come to pay homage, and this number is indeed large enough. The two Western teachers were silent and stood at the back, and it was impossible to tell whether their expressions were crying or laughing. Yuan Shi Tianzun had not finished his words yet, but he was still speaking slowly, as if giving a reminder. Junior brother Tongtian, you know better than me what the impact of too many immortals will be. Cultivating immortals is going against the will of heaven. All living beings have good and bad, good and evil, beautiful and ugly, and there are many entanglements. This gives rise to disasters and the birth of cause and effect. If you feel dissatisfied, you will have unhappy thoughts and need to vent, so you will fight. The cause and effect will become bigger and bigger, and it will become a mess that cannot be sorted out. Even a saint cannot do anything about it. Therefore, the calamity of conferred gods is bound to come. However, what puzzled Master Tongtian was, even under the threat of the Galactic Empire, Yuan Shi Tianzun continued to plan the conferred god tribulation. Isn't he worried that the number of immortals will decrease, thus giving the Galactic Empire an opportunity to take advantage? Or maybe Yuan Shi Tianzun already had confidence. How can the thoughts of saints be so easily understood? Yuan Shi Tianzun just smiled faintly and spoke with a firm voice. I have already drawn up the list of gods, and I am just waiting for the disciples of Zhijiao to be on the list. 086. Among all the heavens and worlds, the discussion of the six saints of the ancient times can be said to be just an extremely small matter that cannot be any smaller. Because no one cares about the deification of Hong Huang, and no one cares about the results they come up with. Because of the Galactic Empire's large-scale invasion and conquest of the fantasy world, almost countless people have become extremely panicked about the Galactic Empire. Because the Galactic Empire's methods were too swift. Although there are many types of fantasy worlds, in less than a day, the Galactic Empire has conquered countless low-level fantasy worlds. Although these worlds are indeed weak, no matter what, they are also fantasy worlds independent of the human world, right? This cannot but make the audience feel extremely shocked by the methods of the Galactic Empire. In front of the Galactic Empire, technologies like space jump, time travel, and dimensionalization are almost nothing to brag about. Because the technological means of the Galactic Empire have almost completely exceeded their imagination. Even if it is space jumping, dimension crushing, and other technologies, can they compare with the dimensional channel of the Galactic Empire? Could these technologies be comparable to the space suspension technology of the Galactic Empire? Could these technologies be comparable to the world decomposition technology of the Galactic Empire? Directly travel from one world to another to carry out high-dimensional attacks. No one knows where the Galactic Empire is, and no one knows when the Galactic Empire's battleships will appear above their world and deal them an unparalleled technological blow. Moreover, the Galactic Empire could easily escape even if it wanted to. Once the dimensional channel is opened, it will fly away and no one will be able to find the Galactic Empire. But most importantly, does the Galactic Empire really need to escape? Their technological strength has already deterred countless audiences from all over the world, and has even reached a level of shocking horror. I used to wonder if the Galactic Empire could really become the top technology on the list, but now I don't think I'll be curious anymore. Spider-Man Parker, while we were watching the video in silence, the Galactic Empire had already conquered several worlds. Is this the power of an advanced civilization? In front of advanced civilizations, we are almost useless. I think the Galactic Empire can be called a god-level civilization, right? Temple Stark, help, I'm so scared now. Will we be the next target of the Galactic Empire? Tang-san, if you are afraid, just wait for the Galactic Empire to come and kneel down and beg for mercy. Maybe you can still survive when the world is broken apart. Hong Huang Daipen, I'm sorry, I won't brag about my son anymore. Please let us go, Galactic Empire. My son Wang Tang has the potential to be an emperor. What are you afraid of? Your world has the great emperor, who is at the top of the fantasy rankings. I think the Galactic Empire would have to think twice before invading. Hong Huang Da, oh, yes, ha 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 ha, I have to make my son Wang Tang the emperor soon. My son Wang Tang has the potential to be the emperor. At this moment, the direction of comments from the audiences in all the heavens and worlds has changed. Obviously, at this time, the audience usually discusses what the next video will review after the video review. But, the emergence of the Galactic Empire completely broke this rule. Obviously, the video inventory has not yet reached the Galactic Empire, but in the perception of the audience in all the worlds, the number one science fiction civilization has already emerged and started to expand, conquer, and hunt. Whether it is conquering angel civilization or attacking and decomposing the fantasy world. All of this, without exception, demonstrates the power of the Galactic Empire. Faced with such an amazing civilization, how could they have time to think about other things? In fact, this shows that Luo Xi's method was successful. By demonstrating the military strength of advanced civilizations, the audiences in the heavens and all realms are shocked and even frightened. Let them understand that the technological power of the Galactic Empire is not something that anyone can arbitrarily evaluate. That's enough. And the Galactic Empire's conquest will naturally not stop. The goal of the Galactic Empire was to conquer all visible worlds and civilized universes. No matter how long this time is, the Galactic Empire will continue to do it. The Galactic Empire has the time and the technological power to do so. Just as the audience from all over the world were trembling, worried about when the Galactic Empire would suddenly attack them. The next moment, the sound appeared again on the network of all heavens and worlds. Video inventory, updated. Everyone couldn't help but look at the object of the video inventory out of curiosity. Although most of the audience from all over the world are afraid that the Galactic Empire will attack at any time. But you still have to watch the video review. Most importantly, they wanted to know where the Galactic Empire would rank on this list. Finally, the sound of video inventory was heard. Inventory of science fiction civilizations in the universe, the top 10 most perverted science fiction civilizations. Fourth, Zero Return. Zero? What kind of civilization is this? I don't know, but it sounds definitely more powerful than Li Bai's civilization. Nonsense, after all, Li Bai's civilization ranks 5th, and the Zero is ranked one level higher than Li Bai's civilization. So is there a possibility that since Nullifier appears in the 4th place, doesn't that mean that the Galactic Empire is definitely in the top 3? As the sound of the video review resounded throughout the universe, all the viewers in the universe could not help but fall into curiosity and deep thought. On the one hand, they were curious about how powerful this Zero civilization was. On the other hand, they were deep in thought. The ranking of the Galactic Empire has entered the top 3. Top 3. This is enough to illustrate the power of the Galactic Empire. Since it ranks in the top 3, the Galactic Empire is already incomparable to 98% of the technological civilizations in the world. Even the monks from the fantasy world and the ancient world would look up to the Galactic Empire when they saw it. This is an integration of power from the entire civilization, reaching the top 3. The audience was not actually surprised to learn that the Galactic Empire made it into the top 3. After all, the amazingness of the Galactic Empire has long been deeply rooted in people's minds. No matter how much they think about it, it is not certain that the Galactic Empire will be that low. Even the Galactic Empire is almost the same as the first in their hearts. Until now, apart from the demonic civilization, no other technological civilization has dared to challenge the Galactic Empire. The only demonic civilization that dared to threaten was completely destroyed by the interdimensional attack of the Galactic Empire. Therefore, whether it is the technology of the Galactic Empire or the Galactic Empire's vengeance and ability to act, they have long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people and made the audience familiar with them. Although, the Galactic Empire is indeed intimidating. But his technological strength is unquestionable. After learning that the Galactic Empire had firmly entered the top 3, the audience also began to wonder about the power of the Null Sector civilization. The power of the previous civilizations has almost penetrated into the hearts of the audience, and the technology of each civilization has brought extremely shocking emotions to the audience. How shocking and powerful will the Zero Return civilization, which ranks 4th, be? Honestly, if I hadn't been so frightened by the Galactic Empire, I would definitely be looking forward to Null Sector. Of course, I'm looking forward to it now too. Tony Stark being able to rank above Li Bai's civilization is enough to show that the technology of the Zeroers is definitely stronger than that of Li Bai's civilization. To be honest, before this, I couldn't imagine how powerful these technological civilizations were. Zhang Hulan Zero Returner, just hearing this name sounds very powerful, I'll take the front row and look forward to it. Bai Xiao, in my opinion, no civilization can compare to the Galactic Empire. Now the Galactic Empire is absolutely recognized as the strongest civilization. Spider-Man Parker, I guess you're saying this because you're afraid the Galactic Empire will arrive at your doorstep next time. Dr. Octopus finally, just when the audience was curious. The immersive feeling was once again attached to every audience member. In the blink of an eye, they seemed to be trapped in an endless universe. This is an endless high-dimensional universe, vast and boundless, with densely packed planets and countless life planets, which are boundless. There is no sun or moon in this star field, only stars and planets. They emit dazzling light and illuminate the entire planet. This is also the dominant area of a high-dimensional civilization. They rule over all life forms in this star region, including all creatures including humans. They are also hailed as one of the noblest and greatest life forms in the starry sky, and are respected, worshipped, and adored. At this time, the audience still thought that this high-dimensional civilization was the so-called Zero Returner. But when they watched this civilization, they only felt strange and curious. Because in the eyes of the audience, this civilization is basically no different from the Singer civilization. They also have what the Singer civilization has, but they may also not have what the Singer civilization does not have. A very powerful high-dimensional civilization, but in the eyes of the audience, it really does not deserve the top 4 position in the ranking list. And just when the audience was curious, suddenly, another group of civilizations approached here. Then, the audience saw an extremely chaotic star field collision. This star field has become chaotic, and a great war is going on here. This war is between an army composed of endless high-dimensional life forms and a joint army composed of countless low-level life forms. They have their own plans, their own territories, their own ethnic groups, and their own laws of survival. And between these armies and lives, there are also various battles. Fighting is going on every moment, but these fights are all for resources, for more powerful life resources. The same is true in today's war. Both sides want to obtain better resources and living environment. This is the reason for this war. This is also the contradiction and conflict between humans and higher dimensional life. The hatred between the two sides has accumulated to the extreme. Perhaps at this time the war between the two sides will spread to other planets, or perhaps this war will sweep the entire galaxy. And this is just a preview. The real battle has not begun. The two sides are only fighting tentatively and have not really launched a battle. After all, neither side is willing to engage in this protracted battle. The audience can only see a series of amazing space battleships arranged in the shape of A1, which is even amazing and shocking. However, they had also seen this scene in the battle between the Singer civilization and the marginal civilization. Therefore, the audience is certain that the battle between the two civilizations is just a fight for resources. In fact, how could a civilization that ranks fourth be able to fighting for resources? The video continues and the audience can still see the evolution in the video. This battle is going on outside the planet. This planet is a gathering place for high-dimensional life and low-dimensional life. Both sides are testing and observing, trying to find a breakthrough from the other side. And then break the deadlock to obtain more favorable living conditions. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded as if in the universe. As this voice sounded, the hearts of almost all the audiences in the heavens and the worlds trembled. Two civilizations fighting for scarce resources. For the continuation of the universe, I will perform a restart on you. As this voice sounded, not only the audience in the heavens and myriad worlds were there. Even the two major civilizations at the center of the universe began to panic. Among these two civilizations, they did not discover the emergence of other civilizations in the universe. But they could hear the words spoken by other civilizations very clearly. This can only indicate one possibility. The other party is definitely a civilization that is more advanced than our own. At this moment, both civilizations were in panic. According to the law of the Dark Forest, an unknown civilization is very likely to destroy them. So at this time, the two major civilizations that were originally fighting for resources now just want to escape from here immediately. They wanted to perform a space jump and escape from the area immediately. However, the space jump between these two civilizations has not yet been established. Right at this moment, in the universe, it seemed as if countless black pillars appeared. These huge black pillars seemed to completely lift up the entire starry sky, as if blocking the entire area. At this moment, the universe is like the black palace of the god of death. Everyone looked at the scene in great surprise. The beautiful picture that looked like a black palace shocked countless viewers. However, this is just the beginning. Accompanied by the appearance of the black palace, it was as if a black line appeared among the officials in the palace. It's like a pointer. Like a black line pointer, it seems to be pointing to the east in the universe. Then, the pointer pointing to the east gradually moved toward the north. It's like clockwork. Every time the dial is turned, it is as if the sound of a clock is ringing in the hearts of every audience member. After the unknown existence finished moving for a moment, those two powerful high-dimensional civilizations seemed to be compressed by something. A huge hole appeared in the center of the planet. It was as if it was instantly pierced by two terrifying energy waves. Their energy fluctuations were so strong that they almost tore the surface of the planet apart, and even formed terrifying cracks on the surface of the planet. Wide open, as if constantly absorbing something. Then, the pointer moved upwards once again. In the universe, the planets and stars of the two major civilizations seemed to be completely shrunk. Constantly squashed, constantly squashed. At this moment, the crack became even bigger. No, no. Please. Don't do this. The two great civilizations simultaneously sent out signals of prayer, begging the mysterious existence in the universe not to continue turning the scale of darkness. But the dark dial continued to move. This time, the two great civilizations seemed to be reduced from 3 dimensions to 2 dimensions. It's like the two-dimensional foil of the Singer civilization, but this technology is even more amazing than the two-dimensional foil technology of the Singer civilization. Because a dimensionalized civilization is merely dimensionalized, they still survived. Suddenly. Scale up again. Click. The civilizations that were originally compressed into a plane, at this moment, became a point. A point in the universe. Two-dimensional civilizations were forced to become one-dimensional civilizations. At this moment, no audience member could hide the shock in their hearts. Forcefully attack a high-dimensional civilization to become a one-dimensional civilization? What kind of amazing technology is this? However, just when the audience thought it was over. Scale up again. Click dimension, reached level 0. Countless audiences from all over the world were silent. At the same time, the omniscient and omnipotent voice of the heavens and the worlds also sounded appropriately. 4 idealists who restart the universe. Zero returner civilization at this moment, looking at the two civilizations in the video. They seem to understand why this powerful civilization was called Zero Returners. 087. For the idealist who restarts the universe, the one who returns to zero, the Zero civilization, also known as the restarters, has extremely lofty ideals. The zero returners could be a group of individuals, a civilization, or an organization of several civilizations. But this does not hinder the power of the zeroers. They can restart the entire universe and return all civilizations in the universe to the pastoral era. Hearing this almighty voiceover introduction, the audiences from all over the world were stunned. What? Restart the universe and let all civilizations in the universe return to the pastoral era? Doesn't that mean that the zero resetters can even allow god-level civilizations like Li Bai civilization or cryogenic artists to restart to the pastoral era? Just as countless viewers were shocked, the almighty voice of narration from all the heavens and worlds sounded again without stopping. As a god-level civilization, Zero can reset the universe. They believe that the 11 dimensions of the universe are cyclically succeeding each other. In order to solve the problem of the collapse of the high-dimensional universe caused by the frequent use of dimensionality reduction weapons, their goal is to reduce the entire universe to 0 dimension and then increase the dimension again, so that the 0 dimension will cycle to 10 dimensions, and the universe will rise back to a high dimension, thereby restarting the universe. The Zeroer can show the universe as a scale and can arbitrarily adjust the dimension of any civilization from 0 to 10 dimensions, just like a fluctuating clock hand. Of course, as a civilization that has become pure energy and can develop rapidly without resources, the Zeroer cannot reduce the dimension of a similarly pure energy civilization to 0, because the pure energy universe also has the technology to cross dimensions at will. What's more, the Zeroizers don't need to zero these civilizations, because purely energy civilizations don't need to rely on Zeroizers to maintain their dimensional levels. After hearing this, many viewers finally felt relieved. Fortunately, their worries were unnecessary. No matter how amazing the Zeroers are, they cannot restart a god-level civilization. But despite this, being able to reset the entire universe to 0, or even restart it to the pastoral era, is enough to shock the audience. Restart the universe, and return the dimension to 0. Why do I feel that this 4th-ranked 0 civilization is too scary? Tony Stark. If I hadn't carefully rewatched the video and found that the title of the video was about the 4th best technological civilization, I would have thought I had traveled through time. This level is definitely not something that the top 3 civilizations can achieve. Dr. Agaza, what was demonstrated in the video just now, isn't it that the 0 reduced the dimensions of 2 advanced civilizations to the 0-level dimension? So what does the 0-level dimension mean? Does it mean disappearance? Spider-Man Parker, I can't describe it. Even 1 and 2 dimensions, I can express them clearly, but 0 dimension, even after watching the video, I can't describe it at all. It's like something happened out of nothing. Dr. Octopus, do you think the most shocking thing is the powerful dimensional zeroing technology of the Zeroer? Wrong. The Zeroer also has the power to adjust the universe from 0 to the 10th dimension. This is the most amazing thing. Charlotte, I thought I had witnessed so many technological civilizations that I wouldn't be as shocked as I am now, but in the end, I have returned to dimensional technology. Doctor Who, in fact, if it's just about restarting the universe, there are too many ways to use it. If a civilization is powerful enough, it can create an amazing microcosm in a world, which can also achieve the purpose of restarting the universe. However, the more powerful thing about the Zeroers is their dimensional restoration and their ability to strike civilizations to the level of pastoral civilizations. Therefore, the returnees are worthy of being a god-level civilization. 10 Rick, in fact, I felt that with this level of technology, the nullifier would be ranked first. But it was only ranked 4th, which shocked me the most. Morty, 0 resetters cannot be number 1. According to the narrator, 0 resetters can indeed restart the universe, but the restart of 0 resetters cannot affect the civilization of pure energy. Moreover, as long as the behemoth of the Galactic Empire exists, no civilization can become number 1. The discussion among all the heavens and worlds was very heated. Similarly, they were also shocked by the means that the Zeroer could restart the universe. No one knows how far the 0 resetters can go, but judging from the fact that they can restart the universe and reduce civilization to a pastoral civilization, the 0 resetters are very powerful. And just when many viewers were shocked, the scenes in the video started playing again. When the 2 civilizations comparable to the Singer civilization and the marginal civilization were reduced to dimensionality 0 by the technological power of the Zeroers, the entire 0-dimensional civilization experienced a restart. At this moment, the 2 civilizations experienced a singularity explosion and a star reorganization. Finally, after the Zeroer moved the black line engraved on that dimension back 1 notch, the entire universe seemed to be an infinite expansion. At that moment, the universe, which was originally compressed to level 0 dimension, expanded on a large scale in an instant. The dimension of the universe returned to level 10, as if time had gone backwards. But at the same time, the planets of the 2 restarted civilizations instantly entered their former pastoral era. Why the pastoral era? There is no technology and no shortage of resources, just like the idyllic era in the early days of the universe. The planets in the pastoral era are the most comfortable. There is no technology, no disputes, and the ground is covered with gold, pearls, and red agate. All kinds of trees grow out of the ground, full of various exotic flowers, which are very beautiful. The fruits on the trees can also be used as food. There was also the tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the middle of the garden. There is also a river flowing in the garden, nourishing the earth. The people who live there are natural and selfless. After that omniscient voice sounded, even the audience seemed to realize the happiness of the 2 civilizations. They lost all the technology they had developed, which was equivalent to experiencing the death of a civilization. But after the universe restarted, they all forgot about this matter. Everyone seems to be a new life in this universe. In this high-dimensional universe, they no longer have to worry about lack of resources. All of this was brought about by the two of them restarting their own civilization universe. At this moment, the audience felt the benefits of restarting the universe, but the next second, everyone shuddered. Especially the existence of countless science fiction civilizations. Even if the zeroizer can reduce the dimensionality of a civilization and flip the dimension, it can adjust the civilization back to the pastoral era civilization. But who would take the initiative to find the zero resetters and ask them to let them restart their own universe? According to the ultimate law of the universe, the first one is survival is the first need of civilization. Therefore, no civilization is willing to actively seek to reset to zero. Because once the universe is restarted, it means that one's own civilization will also perish. The universe returns to its singularity and then experiences the Big Bang again. This is suicide. If it were an advanced civilization, they would never do that. At this moment, the audience suddenly understood why the two advanced civilizations would even pray to the Zeroer when the Zeroer was preparing to restart the two advanced civilizations. To put it in a metaphorical way, it took me several months or even years, and expended so much effort, just to build such an amazing building in the game. After the construction is completed, the game restarts. Although all the resources were returned, the technology that was paid for with blood was gone. This is what returning to zero means. How could no one be afraid of such a method? Possessing this method of restarting civilization is equivalent to a civilization that has developed for thousands of years, but will be destroyed in an instant when facing the restart of the zero resetters. The audience suddenly understood why the Zeroer was unable to zero out those advanced civilizations that had turned into pure energy, but he was still able to rank above other civilizations and become one of the top 3 civilizations. With such a technological level that dominates the universe, the audience doesn't even understand why Zeroer is not ranked among the top 3. Could it be that other civilizations are more powerful and shocking than the Zero returners? And just after the two major civilizations successfully returned to zero, the omniscient and omnipotent narration voice in the video sounded again. Every civilization knows the law of the dark forest, but only the Zeroers turn a blind eye to it. In the universe, they act with great fanfare and swagger, fearing that others will not know how powerful the Zeroer civilization is. Similarly, they will restart other civilizations that need to be restarted, even if the civilization does not want to restart its own civilization at all. In front of the Zeroers, they believe that this restart is necessary because it is almost related to the continuation of the universe. Upon hearing this, Thanos in the Marvel universe was suddenly stunned. Why is he so obsessed with destroying half of all life in the universe? His original intention was to continue the universe, so he went looking for gems. And now, when Thanos discovered that Zero had the same idea, and did something even more ruthless than him, Thanos couldn't help but feel a sense of identity. Although what Zero Return did not do was to destroy half of all life in the universe, what Zero Return did was even more outrageous than destroying half of all life in the universe. What he wants to do is to directly restart the entire universe. Let all civilizations return to the pastoral era. In this way, civilizations will no longer fight over resources. No wonder the title of the video calls those who return to Zero idealists. No matter what, Zero, like Thanos, has the original intention of continuing the universe. Unfortunately, I can't achieve the same shock as the Zeroer. Thanos muttered to himself, and finally shook his head as if giving up. Instead of thinking about restarting the universe like Zero Reset, it would be better to think about how to break the dimensional rift and plunder the resources of other worlds like the Galactic Empire. But the Galactic Empire's approach may be more difficult. After much thought, Thanos found that he seemed to have only one way to go, which was to destroy half of the creatures in the universe. So, Thanos fell into deep thought. The video playback has not ended, but is still continuing hotly. When the two civilizations entered the Zero state, the audience finally saw the lineup of Zeroers. This Zeroer seems to be a glowing biological sphere. Like Li Bai's civilization, the Zeroer is also an individual in the group. In fact, the civilization of the Zeroers is more complex than that of Li Bai. Because Zero Returners is not just a civilization. Rather than a civilization, it is more like an organization formed by the combination of many advanced civilizations. At this time, the sphere seemed to be gazing at the universe, as if it saw the fun between the two great civilizations. Then he recorded it all. The 4th level civilization, the River System civilization has been restarted. It's time for more civilization restart and exploration. The Zeroer entered the restart records of the two civilizations into however, the level of civilization mentioned by the Zeroer aroused the interest of the audience. What is the level of civilization? Precisely because the Zeroer mentioned this level of civilization, at this moment, Holy Keisha, who was also watching the video in the Angel civilization, was slightly surprised. She had been to the Galactic Empire and knew what kind of shock it had brought to her. Likewise, she had heard about the level of civilization from Galactic Empire Commander Rashi. The level of civilization seems to be divided into 7 levels. The Angel civilization seems to be classified as the 3rd level of civilization. However, she was also curious about what the higher levels of civilization were like. Just when the audience from all over the world were confused, the omniscient and omnipotent voice of the universe sounded. There are 7 levels of civilization among them. The 1st level civilization, planetary civilization. This is the lowest level of civilization, such as human civilization in the nuclear age. The standards for this level of civilization are, it has broken away from the gravitational constraints of its parent star and can move freely into space. At the top of the technological ladder of planetary civilization, this level of civilization can also explore its own star system, establish colonies, live and conduct scientific research on other planets. District. Medical technology has achieved major breakthroughs, and most diseases within the scope of gene control can be completely cured. We have mastered the basic laws of the universe and preliminary controllable nuclear fusion technology. The laws of the universe and preliminary controlled nuclear fusion technology have also been thoroughly mastered. When the audience from all the heavens and worlds learned about the classification of the universe levels, they all pondered for a while. At this time, they seemed to finally understand how they were defined in the universe. For example, Tony Stark already knew that he was at this level of civilization. Tony Stark couldn't believe it. Because he even believes that Earth's technology has not even reached half of this planet's civilization. Behind this division, there are 6 major levels. It turns out that human civilization is so weak among all the worlds. No wonder so many advanced civilizations affectionately call human civilization bugs when facing them. At this moment, the human audiences in all the heavens and worlds have finally found the answer. At this time, the narration did not end. Second level civilization, stellar civilization. At this level of cosmic civilization technology, when civilization develops, it can already build a device similar to a Dyson sphere to fully collect stellar energy, so during this stage, humans will basically no longer experience energy crises. In addition, in terms of space technology, stellar civilizations are basically able to conduct preliminary explorations between star systems and launch scientific manned spacecraft to other stars. On an individual level, this level of civilization should be able to improve work efficiency by implanting computing chips into the human body. Otherwise, the basic learning time of a huge scientific system will be very long, and people may not be able to complete the study of the most detailed branches of science in their lifetime. Known basic diseases will be completely cured, and the average human life expectancy will reach 200 years. In addition, when exploring interstellar systems, there is a certain chance of encountering alien civilizations and intersections, and galactic wars will occur during this stage. Stellar civilization, this level, has already reached the level of most science fiction civilizations in the network of all heavens and worlds. Stellar civilization, this level, has reached the world network. Most of the sci-fi civilizations are at that level. For example, the Autobots in the Transformers universe felt like they were being targeted for no apparent reason. Although the Autobots had hardly ever shown their heads in the Myriad Worlds network, after learning about their own level of civilization, they still felt that they were extremely weak. After all, a civilization at this star level is not even in the top 5. Similarly, the audiences from all over the world thought of the former three-body civilization. In the video introduction of the three-body problem, when the three-body civilization faced human civilization, it used a water droplet detector to instantly kill the entire human civilization on Earth. It seems that the human civilization on Earth at that time already had this level of strength. This is a fact that is unacceptable to most viewers in the universe. Aren't they too weak? Likewise, they were all looking forward to it. What kind of amazing level of civilization will this Zero that can restart the universe, and the even more amazing Galactic Empire have? 088. At this time, the voices from all the heavens and worlds also sounded amid the audience's expectations. Level 3 civilization, galaxy civilization. At this level, civilizations are fully capable of launching intergalactic travel, establishing colonies in suitable star systems, and launching intergalactic level superprobes. For example, sending a probe from the Milky Way to the Andromeda Galaxy. The technological tree of civilization is becoming more prosperous, and the classification and management of science is becoming more detailed. For the development of social sciences and cultural heritage, the number of scientists conducting research in this world civilization needs to be at least 10 billion. In order to learn more efficiently, civilized individuals may directly change their DNA and strengthen their body from the bottom up because ordinary chips are no longer enough. This issue will have a wide-ranging impact on the collision and exchange between different galactic civilizations and social civilizations. Ordinary energy can no longer meet the development of advanced science. When the third galaxy civilization appeared, the eyes of many viewers in all the worlds lit up. At this moment, they all thought of the angel civilization in the super god universe. All the lower civilizations cast envious glances at the angel civilization of the super god universe. After all, no one expected that the angel civilization actually had the level of a third-level civilization. And this is just the beginning. The angel civilization has been incorporated into the Galactic Empire and will only become more powerful in the future. How could angelic civilization be limited to the third level of civilization? But some civilizations at the same level of civilization expressed their unwillingness. They were very unwilling. You know, among these civilization levels, there are a total of 7 civilization levels. And among these 7 levels of civilization, they are only ranked in the top third? How could the arrogant civilizations ranked in this level of civilization accept this? However, although they were unwilling to give up, they continued to look towards the next level of civilization. Everyone is looking forward to how powerful the next level of civilization will be. Level 4 civilization, river system civilization. Such a civilization would have been capable of large-scale travel across rivers and possibly even expeditions to high latitudes. They have developed high-dimensional weapons, and time will become a controllable weapon in their hands. Reaching this stage is already enough to be called an advanced civilization, because they have almost broken free from the shackles of the flesh, and they want to be able to conduct galactic-level interstellar wars by acquiring the civilization of the entire Milky Way. Seeing this, the audiences from all over the world were extremely shocked. Isn't this level of civilization the same as the three-body civilization, the Singer civilization, and the Edgeworld civilization that are among the top 10 in the rankings? Although the technology of the three-body civilization was not considered too powerful in their eyes. But since the Trisolaran civilization has already developed intelligent quantum engineering weapons that can be related to dimensions, the level of the Trisolaran civilization is high enough to be ranked here. What shocked the audience the most were the two advanced civilizations in the video. They are also in the river system civilization. But when facing the nullifiers, they are as weak as bugs. They could only watch their civilization being reduced to zero, being killed, and returning to the pastoral era. Then, how powerful and amazing will the Zeroer be? For a moment, the audience was so shocked that they were speechless when they thought of this moment. This has completely overturned their concept of hierarchy and universe. It turns out that a level 4 civilization is already an extremely powerful civilization, so how powerful will the Zeroers be? What about the Li Bai civilization? What about the Cryo Artist and Mirror civilizations? To be honest, I'm more curious about these civilizations. Could the Galactic Empire be the highest level of civilization? It must be. Countless viewers were amazed and shocked by the civilization division. Even at this moment, countless advanced civilizations have realized it. In front of a more advanced civilization, they are still just bugs. Everyone was looking forward to the introduction of a more advanced civilization, and the All Heavens and All Worlds network did not disappoint the audience. The voice sounded again. 5th level civilization, high-dimensional civilization. Civilization at this level has become pure energy, they can even travel through dimensions, and multidimensional space is no longer an obstacle for them. Because they themselves already have unlimited energy of all kinds, the survival of civilization has been completely guaranteed. Request flowers, zero war and aggression might disappear completely. Their only goal may be to explore other universes. Seeing the ranking of the 5th civilization, at this moment, all the heavens and the world were shocked again. The 5th level civilization is definitely describing the powerful god-level civilizations such as Li Bai civilization and cryogenic artists. A civilization at the purely energy level that ignores the dimension of the universe and does not require any energy, the survival of the civilization has long been completely guaranteed. Isn't this what Li Bai is talking about? Sure enough, Li Bai civilization and Mirror civilization are indeed god-level civilizations. Even the 5th level civilization is so amazing and powerful. So, could it be that the returnees have already reached the 6th level of civilization? Under the expectation of audiences from all over the world. The inventory continues. Level 6 civilization, Cosmic civilization. The cosmic social civilization has thoroughly mastered all the physical teaching laws of the universe and can use them flexibly and effectively. Cause and effect martial arts may appear. Distance and dimension are no longer obstacles for them, they can even travel across the universe. In a sense, this world civilization can be said to be omnipotent in the universe, equivalent to the role of God. Because they are the rules themselves. Wow! At this moment, almost all the audiences in the heavens and the world were dumbfounded. Just as they thought, this 6th level civilization is almost the god of the universe. Just like the Zeroers they are seeing now. The nullifiers have mastered causal level weapons, as they can even cause a civilization to fall down a dimension. Those who return to zero must be ranked among the civilizations of this universe. This is the real, god-level civilization. However, the audience was also curious. Will the Galactic Empire also be a cosmic civilization? Perhaps they can make a bolder guess. The Galactic Empire, could it be that amazing 7th level civilization? Then, the sound was silent for a long time. This almost made the audience think that the network in the universe was stuck. It was not until a long time later that the sound finally rang out. 7th level civilization, God's civilization. 089. When the 6th level of civilization appeared, all the audiences in the heavens and the worlds were shocked. At this moment, the audience seemed to be aware of the shock that there was an even more astonishing civilization above their heads. The feeling of observing them from a high dimension, but they were completely unable to recognize and see the mystery of this high-dimensional civilization, made them feel an incomparable panic. When it comes to the ability to destroy galaxies, the audience will be shocked, but at least they will not have a completely subversive understanding of the concept. But the emergence of this 6th level of civilization is outrageous in that a civilization reaching this level does not need to destroy galaxies at all. They do have the ability to destroy galaxies, of course, not just the 6th level civilization. For example, the Li Bai civilization already possesses the power to destroy an entire solar system. The most powerful thing about the 6th civilization is that they can almost become the masters of the universe and do whatever they want in the universe. Able to restart the universe at will and modify the rules between universes. What is this concept called? Not to mention restarting the universe, just modifying the rules of the universe is enough to make any cosmic civilization before the 6th cosmic civilization overthrow all their civilization concepts and scientific research on June 13th. Because the 6th civilization can change the laws of physics, this is equivalent to telling other civilizations. Your scientific research results can all be changed in a single thought. This silent threat from the top civilization is the most terrifying. For a moment, many of the audience members who were related to civilization were almost all shocked. Restarting the universe and modifying the rules, what is the difference between this kind of civilization and a god-level civilization? It seems that the Zeroers should be the god-level civilization at this stage. It's really unexpected. Being able to restart the universe and modify the rules, yet not ranked at the top? How terrifying would the top be? A pre-nuclear civilization below level 1 is extremely envious. It seems that our intelligent engineering robot civilization will never be able to grow to the 6th level of civilization. Even the Zeroers are only ranked at level 6. Then, among the top 3 civilizations, could there be a god-level civilization? That is to say, the Galactic Empire is very likely a 7th level civilization. At this moment, all the civilizations in the heavens and the world were discussing the situation. They were all shocked and at a loss as to what to do about this level division. Even the Zeroer is only ranked 6th. Moreover, someone as strong as Zero is only ranked 4th in the ranking list of all heavens and worlds. Will the civilization ahead be able to surpass even gods? They can't imagine. At this moment, in the ranking list of all heavens and worlds, except for those big civilizations who have learned of their own levels and can remain silent, other civilizations all have shocking words. Everyone is thinking about it. How powerful and amazing is the 7th level civilization that surpasses the 6th level? After a long time, the video finally started playing amid the audience's anticipation. 7th level civilization, God's civilization. The 7th level of civilization is already an unimaginable civilization. Almost no civilization can reach this stage. Calling them gods is no longer a more amazing word to describe the song group. Perhaps, the civilization that has reached this stage has surpassed the gods and can transcend the original universe. Perhaps, it is no longer appropriate to describe them as civilization, because they are no longer the product of the universe, they are the creators of the universe itself. In one thought, the universe is created. Perhaps, even countless civilizations are living in a cage created by them. A universe that has reached this level has truly become an omniscient and omnipotent God. As the last voice of the narration fell, all the audiences in the heavens and the world fell silent. A civilization that surpasses the level of gods? Although the narrator called this level of civilization a god-level civilization, even the network of all heavens and worlds broke this concept. The 7th level civilization is called God's civilization simply because there are no more amazing words to describe this civilization. They are an existence beyond God, a civilization beyond the god-level civilization. At this moment, almost all cosmic civilizations in the heavens and worlds fell into deep thought. They are all doubting life. At this moment, all the civilized audiences in the heavens and the worlds were thinking about it. What on earth are they? Is my existence really real? Could it be that their entire civilization was created by a god who just casually observed them and played with them completely? Countless confusions and unimaginable contradictions have made countless civilizations uneasy. At this moment, they couldn't even imagine whether their existence was real. As for the lower level civilizations, they cannot even imagine what the amazing 7th level civilization looks like. They can't even find a way to break through themselves and reach the 2nd level civilization or even the main level civilization. If they cannot reach this level of civilization, they will not even be able to continue their lifespan. At this moment, countless low-level civilizations below level 3 couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, their perception was clearer than ever before. In this cosmic civilization of the heavens and myriad worlds, they are just Yuko. In the Zushan Wanjin network, no one is posting comments to discuss. No one could remain calm after receiving such astonishing knowledge. What they are thinking about now is how to deal with this shocking fact. At the same time, there are more advanced and powerful civilizations who are thinking even more. Before this, they could still happily think that the Galactic Empire was at most as powerful as them. Even if they are more powerful than them, their civilizations are not without countermeasures. But what if the Galactic Empire is the 7th level civilization that transcends gods? How can they resist? How can they resist? At this moment, the gap between them was like that between a god and a prisoner. No civilization can feel proud at this moment. There is always someone better. After a moment of silence in the heavens and the world, the video started playing again. They have not forgotten that the main content of this video review is still about the Zeroers. The audience also wants to see thoroughly how powerful the Zeroer is. After this Zeroer floating in the universe successfully zeroed out 2 civilizations ranked 4th in the civilization level, the 2 civilizations that returned to the dimension returned to the pastoral era. They no longer have any civilized means, and everything they do can only return to nature. Every audience member who sees this will personally feel the horror of the Zeroer civilization. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't imagine how amazing and shocking the Zeroers method was, as they had completely defeated 2 level 4 civilizations capable of causing a galactic war and sent them back to the pastoral era. After these 2 civilizations returned to the countryside, the Zeroers once again demonstrated methods that shocked countless viewers. He changed the cosmic physics concepts of these 2 major civilizations. It is very simple to say. In the original physical concepts of the 2 civilizations, for example, the 2 civilizations can use the knowledge they once possessed to obtain resources on the planet for scientific research. But under the changes made by the Zeroers, the physical concepts of the 2 civilizations changed. Originally, the 2 civilizations were located on 2 different cosmic planets, but with his forced changes, this pastoral universe became a single space. Then, the Zeroers changed the 2 common substances visible to civilization into 2 different substances that belong to the laws of the universe. Their substances have different properties and different degrees of rejection, so no matter what kind of substance it is, they are incontactable. The mutual repulsion between these 2 substances prevents them from coming into contact with other substances, which makes it impossible for them to coexist. It can be seen that during this process, the Zeroer did something that made countless viewers open their eyes wide in shock. The Zeroer changed the mass of the world's matter, blending the different substances of the 2 worlds in some way. So he tried to blend the 2 substances, and finally his attempt yielded great results. The continuous collision of the 2 substances actually formed an irregular substance. At this time, Zeroer began to implement the second plan, which was to fuse the 2 substances to form a new substance. After the fusion, this new substance will be irregular, and will constantly repel the 2 major substances, and may even repel itself, and will repel the 2 major substances to varying degrees. This time, he succeeded. He successfully blended 2 different substances into a new substance. This new substance will be unstable. It will repel any and all matter except those that are unstable. In this way, his goal was achieved. This new and different matter will have a huge impact on the universe. At this moment, all the audiences in the heavens and the world were stunned. Even if both civilizations were reduced to zero dimension, it would not be enough. Because, although these two civilizations have returned to the pastoral era, their memories still exist, and they still possess the technology in their brains. However, the returnees used a method that almost completely suppressed the development of the two civilizations. He changed the world material of two great civilizations. As a result, these two advanced civilizations will no longer be able to modify and develop civilizations through the technologies they know. The zero returners restricted the two civilizations from a fundamental physical concept, making it impossible for them to obtain cosmic resources. After the audience in all the heavens and worlds realized this moment, they all seemed to be suffocating. 090. In fact, the technology of changing physical concepts used by the Zeroers is absolutely incomprehensible to most civilizations in the universe. Although the audience has seen too many super technologies from other civilizations such as Li Bai civilization. For example, the pure energy transformation of Li Bai civilization. Another example is the molecular extraction technology used by low-temperature artists. This extremely sophisticated technology left the audience feeling infinitely shocked. And this time, the returnees once again brought them amazing technology. Yes. What kind of technology is this? The nullifiers actually transformed the physical concepts of these two pastoral civilizations. Tony Stark horrible, this is too horrible. This almost fundamentally cuts off the possibility of the development of the two major civilizations. Spider Parker, this is not the most shocking thing. You know, just before, the civilization level of these two pastoral civilizations reached level 4. These are two powerful river civilizations. And the Zeroers locked down the technology of these two civilizations so easily. Dr. Octopus, I suddenly thought of the three-body civilization. In order to block the technological level of Earth civilization, they took great pains to create the Sophon project. Then look at the Zeroers, who completely reset a civilization from a dimension and also changed their physical concepts. This is the real technological blockade. Xiao Zero is so powerful. Thanos, I don't really understand. What did the Zeroers do? Why was the technology of those two civilizations blocked? Big Xiao, hush, if you don't understand, just read more. After all, we don't understand either. Hong Huang Depeng, it's actually very simple to explain. It's like a cup that can be used to hold water, but because the Zeroer has changed this concept, the water will pass through the cup when it touches it, so the cup can no longer hold water, because there is repulsion between the two substances. This is what the Zeroer does. Rick FK, that sounds too outrageous. Tang San, accompanied by the discussion of the audience from all over the world. At this moment, the power of Zeroer has been thoroughly engraved in the hearts of the audience. After all, even the world matter of a civilization and its physical concepts can be changed. Is there anything that the Zeroers can't do? At this time, the omniscient and omnipotent voice of the narrator also sounded. In order to eliminate the shortage of resources in the universe, the Zeroer finally gave the two civilizations that caused the war a final ending. That is, the physical concepts between them should also be transformed. In this way, civilizations will not be able to continue to use resources to develop and expand civilization through existing civilization knowledge. Such an approach will effectively limit civilization's demands for cosmic resources, allowing the universe to take a temporary breather. However, this is far from enough for those who have returned to zero. After the voice of the narration of all the heavens and worlds fell, the video was finally played again. After completely destroying the two civilizations into the pastoral era, the Zeroers did not stay here for long, but left once again. The departure of Zeroer also shocked the audiences in all the heavens and worlds. It is not like other god-level civilizations that move in the universe through means such as space migration. The Zero returners are like aimless drifters in the universe. And its speed is extremely fast. It only takes a few tenths of a second, and its speed can even surpass the speed of light in an instant. Moreover, after the Zeroer left, a pitch-black line was left behind in the universe. This is a dead line. Because the spacecraft reaches the speed of light in an instant, it will compress the surrounding space to the extreme during the passage. And inside the dead line is a zero-dimensional space. There is no time inside the dead line, and everything is dead silent. The emergence of this dead line also shocked and confused countless viewers, and they didn't know what the dead line was all about. The narration voice of the heavens and all the worlds quickly gave an explanation. In fact, when the light-speed curvature spacecraft reaches the speed of light, it will completely flatten the three-dimensional space behind the spacecraft, and this space will become a zero-dimensional space, and this zero-dimensional space is death. There is no time within the deadline. It is also extremely unstable. After a certain period of time, it will spread and turn into a black area, that is, a low-speed black hole. The speed of light within the deadline is zero. At that time, all particles will completely lose vibration, and the speed of all objects will become zero, and the possibility of escape will be zero. At this moment, most of the audience in the heavens and the worlds understood. If we take stone as an example and explain it according to the theory of relativity. After entering the deadline, the speed of light becomes zero. Then, if we add its initial speed when it enters, it will be greater than the speed of light, and this speed will make time stop. Once the speed exceeds the speed of light, the length of the object will shorten to zero and the stone will disappear. But after the deadline spreads, it will turn into a black zone, and its escape velocity is the third cosmic speed. In fact, things like deadlines are basically only created by people who are at zero level. Because the speed of the zero returners can easily reach or even exceed the speed of light in an instant, this is something other civilizations cannot do. Because the zero returners are truly moving, not jumping through space like the Li Bai civilization and the cryogenic artists. Therefore, only in this way can a deadline be created. This is a new understanding for the audiences from all over the world. At this time, the audience saw the zero in the video gradually flying towards the depths of the universe. This is an extremely secret place. The dimension here is very high. If a civilization with a dimension that is too low, it will not even be able to discover its existence. In this dimension, there seems to be a huge pendulum. And this pendulum seems to have a scale, which is extremely amazing. This pendulum is extremely huge, as big as the entire sun. It is so amazing that it is even very likely to make people think that this is a habitable planet. In fact, this is indeed where the Zeroers survive. In other words, this is the place where the Zeroers practice something like a religious belief. The Null sector believes in the concept of completely restarting the universe, so they have been working hard towards this goal. They built the planet to look like a time pendulum in order to turn this huge clock, like a scale, to completely restart the entire universe. They are indeed working towards this goal. Of course, audiences from all over the world are also curious about how the Zeroer managed to restart the universe or civilization. They only saw the Zeroer turning a scale backwards like turning a clock, and then the two advanced civilizations were completely compressed into the zero dimension. However, the two civilizations successfully completed the reboot, which means that the returners' ideas are correct. After that, the narration voice of the heavens and myriad worlds sounded again. The concept of zero reset to restart the universe comes from the scale of a clock. When faced with a cosmic civilization that needs to be restarted, they will turn the universe into a clock and then turn the scale past 12 o'clock. But this clock does not mean time. On the contrary, the scale of the clock represents the dimension of space, from 10 dimensions to 0 dimensions. However, if you want to pull a universe that has fallen into a low dimension back to a high dimension, it is almost impossible. However, the zero returners started their efforts from another direction. They believed that they could reduce the universe to 0 dimension, and then continue to reduce the dimension, so that they could return to the original universe from the direction of 0 and make the macroscopic dimension of the universe return to 10 dimensions. At this point, all the audience from all over the world suddenly realized. Even countless viewers expressed shock. Before this, they couldn't even imagine it. The philosophy of zero returners is surprisingly astonishing. For a universe that has been pulled into a lower dimension, they want to reset the entire universe to 0 and restart it until the universe returns to its original state. It's like performing a factory reset on your computer. At that time, the entire civilization of the universe will be reset to 0 and restarted, and all civilizations will start over. Because by that time, the entire universe will re-enter the pastoral era. But the audience didn't quite understand. Will the idea of a euro 0 return really be accepted by other civilizations in the world? This is almost an impossible thing. Who would give up their civilization that has developed over tens of millions of years to join the so-called zero plan of the Zeroers? Therefore, no matter how grand the concept of the Zeroer is, the audience does not think that the Zeroer can successfully restart the universe. Although the Zeroer is indeed powerful. But in the universe, even the Zeroer cannot cover the sky with one hand. That is when the audience from all the heavens and worlds were thinking so. The next moment, all the audiences in the heavens and the worlds widened their eyes. Because at this time, Zeroer actually made an extremely shocking decision. The Zero Returners will broadcast to all civilizations in the entire universe, informing any surviving civilization to understand and join their Zero Return plan. Not to mention the Zeroers Reset and Restart plan, what shocked the audience the most was the Zeroers amazing cosmic broadcast. When the audience learned that the Zero Returner was going to use cosmic broadcasting to notify the entire civilization of the universe to carry out the Zero Return operation, they were almost dumbfounded. How is this possible? Even if the Zeroers are a god-level civilization and the masters of the entire universe, this is really too absurd. Why do you say that? Because, if the Zero Returner has the broadcasting power to notify all civilizations in the entire universe, this means that the Zero Returner knows the interstellar coordinates of all civilizations in the entire universe, and is also observing these civilizations through the interstellar coordinates of civilizations. What is the concept? This requires first understanding how big the entire universe is. At the same time, it must also include all civilizations in the entire universe from the 3rd dimension to the 11th dimension. Based on this number alone, the number of civilizations in the entire universe is estimated to exceed 1 trillion. This number is no longer something that can be calculated by computers. The huge amount of calculations required is even more amazing than a poem by Li Bai. Because the nullifiers have unlimited technological possibilities, it means that this civilization can know the coordinate system of Ren-A civilization. This is what the infinite technical possibilities of Zeroer bring, some things that ordinary people dare not imagine. Very scary. Because in this civilization all impossibilities still exist. At this point, he is no longer the universe manipulator. It is the Zeroer who is controlling the universe. This is a very terrifying dominant civilization that dominates all laws of the universe. But is this possible? If the Zero Resetter really has the power of the master of the universe, then if the Zero Resetter wants to restart a universe, it still needs to accept other cultures. Clear consent? This also shows that the Zero Resetters can only restart a single or multiple civilizations to a certain extent, but if they want to raise this restart to the entire universe, I am afraid that it is something that those who return to Zero cannot do at all. So in the end, the Zeroer was still bound by the universe. This means that the Zero Returners are completely unable to transcend the universe, so it is impossible for the Zero Returners to become a 7th-level civilization that surpasses the gods. But this is already very reasonable. At least in the eyes of the audience, the zero is no longer as shocking as they thought before, and they can't even see the end when they look up. But even so, being able to broadcast to the entire universe is simply not something that ordinary civilizations can do. The Singer civilization can't do it, and the Cryo-Artist civilization can't do it either, and it's even more impossible for ordinary 3rd and 4th level civilizations to do it. In the eyes of other civilizations, zero returners are just an object to be avoided. But no matter what, this behavior of the zeroer has caused endless reflection among the audience. If there is a civilization above their heads that is undetectable like the null returners, but can broadcast to the entire universe under certain circumstances, then equivalent to what? At this moment, all the audiences in the heavens and the worlds felt a chill on their backs. They, perhaps, were also being observed by an unknown advanced civilization. It's like being in a zoo. 091. After seeing the zeroer, all the civilized audiences in the heavens and the worlds realized a problem. That is, in the universe above their heads, could there be someone like the zeroer who knows the location coordinates of any civilization in the entire universe but has never taken the initiative to appear in front of other people? But they are simply unable to detect it, and even if they have broken through any technology, they are still unable to discover this amazing existence in the universe. Just like the zoo hypothesis. What is the zoo hypothesis? This is a very interesting concept. He wrapped the universe into a zoo, and the civilization outside the universe can always observe the animals in the zoo, but the animals cannot perceive the outside civilization. In this chain of relationships, those low-level civilizations are the animals in this zoo. The zero returners are advanced civilized beings who know the location of this group of civilized animals and can observe them at will. At this time, Zero Return had already sent a worldwide broadcast notification to the universe. Immediately afterwards, all civilizations in the entire universe received this broadcast from outside the universe. The civilization in this broadcast called itself the Zeroers. Then, it informed all known civilizations in the universe of the current crises in the universe. The total mass of our universe will drop below a critical value, and the universe will change from closed to open. The universe will die in eternal expansion, and all life and memory will die. Please return the mass you took away, and only send the memory to the new universe, so that our universe can complete the restart and complete the true return. This cosmic broadcast sent by the Zeroer was transmitted to almost all civilizations after a period of time. At this moment, the audience was once again shocked. The Zeroer skills were enough to shock them to the extreme. Because this is a broadcast at the universe-wide level. Even if it is broadcast to all existing civilizations in the universe, it is a huge project. Because it is impossible for civilizations to use only one common language, even the Zeroers cannot make these civilizations change their language. As a result, the Zeroer did something extremely shocking. They have catalogued more than 1.7 million languages a euro in the universe and sent every 10th broadcast to any other world with translations into those languages. When the number of languages a euro in which the broadcast information was available reached 1.57 million, the broadcast ended. Because for those who returned to zero, translations of these languages a euro are sufficient. During the 30,000 hours that the Zero Returner was broadcasting throughout the universe, no civilization responded to it. Of course, maybe someone just responded to the Zeroer, but the response will take some time. 50,000 hours later, the returnees still had not received any news. At this moment, the audience already felt that something was wrong. Because in such a long period of time, it is impossible that no civilization has received the cosmic broadcasts of the Zero Returners. In fact, they actually received the broadcast from the Zeroers, but they just didn't want to respond. No one wants their civilization to return to zero in the Zero Return movement. The universe returning to the pastoral era is not something that any civilization can accept. At least many advanced civilizations cannot accept it. It was not until the Zeroer waited for 80,000 hours that he finally received the few messages. Earth civilization is willing to join the Zeroer's cosmic restart plan. Only some of the countless lower-level civilizations, including Earth civilization, agreed to the Zero Returners' Zero Return movement. And this is perfectly normal. After all, Zeroer wants to restart the entire universe, and basically no advanced civilization will agree. Only a civilization like Earth, which is the most advanced in the universe, would want to restart the universe so that everyone can return to the same starting line. It has to be said that this is indeed an excellent opportunity for Earth civilization. Even the audience from other Earth civilizations in the heavens and all realms have this idea. Assuming that the Zero Returners are in their world universe, perhaps they will also agree with the returnees' return movement. This may not be a good thing for Earth civilization, but once compared with other civilizations in the universe, Earth civilization has made a huge profit. It is no wonder that the Earth civilization of the Zero Returners world would agree with the Zero Returners' Zero Return movement. But in fact, when the Earth civilization agreed to the Zero Return movement, it was also agreed through various meetings. Tens of thousands of hours after the Zero Returners sent out their broadcast, Earth civilization finally received the message. Afterwards, this broadcast, which was identified as being from aliens or even an advanced alien civilization, caused an astonishing turmoil throughout the Earth civilization. Note, the Zero Returners and the three-body world in this book do not share the same worldview, and the world is fictional. This broadcast was recognized by the Earth civilization, and it turned out that there were definitely other more powerful civilizations in the world that were different from the Earth. Within hundreds of hours of receiving the broadcast, Earth civilization had been thinking about how to respond to the Zeroers, and this message even led to exchanges among various countries on Earth. The audiences from all over the world expressed their understanding. Especially the Earth civilization among all the heavens and worlds. They now fully understand. No matter in which world, Earth civilization is always the weakest. Now that I have the boss's legs, I must hold them tightly first. At this time, after more than a dozen meetings and research and discussion by major scientists, the Earth civilization was determined. At this moment, Earth civilization believes that there are definitely more amazing cosmic civilizations in the world, and they have not yet been discovered by Earth. After the broadcast from the Zero Returners was sent out, they became more certain that there must be a civilization similar to the Zero Returners in the universe, observing the Earth civilization as if it were observing an animal. As the omniscient and omnipotent voice of the heavens and myriad worlds sounded, all the cosmic civilizations in the heavens and myriad worlds realized that things were no different from what they had imagined. Earth civilization also raised the question of the zoo hypothesis. Because in any case, by raising this hypothesis, no matter how disturbing it was, he solved the most famous Fermi paradox. This paradox raises the question, either intelligent life is ubiquitous in the universe, or the universe's civilizations are alone on a medium-sized planet, orbiting a medium-sized yellow dwarf star, wandering at the edge of one of the universe's billions of galaxies. For example, the Earth is only 4.5 billion years old, while the universe is about 14 billion years old. But was there really no other life in the universe during the 10 billion years before the Earth appeared? You know, since the Big Bang, countless worlds have appeared in every corner of the observable universe. This is something that has been confirmed by the civilizations of all heavens and worlds. Living things are common, but the emergence of intelligent life is accidental. However, given enough time, there will be no volatility. It fits the so-called law of large numbers, which states that if the sample size is large enough, a rare event can be predicted. If life appears once every million years, it will appear a million times in a million times 100 million years. Suppose such an intelligent civilization did arise in the youngest galaxies, say a billion years ago. If humans have reached such a high level of technology in just 300,000 years, how incredibly advanced would an intelligent civilization have been a billion years earlier? At this time, the audience thought of the super god universe. They still remember the angel civilization when the Galactic Empire civilization occupied the super god universe. The angel civilization has only developed for 100,000 years and has already become so powerful. But before the angelic civilization, the super god universe must have existed for almost 10 billion years. But in these 10 billion years, no civilization more advanced than the angel civilization has appeared? How is this possible? So there is no doubt that no matter which universe it is, there are more advanced existences. It is equivalent to the ultimate fear that angel civilization has always feared. There is no doubt that these societies, equipped with faster-than-light rocket propulsion technology, would have no difficulty conquering their own system and neighboring systems and establishing a galactic empire. The first society either aggregated with the societies that developed subsequently or, due to time constraints, developed a hierarchy. It would be foolish, then, for such a supreme species to colonize a planet without any prior investigation. People don't camp in a forest without first carefully learning about the animals and plants in the forest and whether it is full of hungry tigers or poisonous plants. Because it could have fatal consequences. However, there is a problem here. Regardless of whether it is the highest level of intelligent life or intermediate level of intelligent life, all of these lives have been given a mysterious gift, consciousness. If the animals in the zoo had self-awareness, awareness of their own existence, and awareness of being imprisoned, they could resist and rebel, trying to break free because freedom is the primary desire of consciousness. Free will is the amazing awareness of choice and the ability to choose, against the dictates of nature, which distinguishes humans from animals. Similarly, an intelligent organism would eventually become aware of this possible hierarchy and resist being intruded upon. Imagine if simulated characters in games became conscious, would anyone think they would still be willing to be monitored and manipulated? Even the thought of violating one's own free will and imposing such absurd constraints is disgusting. Invasion of privacy is one such constraint. At this moment, human behavior is almost involuntarily monitored and influenced, and Earth civilization is aware that it is being observed. So much so that Earth civilization has become aware of two possibilities. Or, everyone in this universe is a simulation, like in the Sims game, and they realize that they are in an alien supercomputer. Otherwise, Earth civilization is just an animal in an interstellar zoo. It would appear, therefore, that super-intelligent aliens are studying Earth civilization, albeit in a very subtle and covert way. They seem to be looking at us through a one-way mirror, without interacting. They can see us, but we know nothing about them. Their disguise is so sophisticated that some people even doubt their existence. If they really deny the existence of these alien life forms, then their disguise is really effective. This effect is extremely terrifying, because the unknown causes the terror of the universe. After the message from the Zeroer appeared, human civilizations could make active inferences based on the broadcast from the Zeroer. There are indeed other civilizations in the universe. Therefore, if the ultimate zeroing plan of the universe can really be initiated through the means of the Zeroers, it will be of great significance to the development of Earth civilization. Is completely acceptable. Furthermore, Zero has already said this during the broadcast. Even if the universe restarts, the memory will still be preserved, but all civilizations in the universe will return to the pastoral era. What's more, the Earth civilization also believes that there is absolutely no need for the Zero-returner civilization to deceive them. Because this is a ridiculous thing. In fact, the Zero-returners civilization has long been powerful enough to monitor the entire universe, and in this sense, the Zero-returners are already a powerful civilization that no longer needs cosmic resources. Does he have the time to jump out and deceive Earth civilization? Even the audiences from all over the world agree. The Zeroers really want to do something for the universe, so they try hard to restart the universe. However, the cost of restarting the universe to other civilizations is too high, and not all civilizations will accept it. Even if the universe is restarted, civilizations such as those in the top 5 in terms of civilization level will have the means to jump to zero-dimensional attacks and escape the possibility of dimensionality reduction. At this moment, civilized audiences from all over the world were sending barrages and discussing the matter. If we look at it from the perspective of the development of the universe, what Zero did is indeed correct. At least I can't find any fault with it. 1/4, Tony Stark. I even hope that the Zero sector will come to our universe and reset us to zero. Spider-Man Parker. It's hard for me to say. The zeroing movement of the Zeroers is too extreme. They want to restart the entire universe, which is equivalent to destroying all civilizations in the entire universe. Moreover, the Zeroers have never made any promises. They even changed the physical concepts of 2 4th-level civilizations. From this perspective, I can't like the Zeroer civilization. Doctor Who. The main purpose of changing the physical concepts of the 4th-level civilization is because the 4th-level civilization develops very quickly. Even if it is hit back to the pastoral era, as long as the civilization still has memories, it only takes 100 years to return to the peak technology of the former 4th-level civilization. If the Zero Returner is considering the mass of the universe, it will not allow the 4th-level civilization to retain its own technological concepts, so modifying the concept of physical matter is the simplest and most effective method. Rick. No wonder the Zeroers are called idealists. They have been working hard for the ideal of restarting the universe. Have you ever thought about how we should deal with those civilizations that have worked hard for millions of years to develop, but ultimately returned to the pastoral era due to the restart of the universe? Singer civilization. The Zeroers' Zero movement itself is undesirable. What he is doing is just to occupy the entire universe for his own selfish desires. Marginal civilization. As an artist, I cannot accept that Zeroers deprive me of the technology to practice my art. Mirror civilization. Me too. Cryogenic artist civilization. At this moment, the audiences from all over the world were quarreling because of the Zero Returner. It is true that some people agree with the Zero Return movement of the Zero Returners, but there are also some people who do not like the Zero Return movement of the Zero Returners. Because the Zero Return movement of the Zero Returners is simply nonsense. This is equivalent to destroying millions of years of efforts of other advanced civilizations in one fell swoop. Even after that, there is a chance to restore the level of advanced civilization. But how long will this take? Hundreds of years, thousands of years? Even tens of thousands of years? Millions of years of technology and science were destroyed in an instant, leaving only memories of the past, and then the entire universe returned to the pastoral era, returning all civilizations to the same starting line? This is simply the most irresponsible behavior towards other advanced civilizations. However, they can only talk about it in the video comments. After all, this is a video inventory, something that the Zeroers have already done. It can even be said that even if this is what the Zeroers are doing, so what? The power of Zeroer has been deeply rooted in the hearts of every audience member. What if no one agrees? From the perspective of the entire universe, the owners are not equal at all. The reason why the Zeroers are waiting for responses from other civilizations is just like doing a questionnaire in the universe. In fact, regardless of whether other civilizations agree or not, the Zeroers have already prepared a plan to cleanse the universe. After receiving news from Earth civilization and other weak civilizations, Zero Reset has finally started its big cleanup plan before restarting. 092. Under the watchful eyes of the audience from all over the world, the Zeroers finally started their cleanup plan. In fact, the Zeroers' plan for a grand cleanup of the universe is extremely tough. In the entire universe, the Zeroer is actually no different from the master of the universe. Because the Zeroers are the strongest civilization in this universe, and also the only 6th-level civilization, a cosmic civilization. The Zeroers know the existence of every civilization and the history of every civilization. For such an existence, wouldn't it be easy to restart the universe? Therefore, the audience's doubts are actually wrong. In the video, the Zeroers began to carry out their cleanup plan. For those civilizations that disagree with the Zeroizer's plan to restart the universe, the Zeroizer will simply choose to clean up these civilizations. If the previous civilizations had a chance to be hit by the return of the Zero Resetters and be relegated to the pastoral era, they would still have time to develop in the new universe after the universe restarts. But this time, the king used thunderous means directly. Those who disagree with the movement to reset the universe to zero will be regarded as garbage in the universe by those who reset the universe to zero this time. No matter whether it is the 3rd civilization or the 4th civilization, any civilization that disagrees with the Zeroizer's restart will be knocked down to the zero dimension by the Zeroizer. That is a point. These zero-dimensional civilizations, the Zero Returners, no longer consider shifting their dimensions back. They will accept true destruction in the entire universe. As for those who agreed to the Zero Reset civilization, the Zero Reset civilization would directly and quickly prepare tickets to the new universe for them. Before resetting to zero and restarting, they can clean up their entire civilization on their own, and when restarting the new universe, ensure that there is no cosmic garbage left in the universe. The audiences from all over the world watched helplessly as the Zero civilization, like a dictator of the universe, exterminated other advanced civilizations. Countless civilized viewers who watched this scene were terrified, their hands and feet became cold, and their entire bodies were shaking. If you put yourself in the shoes of the civilizations that were wiped out by the Zeroers, you will know how terrifying this scene is. The Zeroer is simply too powerful, and he is powerful and unreasonable. Even the Galactic Empire, when faced with a science fiction civilization, would give that civilization time to think and resist. Although when facing the fantasy world, the Galactic Empire also attacked the fantasy world thoroughly with an iron-blooded method, and even cleaned up the entire world and turned it into an empty shell. But that is a fantasy world after all. The Galactic Empire has a completely different worldview from theirs. However, as a sixth-level cosmic civilization, the actions of the Zero have been criticized by countless civilizations. There is no other reason, it's just that the Zero is too violent. Did the Null Sector never consider that they might be attacked by other civilizations? What's the difference between Null Sector and the tyrants of the Galactic Empire? Just to restart the universe, they destroyed all other civilizations that had developed for millions of years. The Zeroers didn't even think about restarting the universe. Zero returners are only pursuing their own selfish desires. In fact, they are just liars. The critical value of the universe is completely made up by Zero returners. Other civilizations agree with it, but they are just fools who have been deceived into giving their civilization the material. Such remarks are widely circulated among civilized audiences in all the heavens and worlds. The others, on the other hand, kept their mouths shut and did not speak at this moment. Even those civilized audiences who had previously admired the Zeroer so much. After all, what Zeroer did really left the audience speechless. Even the Galactic Empire wouldn't be so arrogant as to destroy the entire universe's civilization if anyone disagreed with it, right? But what's the use? Those who are set to Zero will never listen to other people's opinions. When Zero already had enough power to restart the universe, he had already prepared for it. No one knows how long Zeroer has been preparing. 100 years? 1,000 years? Perhaps under the amazing scale of the universe, this concept of time should not be multiplied 10,000 times. Then, at this moment, the omniscient and omnipotent voice of the heavens and all worlds appeared again and brought explanations to the audience. For the Zeroers, the universe is far more important than anything else. Any civilization and new things will eventually appear in the new universe. If the critical value of the universe really falls below the closing value, something very terrifying will happen. The critical value of the universe falls below the closed value, that is, the critical value of the universe equals 0, and the space is a saddle-shaped non-closed universe at 0. When equals 0, it is flat and belongs to an open universe. Because the matter in these two types of universes is not dense enough or not dense enough, gravity cannot affect the boundary of the universe at a long distance, and the sealed universe appears open. The corresponding time is 0, when the matter in the universe is dense and gravity can affect the boundary of the universe, pulling the expanding universe back within a period of time and recondensing it into a singularity. Because the mass of the micro-universe comes from the macro-universe, once the mass of the macro-universe is taken away from the macro-universe, then a part of the mass is forcibly taken away from the macro-universe. This will slow down the speed at which the universe turns into a singularity. After the last matter is taken away, the matter in the universe will not be able to generate enough gravity to hold the universe back and collapse. The universe will open up. It doesn't mean that if the Zero restarts the universe, it will be able to bring the mass of the universe back. The main purpose of the Zero to restart the universe is to push other civilizations back to the pastoral era. Because once an advanced civilization is knocked back to the pastoral era, the mass of this civilization will be returned to the universe. But if the Zeroizer simply dials the dimension of the entire universe to 0, and then dials the universe back to 10 dimensions, then other civilizations in the universe will still exist, and the mass they took away from the universe will not be returned to the universe. In this case, even if the universe is restarted, the danger to civilization will still exist. Eventually the universe will collapse. Therefore, the main purpose of restarting the universe is to allow other civilizations to return to the pastoral era and allow these civilizations to return the matter they have taken from the universe. This is the true plan of the Zeroer to restart the universe. When the audiences from all over the world understood the plan of the Zeroer, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. In fact, if the universe really collapses, it will be a devastating blow to the entire cosmic civilization. Because we all live in the same universe, once the universe collapses due to mass reasons, all civilizations in the universe will be destroyed. In this case, the Zeroers might as well strike all civilizations back to the pastoral era. In this way, at least the universe can be preserved, and the restarted civilization can also develop again. The original intention of the Zeroer was excellent. This amounts to two choices. There is a leaky house in front of you. One choice is to continue living in this house, but the house will not shelter you from wind and rain. There is also a great risk that the house will collapse, causing the people living in the house to die due to the collapse of the house. The other option is to break down the house and rebuild it before it collapses. But during this construction process, civilizations will still be wet by the rain. No matter which option you choose, you will get wet in the rain in the end, so why not choose a safer option? So, after arriving here, most of the civilized audiences were almost silent. The current universe is like that leaky house. Most of the civilizations living in this leaky house do not want to destroy the house and rebuild it simply because their civilization, which has developed for tens of millions of years, is still in this house. But in fact, there is only one optimal solution. That is to restart the universe and return all civilizations to the pastoral era. At this moment, it is difficult for the audience to say whether what Zeroer did was right or wrong. But at least, at this time, no audience members were condemning the Zeroers anymore. In fact, the collapse of the universe is already approaching the edge stage. This is why the Zeroers ignored the opinions of other civilizations and decided to restart the universe. As the sounds of the heavens and myriad worlds rang out, the video started playing again. At this time, the universe has no idea how much time has passed. The Zeroizer has cleaned up the universe thoroughly. Any civilization that has not agreed to the Zeroizer's restart of the universe has been completely cleaned up by the Zeroizer. As for the remaining civilizations, whether they voluntarily agreed to be cleansed by the Zeroers or were forced to agree, the Snow Whites gave them a chance to enter the new universe. The Zeroers have reset all known civilizations in the universe back to the pastoral era, except for the 5th level civilization. Because the 5th level civilization can already ignore the influence of the Zeroers, the reason why the 5th level civilization is lower than the 6th level civilization is because the 5th level civilization cannot change the rules of the universe. But the 6th level civilization can, and it can still maintain its position at the top of the universe by changing the rules. However, although the 5th level civilization cannot change the rules of the universe, they can also ignore the attacks of the Zero Returner civilization. What's more, the 5th level civilization will not affect the mass of the universe at all. Those who can reach the 5th level of civilization basically have the ability to transform into pure energy. The ability to transform into pure energy will mean that level 5 civilization won't have to worry about energy issues. Therefore, the Zeroers just allowed the 5th level civilization to exist. However, once the universe is successfully restarted, the 5th level civilization will still be affected by the restart of the universe by the Zeroer. However, the Zero civilization did not tell anyone about this impact. The Zeroers themselves don't even know it, because even for them, this is the first time they are preparing to restart the universe. So, after completing all the cleanup tasks, the Zeroers began to try their universe restart plan. In the future, we will see a whole new universe. After the Zeroers informed all the already pastoral civilizations, they reached the center of the universe. And this moment has come to the moment that the audience is most concerned about. It is just like resetting the 2 advanced civilizations to 0 and restarting at the beginning. At this moment, the target of the Zeroer is the entire universe. When the huge clock of the Zero civilization descended upon the entire universe, the huge clock seemed to be engraved in the entire universe. The audience can clearly see the appearance of the huge pendulum. At this moment, its scale pointer is placed at dimension 10e. Then, countless huge black pillars of the sky rose up in every corner of the universe. It's as if the universe is completely wrapped in it. At this moment, the entire universe is like an elegant and noble black palace. It was filled with the dead silence of death. Because this noble black palace, it is all formed by the dead line of those who returned to Zero. At this moment, the audience from all over the world were so shocked that they were speechless. Zero return brought them an extremely shocking technological experience. In fact, they can't even tell whether this is the power of technology. The dimensional clock of the Zero returner is placed at the center of the entire universe. And near the clock of this dimension, there are endless dead lines entangled. The dead line represents the absolute zero-level dimension, so there is a deathly silence feeling. Then, the dead line seemed to completely isolate the universes on both sides. This scene seemed to leave the audience with only shock in their hearts. Then, the audience saw it. Countless Zero returners appeared in the video, and they appeared in front of the dimensional clock. In their hands, they hold endless black energy. This black energy is the civilization power extracted from those advanced civilizations after the Zeroers destroyed them and turned them into pastoral civilizations. These are all the mass of the universe. And now, the Zeroizer is going to return the mass of the universe to the entire universe. The number almost exceeds 1 trillion of the mass of the universe, floating continuously on countless Zero returners. It was as if the ultimate darkness surrounded the entire universe again. Finally, these substances merged into the universe in front of the eyes of the audience from all over the world. That's right, fusion. Because what the Zero returner does is to return the mass of the universe to the universe. Therefore, after the cosmic mass merged into the universe, the audience did not feel any disobedience. Likewise, the actions of the Zeroers also confirmed one thing to the audiences in all the heavens and worlds. That is, the Zero really restarted the universe for the sake of the universe. They obtained all the mass of the entire universe, but the nullifiers did not use this mass. The Zeroer finally chose to return the mass of the universe to its original owners so that the universe could be replenished as much as possible before restarting. This scene alone is enough to completely shut up those viewers who are skeptical or just want to steal the quality of other civilizations. Finally, after the trillions of cosmic energies were completely returned by the Zeroizers, the Zero sector's restart plan has finally begun. In the endless deadline palace, the huge dimensional clock that was as big as the sun finally moved forward 1 scale. Scale 9. The audience can only notice that at this moment, the universe seems to have suffered a dimensionality reduction attack. Under this astonishing blow, the edge of the universe is beginning to crack. However, this is just the beginning. The scale of the dimensional clock moved forward again, and this time the scale was dimension 8. The rupture at the edge became more violent, but the audience could not see any changes in the dimension of the universe. But they can only say that there seems to be a change going on in this audit. The Zeroer speeds up the change of the dimensional scale. Dimension 7, Dimension 6. After reaching this dimension, the mass of the entire universe began to decrease continuously. At this time, the audience suddenly thought of what Dai once said in Li Bai's civilization. Only the cosmic civilization that can break through to the 6th dimension is qualified to join the big family of cosmic civilization. And now, the dimension of the entire universe has been compressed to the 6th. Although the universe is still huge, its mass is completely different from before. Those 5th level civilizations that were able to travel through the 3rd dimension and below the 11th dimension also felt the difference in the universe at this time. This time, they can no longer travel between universes as they please. Finally, the scale dropped to dimension 5. Finally, the audience truly felt the collapse of the universe. The endless universe around seemed to be falling off madly, and various planets seemed unable to accept the dimensional change and began to shatter. At this moment, the mass of the stars is no longer enough to support their light, and the entire universe seems to have weight. The audience just felt that the stars in the universe were falling rapidly. Dimension 4. When the dimension is moved here, the meaning of the universe has completely changed. At this moment, any means of higher dimensional civilization will be completely unusable. The universe, which could have been called infinite, now seems to have shrunk into a right-side-up box. Only the huge pendulum in the middle can barely exist under the protection of the zero-dimensional dead line. In the end, it always reached the dimension that the audience is most familiar with. At this moment, what it brings to the audience is endless. Shock. Chapter 93. Because we have seen what happened to the fourth dimension. Therefore, all the beings in the heavens and worlds were slightly prepared mentally. They know. If the zero-returner universe successfully resets this third-dimensional universe to zero, that means that all civilizations in this dimension will disappear. No matter how powerful the existence is, no one is spared. It's just that everything just happened too fast. At first glance, the fourth-dimensional universe begins at zero. Even the process of reducing thousands of years of civilization to nothingness seems very long. But in fact, this is just a website that slows down the video playback speed by 10,000 times, so that all civilizations can clearly see the whole process of returning to zero. It seems like a long process. If we must make an analogy, it would be the speed at which the universes in the fourth dimension return to zero. It may just be someone's blink of an eye or a breath. However, before the universe had time to think about it, the reset of the third-dimensional universe is about to begin. When you see a clock with a combination of marble and diamonds and a huge Roman numeral 3 engraved on the center, you will be amazed. The universe is also mentally prepared. There are even some universes whose strength is weaker than that of the zero-return civilization that express their yearning and envy for this. In fact, from a certain perspective, restarting means the rapid development of civilization, quickly breaking through the original shackles within a few hundred years. We just want to be restarted, but we haven't had the opportunity yet. Morgana, that's right. In our own universe, our development path has been fixed, and restarting means a second chance, which is not a bad thing. Dr. Octopus, everyone, although we may not be able to research the zero sector technology that the zero sector possesses right away, we can learn from this technology to strengthen ourselves. Maybe it can accelerate the development of our universe. A1/4 Lelich, the universe is very clear. The universe in any dimension is born from the destruction and annihilation of stars or even huge energy bodies. Simply put, this principle is similar to the rebirth of the phoenix. Death is born from rebirth. For most universes and civilizations, there is only one chance to go with the flow. However, the zero reset technology of the zero reset universe can provide civilization with countless opportunities to restart, which means more infinite possibilities. How could this not shock those civilizations that couldn't even make the list? I can't believe it's only the fourth place. With such strength, it's unimaginable if it's ranked higher. Spider-Man Parker restarting and returning to zero? This may also be a way of thinking about the development of the universe. Unfortunately, with our technological strength, it will probably take thousands of years to simulate and imagine. Morgana, look at it from a positive perspective. At least now we know that there are civilizations that can achieve this. We can use it as a reference to develop our own civilization and technology. This is much better than always being a frog in a well. Keisha, however, just when all the heavens and worlds were extremely envious of the zero universe, a new line of text appeared in the comment section. However, although the zero reset universe has powerful technology to reset the universe to zero, their technology itself has huge loopholes. This loophole can be said to be quite fatal and may even lead to one's own destruction the next second after this line of words appeared before the universe. The zero-returner universe has already turned the pointer of the third-dimensional universe back to zero. In just a flash, the entire universe was attracted by the huge singularity formed in front of this huge clock. Whether it is the galaxies, planets, or cosmic dust in this universe, they all belong to one singularity. And the next second, this singularity exploded. The dazzling light made the screen as bright as day. Even if they are just watching the video on the website, the audience can feel as if they are personally on the scene, as if the ultra-high temperature scorching shockwave generated by the cosmic dust explosion is already bearing down on them, and in the next second they and the screen in front of them will be turned into cosmic dust. Such a powerful shock and visual impact also shocked the universe for a long time after the video stopped playing. However, compared to this, the line of text that just flashed across the screen shocked them even more. So far, the Nullifier civilization is the most powerful civilization we have ever seen, and the technology they have developed is beyond the reach of many civilizations. However, now some people are questioning it, believing that this civilization's technology has huge loopholes. Parker. Could it be that in this universe, there is a civilization that is more powerful than the Zeros, and can even find their weaknesses and destroy them? Optimus Prime, it's not impossible. After all, we have seen many civilizations before, but in the end, there is always someone better than you, right? Speaking of this, I even look forward to the emergence of a civilization more powerful than the Zero Returners, so that we can see more powerful civilizations and learn from them. By Yukoi, for a moment, this line of text appeared. All the heavens and worlds are also more curious about whether a more powerful civilization will appear next. Is the person who left the message just now in existence with a civilization power greater than that of the Zeroers? Zero, just when people were discussing it heatedly. The Zeroizers who have just successfully reset many universes for themselves and demonstrated their strength on the website. But suddenly I saw it. In the universe that had just been reset to zero by myself. But a mysterious fleet appeared. Although these starships have silver white hulls and the unique logos on the website, and although they are not very large in size, those in the universe who have personally witnessed the invasion of these fleets or even been conquered by them know about them. They are a group of silver white gods of death in this silent universe. Wherever they go, they will be conquered. Even someone as strong as Zero may not be immune. And the ones who just sent the message were them? Thinking of this, the universe began to feel a little excited. This zeroing technology can be said to have no blind spots. It undoubtedly represents the strength and technological strength of the Zeroers. Can the fleet really successfully occupy the Zeroer civilization this time? By Yukui, I think it will be difficult. You know, even if the Zeroers are defeated, they can reset their own universe and come back with a vengeance. I'm afraid they won't be easy to deal with. Chapter 10 Zhuang indeed, if they are invaded, they can also restart the universe, remember this hatred, and then find a way to fight back. As long as their civilization can be continuously restarted, even if it returns to the pastoral era, it can rise rapidly within a few hundred years and restore to its original technological level, and even become more and more courageous and technologically stronger. This is simply an invincible little but Peter Parker. 94. Chapter 94 as the inventory video ends. In a certain dimensional universe, the immortals in the Ling Xiao Palace and the Jade Emperor of Heaven were watching everything the Zero Returners were doing in the video through the observation mirror. But the shock in my heart still cannot be dissipated for a long time. In their view, all this seemed so incredible that it could even be described as a fairy tale. After all, originally in the eyes of the immortals, the laws of the world, even the passage of time, are irreversible. Everything was born from the beginning of the universe, and all things start from the beginning of the universe. Yin and Yang give birth to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams. This is how the world has every plant and tree, and even gods. But now, this video directly overturned what they thought. It even overturned their cognition. Taibei Jingxing lightly shook off the dust in his hands, exuding an 860 fairy spirit, with 3 flowers gathered at the top of his head. But even though he was an immortal, he was looking at the screen, twirling his beard and frowning slightly. I can't believe there is such a wonder in this world. However, this kind of divine power is already quite strong. I'm afraid it is the ceiling of scientific and technological power, right? Tai's Hanglejun on the side also shook his head. However, it is too bold to return the entire world and even the universe to a single point and create it all over again. It may even rewrite the laws of heaven and earth. Such technology is probably their limit and may even be accompanied by certain dangers. It was when all the immortals were shocked that the Jade Emperor spoke. That's nothing. From what I see, what someone said on the screen just now is even more ridiculous. This terrifying Zero Return strength is already incredible, but those people actually said that there is someone who is even more powerful than this Zero Returner and has mastered the Zero Return technique. At this time, some immortals also echoed, obviously, this strength is already on par with the great god Pangu, the creator of the universe. As far as we know, there will probably be no one stronger than this. Otherwise, wouldn't he be like that little monkey and want to overturn the world? Obviously, this group of immortals thought that the technology of the Zero universe had already reached the ceiling of science and technology. They even believed that it was impossible for any technology to surpass the Zeroers. At this moment, Qin Lian and Shun Feng'er hurried into the Ling Xiao Palace. He reported to the Jade Emperor with a sweat on his forehead, "Report. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. There is a hole in the sky." These words made the Jade Emperor frown slightly. But he was only secretly shocked. After all, the only person in the lower world who might rebel, Monkey King, has already gone with Tang Seng and others to obtain the scriptures. Even if he occasionally gets a little angry, at most he just needs the immortals under his command to provide him with some magic weapons to deal with monsters. So he just asked in confusion, hasn't that naughty monkey already gone with Tang Monk to seek Buddhist scriptures? If he needs any magic weapon, just send someone to deliver it to him. But at this moment, the clairvoyant had a look of panic on his face, as if he had seen some incredible scene. "No, Your Majesty, a hole broke that day, and an indescribable black gas came out. We don't know what happened. And we went to look for Sun Wukong, who was on his way to the kingdom of monks with Tang Monk and others. We haven't encountered any monsters yet." Hearing this, the immortals couldn't help but talk about it. Why is there a hole in the sky when it's fine? But even if it's just a hole, so what? At worst we can just use the sky repairing stone to patch it up. I calculated with my fingers earlier today, and there is no abnormal change in the stars. The calamity has not yet arrived. However, just when Taibei Jingxing was counting on his fingers to tell a fortune, as soon as he closed his eyes, he broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, could it be? As he spoke, he immediately asked the Jade Emperor for instructions. "Your Majesty, please allow me to return to Tushita Palace immediately." Seeing him so panicked, the Jade Emperor also felt a little uneasy. "Go ahead and get to the bottom of this." After a while, Taibei Jingxing came back flying up into the clouds. He was totally confused. That kind of panic was even more terrifying than when Sun Wukong caused trouble in heaven, and his eyes were filled with infinite fear. "Your Majesty, something bad has happened. All the stars in the sky have disappeared. To be more precise, it seems that they have been swallowed by something." These words immediately made the immortals explode. What is going on? Why is this happening? The stars were swallowed? Could it be related to the black gas above the hole? Is the world really going to change? Just when all the immortals were terrified, there was an echo from above the Jade Emperor's head. "Amitabha, this catastrophe may affect the entire world. This world may suffer from this catastrophe." Could this voice be from the Buddha of the West? When the Jade Emperor finished speaking, above the heavenly palace, a cloud road covered with lotus flowers appeared before him. Guanyin held the jade bottle in her hand and sighed at this time. the Buddha Tathagata, have just counted on my fingers. This crisis cannot even be described as a heavenly calamity. The immortal world must work together to have a small chance of winning. These words made the Jade Emperor puzzled. Avalokitesvara, why is there a hole? What is the black gas coming out of the hole? Is it some powerful demon? But at this time, even Guanyin just shook her head. It's not certain yet, but the only thing that is certain is that the mysterious black energy is outside the three realms and is not in the five elements. Could it be from the netherworld? But even though the Jade Emperor guessed so, Guanyin still shook her head. We don't know yet, but it has now spread to the human world and caused great suffering to all living beings. While Guanyin was speaking, she had already sprinkled nectar from the jade bottle. As the nectar creates ripples on the world viewing mirror, the scene on earth made all the immortals present shudder. What kind of magic does this evildoer use? Impossible. This monster would never be able to do this. All I saw in the picture was a black dust that looked like an evil spirit, sweeping across the earth at a speed of 4.6. Wherever it went, it turned to decay. All life was annihilated. However, I don't know what this black gas is. But even through the screen, everyone could feel the suffocation and terror brought by the black air. And in that black air, there was total silence, as if there was no sign of life at all. Even the Jade Emperor realized the seriousness of the problem and his face became serious. This alien thing does not belong to this world. We must find a way to stop it, otherwise, this world will be annihilated. The pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li, the third Prince Neza, exist. Immediately lead 200,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to the location of the black gas. We must find out what it is and stop it from destroying the world again. Yes. Chapter 95. With 100,000 heavenly soldiers lined up at the south gate of heaven. The whole heaven was on high alert, with great momentum. The entrance to Tianmen was crowded with people. The generals in heaven hold divine weapons in their hands, wear silver armor, and see every tree and grass as an enemy. Li Tianhuang held the pagoda in his hand, his face full of solemnity. At this moment, he scanned the vast army of heavenly soldiers. After a moment's silence, he spoke. All heavenly soldiers and generals, listen up. Now that the evil spirit has reached the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea, the Dragon Palace is about to fall. Once the Dragon Palace falls, the black energy will soon sweep towards the South Heaven Gate. Therefore, we must be ready to fight at any time. No one can slack off in the slightest. These words made many soldiers unable to help but whisper. It's just a ball of black air, I'm afraid it's just a monster. Yes, if we, the 100,000 heavenly soldiers, attack this evil together, we will definitely destroy its original god. Speaking of which, isn't His Majesty the Jade Emperor making a big deal out of nothing? Even if this black energy is so terrifying, can it be stronger than Sun Wukong? When seeing all the heavenly soldiers and generals present had this attitude, Li Tianhuang spoke up, everyone. The most taboo thing on the battlefield is to underestimate the enemy. Although the origin of this black gas is unknown, all the divine soldiers must not slack off. You know, this black gas swallowed up all the stars before. We are setting out now to fight to protect these three realms. Following Li Tianhuang's order, all the heavenly soldiers followed closely, stepping onto the ninth layer of clouds, vowing to annihilate the black energy. Only Li Tianhuang knows. If the black gas cannot be stopped from advancing, the heavenly palace will probably be swallowed up by the black gas. He also always had an inexplicable premonition that this black energy was not as simple as he imagined. In fact, the audience in the universe who were watching the live broadcast were also very sure. This black energy is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. In the live broadcast footage just a few seconds ago, the black gas has actually caused the sea level of the East China Sea to begin to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. That terrifying speed was as if a gluttonous beast was about to swallow up mountains and rivers. The light purple black light emitted from the surface of the black gas flickered. It was as if the black energy was a terrifying living beast, with its heart beating vigorously. The purple laser emitted from the black air left no grass growing wherever it passed. The high-energy electro-optical particles contained in this terrifying laser also aroused infinite fear among many civilizations. What on earth is this black air? Optimus Prime, this black gas is simply a bug-level monster. It actually swallowed up the seawater in an instant? If we face it, I'm afraid we really don't have 100% confidence and chance of winning. Zero Lord, it's more than just swallowing. I feel like this black gas is more like a collection of ultra-micro nanorobots. They release ultra-high concentration compressed energy and quickly tighten it, which is why such a terrifying scene appears. At the same time, even the Jade Emperor in front of the Guanxi mirror saw it. In the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, the black gas was forming a huge vortex underwater and heading straight towards the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. Just at the moment when the heavenly soldiers and generals gathered at the south gate of heaven, the black gas had already swept away countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and tens of millions of aquatic soldiers. In an instant, they were swept away by the black gas and turned into black ashes in an instant, without any remains left. Even the sea water gradually dropped with the invasion of the black air, as if it was evaporating in an instant. The black gas only dived into the seabed for the time it took to stick of incense, but the sea level of the entire East China Sea had dropped by more than 1,000 meters at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if the black gas had directly swallowed up the sea water, leaving the audience watching the live broadcast dumbfounded. Seeing this scene, the millions of aquatic creatures who were facing the challenge couldn't help but feel a chill rising from the bottom of their hearts. However, even two armies with a total of 300,000 soldiers were completely wiped out. The aquatic creatures did not give up the challenge. At this time, Ao Bing, the prince of the Dragon Palace, was riding on a dragon, holding the green water Vajra sword and commanding the battle in front of the remaining millions of aquatic creatures. All soldiers, listen to my orders. Although we are not immortals, we are still dragons. Now facing such an invasion, we absolutely cannot just succumb to the all-devouring black demon. Even if there is only one person left in our aquatic tribe, we must stop the monster outside the Dragon Palace and never let it take another step forward. This is the dignity and bottom line of our aquatic tribe. It is worth defending with our lives. For a moment, the shouts of all aquatic creatures resounded throughout the bottom of the East China Sea. We, the water tribe, will never allow the black energy to advance any further. Protect our homeland, no evil spirits can invade our Dragon Palace. At the same time, in the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, inside the Dragon King Hall. The Dragon King of the East China Sea, Little Dragon Girl and even Prime Minister Turtle all watched the scene on the battlefield through the water-repellent beads with serious expressions. At the same time, countless small soldiers and generals also came to report the battlefield situation as soon as possible. Report. General King Crab led an army of 100,000 king crabs and they were completely wiped out. Not even their armor was left. Report. Only 10% of the 200,000 seahorse cavalry led by Marshal Seahorse are left, and most of them have already fled. When I heard these bad news, the Dragon King's expression became more and more solemn, and his claws covered with golden dragon scales tightly gripped the armrests of the Dragon King's throne, as if he wanted to crush it. In his opinion, this damn black energy came without any sign. At first, I only sensed something strange above the surface of the East China Sea. But when he sent someone to the surface to check the situation, the scout never returned. In order to seek revenge, a dozen of his subordinates took the initiative to try to subdue the evil spirit. But unexpectedly, since they took action against this evil spirit, the evil spirit then swept towards the bottom of the sea like crazy. At first, the advance team they sent out was almost unable to resist. Only then did the Dragon King realize the horror of the black energy. However, even if viewed with the naked eye, the black gas is just a mass of dust controlled by some special force and has no entity of its own. And now, when purple electric light radiates from the black air, it is as bright and dazzling as the stars in the sky. In the blink of an eye, 300,000 aquatic creatures were wiped out. Only then did the Dragon King realize the seriousness of the problem. And he didn't know it. His current situation was being broadcast live on the internet. Moreover, even the countless civilizations that had watched the live video did not know what the black gas was. They could only see more clearly that the black gas was extremely turbid, but if they looked closely, they would find that it contained the bright stars in the universe. It can even be said that it is not a ball of gas or organic life. Instead, it looks more like a collection of energy. Or the countless dust particles formed when the universe exploded. Is this really just a ball of black gas? Thinking of the scene just now, I get a chill down my spine just looking at it. Spider Parker. I don't think it's that simple, because if you look closely you'll find that it's actually a mass of star-like matter, or some kind of special life form. Yehexi, this scene is so horrifying, I can't believe it. Wherever the black gas went, it turned into nothingness, as if it had evaporated from this world. Or is it being drained of its vitality at a speed visible to the naked eye, and decaying? Ultra-cryogenic artist. From this perspective, this power is indeed very strong, but what is the connection between this power and the power displayed by the Zero Civilization? I really can't figure it out. Tony Stark. At first, in the eyes of the universe, the black gas was just a cosmic energy that could not be easily distinguished by the naked eye, wrapped in cosmic dust and ashes formed after the explosion. But now they realize. This black gas is not as simple as it seems. It is even a terrifying technology that is at least superior to the technology mastered by the Zero Civilization. But if you magnify each dust particle thousands of times, you will find it. In each of these dust particles, there is actually a purple eyeball that is only about micrometers in size. Behind each eyeball, there is a ball of concentrated black and purple energy that is 10,000 times smaller than the water droplets created by the Trisolarans. Micrometer is a unit of measurement that is much smaller than nanometer. The dust particles are 10,000 times smaller than a micron. Even if the civilization watching the live broadcast magnified them 10,000 times, it would still be difficult to see their entire picture clearly. This is why the Zeroers who are watching the live broadcast now can only see that it is a ball of deep purple light even if they magnify the dust 1,000,000 times. Even using an ultramicroscope to analyze these ultramicroscopic particles that look like dust is difficult to identify. They were also sending messages on the barge at this time. No, the dust particles are too small. With our current technology, we can't fully magnify them and identify them, let alone analyze their composition. However, one thing is certain, it contains a special high-purity concentrated energy. Every time it comes into contact with a living being, this energy will be released at an extremely fast speed and quickly compressed in a very small space. Wait. Could it be that this power? However, the last line of civil officials had just been sent out. The expression of the leader of the Zeroers was completely frozen. Seeing the panic-stricken look on his face, the Zeroer subordinate beside him couldn't help but wonder. Master Chief, what's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly look so ugly? Even though the other party was full of curiosity, the leader of the Zero Resetters did not answer. Because he wasn't sure if what he was thinking was true. After all, in his opinion, that kind of technology cannot be achieved even by a fourth-dimensional extraordinary civilization like his own. What's more, it's just a mass of energy that looks like black gas. It is impossible for them to have their own consciousness, let alone the kind of technology that I just thought of. However, someone in the barge just now said that the Empire has a strength far beyond their own civilization. Thinking of this, the leader of the Zeroers temporarily suppressed his doubts and continued watching the live broadcast. However, the other civilizations watching the live broadcast were a little puzzled. Euro, what was that Zeroer saying just now? He said half of his words and then swallowed them back. It was a bit annoying. Morgana, that's right, what on earth does he want to express? He looks like the old Riddler. Lelich, in my opinion, they are just as confused as we are, and they don't know what the black gas is. After all, who knows, maybe the black gas is the secret weapon created by the mysterious empire mentioned in the previous comments? Let's wait and see what happens and wait for the live broadcast to give us the answer, Keisha. It was at the time when the universe became very interested in the composition of this black gas. Ao Bing has led 500,000 shrimp soldiers and crab generals to attack the black energy. All water creatures, listen up, attack together, this black energy is definitely no match for us. However, just when Ao Bing was about to take action, the black gas actually began to gradually condense from a hurricane form, gathered into an eyeball. The body also becomes a pyramid shape. When you see this triangle emitting purple-red light, it looks like it is made up of invincible stars. An extremely powerful pressure came. This made the other aquatic creatures feel a little scared at this time. Ao Bing also tried hard to calm himself down, and a giant green dragon gradually condensed behind him. Is this the prince's true god? It seems that the prince is serious this time. This black energy is definitely no match for him, so just accept your death. When people exclaimed, Ao Bing's body was covered with a layer of soft golden scales that reflected colorful luster. Even the long sword in his hand seemed to be wrapped by a dragon's soul. You evildoers, now that you have seen my true god, why don't you retreat immediately? Or do you want to die in my hands? Ao Bing clenched the sword in his hand tightly, and murderous aura surged from his body. Find the good one, but the huge one-eyed triangular monster in front of him remained unmoved. He just stretched out a finger formed by black air. When he saw a dark purple flame condensing at his fingertips, the power contained in it made the audience watching the live broadcast feel suffocated. This flame didn't go out underwater. It seems that this is not an ordinary flame, but an existence far beyond common sense. Optimus Prime, that is definitely not a flame. From the live broadcast, I can probably detect that there is a violent proton fission energy reaction in the flame. If I were to estimate, it would be about 10 times the huge energy generated by the explosion when the Zero universe restarts the world. And this is just a rough estimate, and during my calculation, the energy is still rising. In the Zero, oh my god! Is this guy planning to use that fire to evaporate the entire Dragon Palace in the East China Sea? Rick, even they all felt so terrified. What's more, Ao Bing and others were present. However, now that the arrow has been drawn, he has nowhere to retreat. What shocked everyone even more was, the one-eyed monster actually uttered a voice at this moment, go to hell. It was just 4 words, but it seemed as if millions of people were saying them in unison at the same time. And the next second, black and purple flames came towards Ao Bing. Ao Bing also held a long sword, roared, and swung the sword with all his strength. But the next second, all the land within a radius of 50 miles with him as the center was instantly destroyed. The dark purple aftermath even blew away the smaller entrants who were lined up at the back. This scene caused the Jade Emperor's expression to hesitate for a moment. When I saw the ground and all objects on it within a radius of 50 miles disappear, only a pit 50 miles deep was left. The Jade Emperor hesitated for a moment before speaking. This black evil spirit, cut it off. Chapter 96. For a moment, all the immortals in front of the Guanxi mirror were talking about it. Taibei Jingxing stroked his beard to calm himself down. Is this black evil energy so terrifying? Tai's Hanglejun also looked solemn. It seems that His Majesty the Jade Emperor was right to let the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li and Neza the Third Prince lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers to go out at the same time. The resentment and even the evil spirit contained in this black evil energy is already beyond the ability of the water creatures to resist. At this time, Bodhisattva Guanyin could not help but put his hands together and said, Amitabha, this kind of power is even more powerful and terrifying than the ghost energy and resentful spirits in the underworld. At the moment the explosion happened just now, I felt a kind of lifeless dead silence. At the same time, a line of prompts appeared in the lower right corner of the live broadcast screen. After calculation, the power contained in this explosion is roughly equivalent to 50 times of zeroing technology. The explosion power caused by zeroing the universe is in addition to destructive power, the power of decay contained in it is 5,000 times the power of the zero reset to return the universe to the pastoral era. However, these words also made the universe confused. The power of decay? What is that? Is it a special energy or a technology we haven't discovered yet? Morgana, no matter what it is, we, the Zeroers, don't know what kind of powerful new energy it is. It's probably a high-tech that is much more profound than the zeroing technology. The Lying Zero Monarch indeed, after looking at the first few civilizations that were included in the inventory, I have become more and more certain. Any primitive concept can be explained by scientific theory. It's just that the depth and level of our research have not yet reached that level, so we can only use abstract concepts in metaphysics to explain it. The power presented by this black gas is the best example. Lelich, although civilizations do not know what the exact composition of that force is. But think about what those people said before about the Galactic Empire, and the barge they sent. They also became more aware that those barge comments might not be someone deliberately stirring up trouble on the Zushan Wanjin network. In the vast universe, there is indeed such a terrifying empire or even civilization. After all, this ball of black gas only had one strike, and wherever it went it completely turned into nothingness. He can easily use technology that is 100 times more powerful than when the nullifier nullified the universe. That already says a lot. However, there are also people who do not want to and are unwilling to believe in the existence of this civilization. They were afraid from the bottom of their hearts. On the other side, when he saw Ao Bing being instantly devoured by the black-purple flame, his main soul, 7 spirits, and even his primordial spirit evaporated in an instant. The Dragon King of the East Sea trembled all over. My son, is he dead? In just a split second, I was. By that ball of black air. At that moment, the blood surged up. The Dragon King's originally majestic and awe-inspiring demeanor also showed signs of decline. As he covered his chest, a sweet feeling welled up from the corner of his mouth. I saw a trace of dragon blood with a hint of red and gold flowing from the corner of his mouth. Prime Minister Turtle hurriedly helped the Dragon King of the East China Sea up. Your Majesty, please pay attention to the dragon's body. But even the Dragon King of the East China Sea looked dejected at this moment. I never thought that my son Ao Bing had his tendons pulled out by Neza and had a close call with death, but now he has been killed by this unknown black energy. My son, wait for your father to avenge you. Following the Dragon King's angry shout. His face was also full of solemnity. Prime Minister Turtle, bring me my Jade Water Dragon Divine Pearl and Divine Dragon Scale Armor. Also, summon the Dragon Kings of the other 3 seas in the west, south and north immediately. If I don't drive this black energy to the underworld today and destroy it, I will not be called the Dragon King of the East China Sea. Yes. Prime Minister Turtle and Xiao Longnu said in unison. One went to summon the 4 major Dragon King forces in the east, west, south and north, while the other went to prepare divine weapons to avenge the Dragon Palace. Also at the same time. The explosion just now shook the bottom of the ocean 30 million feet deep. It even shook the earth. This awakened Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva and his Mount Diting, who had been in meditation. Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva, I'm afraid things are going to change in this world. I saw the huge white elephant gently shake its trunk. Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva said indifferently, let's wait and see what happens. If this black energy continues to wreak havoc and even threatens the order of heaven and earth, I will report it to Yamaluo. As he spoke, he gently stroked Diting's head. Continue monitoring, and report immediately if you find anything unusual. In his opinion, this black energy is at most a powerful evil that can take away life. After all, I haven't seen the evil appearance with my own eyes, so it's just a rough judgment at this time. At this time, the Dragon King of the East China Sea had already gathered the 4 Dragon Kings. As the 3 Dragon Kings rushed to the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea together, they also realized the seriousness of the matter. Because while they were on their way here, the sea level of the East China Sea had dropped another 1,000 feet. This shocked many of the civilizations watching the live broadcast. This monster is comparable to Quafu. Is he going to drink up the East China Sea? Queen Xiao. If I'm not mistaken, this may also be a manifestation of decay. The so-called decay means that there is no vitality at all. Even after death, ordinary living things still have 3 souls and 7 spirits. Gods also have primordial spirits after death, which can be reincarnated and reborn. And this kind of power may completely destroy this kind of life that can be reincarnated. Ancestor Hungjun looking at it this way, the comments above may not be bragging. This power is exactly the opposite of the power of the Zero Reset universe to retain vitality and memory and recreate the universe. It is to completely obliterate and destroy it. In short, the technology that is used against the Zero Reset universe is a natural counter. One cryogenic artist however, although they had roughly guessed what this power was, everyone still felt uneasy. Because they cannot fathom what kind of advanced technology is contained in this power. It was also at this time that the 4 Dragon Kings led their shrimp soldiers and crab generals from the 4 major seas and lined up outside the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea. The Dragon King of the West Sea has arrived. The Dragon King of the South China Sea has arrived. The Dragon King of the North Sea has arrived. Watching the 3 fellow Dragon Kings arrive wearing scale armor and leading an army of 5 million. The Dragon King of the East China Sea said with a serious expression at this time. Dear dragons, my son just led his troops to attack the black evil spirit, but he died in the blink of an eye. I have already reported this to the Jade Emperor through the Guan Shijing. Although Totally Tianwang and Neza have led their troops to come, as the Supreme Dragon Clan, we must defend our own dignity. Otherwise, even if we get the help of the heavenly soldiers and generals, how can we, the Water Clan, keep our dignity? After hearing his words, the other Dragon Kings were also excited. Brother Long, there is no need to say anything. The 3 of us will seek justice for Ao Bing. He is just a demon. How can he be our opponent? That's right. I just don't believe that even with the combined strength of the 3 of us, we still can't defeat that evildoer. The 4 of them picked up their weapons and went into battle. A divine light of different colors appeared behind each Dragon King, shining brightly with every step they took. The dragon scales on their bodies also rose up. Even just looking at the 4 Dragon Kings riding on water unicorns and giant turtles. The Jade Emperor and others who were watching the situation here through the Guanxi mirror could all feel that powerful aura. For a moment, the Jade Emperor also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, I guess the black energy will be wiped out in the East China Sea, right? Taibei Jingxing also clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings are working together, their magic power is boundless, not to mention they have their own unique 4-sided dragon seal barrier, this black energy will definitely stop in the East China Sea. These words also made the immortals feel a little relieved. Some immortals even laughed and said, if we had known that this evil spirit would not be able to set foot in the South Heaven Gate, why would we have mobilized Li Tianwang and his men? Hey, yes, but this is also giving enough face to the black evil spirit. Even if it is wiped out, it can be regarded as a glorious death. Maybe it can leave a small mark in the history of the heaven. It was a worthy death. Amid the discussions of the immortals, the dragon kings of the four seas have led millions of shrimp soldiers and crab generals towards the direction of the black evil spirit. Seeing so many of them going out together, the divine power and fighting spirit generated also ignited the fighting spirit of the civilizations in the live broadcast room. If this ball of black energy is really sent by that empire, then it is already very powerful. Even if it stops here, it is enough to prove its strength. This is beyond the reach of our generation. The Lord's Lady technology does have its own limitations. Even if this black energy is so powerful that it can resist physical attacks, can it resist the magic of this god? That's not necessarily true. Since it's the opposite of nullifier technology, maybe it can analyze divine power and turn it into nothing? After seeing its performance just now, I'm even looking forward to its further actions. Morgana, just as all the heavens and worlds, and even the Jade Emperor and others were waiting and watching. The four dragon kings have led their armies to the front of the black energy. At this time, it still maintains the appearance of a triangle with a single eye. But after killing Ao Bing and more than 1 million aquatic creatures on the front line, a special energy aura seemed to appear around its body. That circle of light is like an asteroid belt surrounding the galaxy. But if you zoom in a little, you'll see. It seems to contain the stars in the universe and endless depths. It's like countless miniature black holes surrounding this one-eyed triangle. The feeling that it was sucking everything around it and made the Dragon King of the East China Sea, who was only dozens of meters away from it, feel a little breathless. But, for some reason, ever since Ao Bing evaporated from in front of him just now, the Dragon King of the East China Sea actually had an inexplicable feeling. It was that the power of this ball of black air seemed to have swallowed up Ao Bing's divine power, like an ocean embracing all rivers. This caused a hint of surprise to flash across the face of the Dragon King of the East Sea. Could it be that this guy has absorbed the power of my son Ao Bing? But the Dragon King of the West Sea frowned. This is impossible. Ao Bing's divine dragon bloodline has just been cultivated to the 7th level. It is still a long way from the 8th level where we are. And now the power wavelength of this one-eyed black energy seems to have far exceeded the 9th level of the divine dragon bloodline. These words left many viewers in the live broadcast room confused. What does this dragon blood mean? I don't know how powerful it is. Is it more powerful than my spider blood? Parker, are you kidding me? What does this mean? Waiting online, it's urgent. Keisha, seeing people asking questions, the Jade Emperor also patiently explained. Everyone, as we all know, immortals are divided into 4 realms: holy, heavenly, and human. The Dragon clan is a half-demon and half-god clan. The divine power they cultivate is also half-immortal and half-demon. The so-called divine dragon bloodline is the divine power level they have cultivated while practicing immortal magic and demon magic at the same time. Like the Dragon clan, they are in the realm of earthly immortals, and only a divine dragon like the Dragon King can be ranked among the celestial beings. The dragon bloodline they cultivated was already equivalent to the level of a lower-level saint. He is considered one of the best in our fairy world. See the pride on the Jade Emperor's face in the live broadcast. The universe can all feel that they seem to be very confident in dealing with this black energy. It seems that the Jade Emperor also has the confidence that he can intercept this black energy in the East China Sea. It seems that the four-sided dragon seal barrier is the ultimate weapon of these dragon kings. At the same time, the Dragon King of the East China Sea glared at the expressionless and emotionless mass of cold air. You evil beast, you will pay a heavy price for killing my son. Next second. Behind the 4 dragon kings, 4 divine dragons condensed into solid entities and rushed out, soaring into the sky. Even the black air looked up at the 4 dragons of different colors intentionally or unintentionally at this moment. The powerful aura contained in the dragon seemed to tear the sky above the East China Sea into pieces. And as the 4 dragons condensed into a huge dragon cauldron, a golden dragon-patterned magic circle also appeared under the feet of the black energy. Is this the power of the 4-sided dragon seal barrier? Dr. Octopus, even through the screen, I can feel the divine power coming from the bones and blood of the Eastern dragons. This is more than 100 times more powerful than those Western dragons that can only breathe fire. Hades Gans, this terrifying pressure is far beyond the power of our Zero Universe explosion. I just don't know who will win in the end. The King of Return, it is also under the watchful eyes of the heavens and the universe. The square dragon cauldron completely enveloped the black air. Following a dragon's roar, the entire underwater area shook violently. The one-eyed triangular air mass also began to shrink gradually, or was continuously compressed by the barrier. And when I saw that the black gas released black flames and explosions, it was unable to break the barrier. The long beard of the Dragon King of the East China Sea fluttered underwater. There was indifference in his eyes. It's all over. But in the next second, there was a strange commotion in the barrier. Then the space around the barrier twisted instantly, and then the barrier along with the black gas turned into a distorted singularity. This scene made the Zero Lord in front of the screen shudder all over. Is this the technology of distorting the cosmic singularity? Is this black energy going to defy the heavens? Chapter 97. At this moment, when they saw that the black gas was about to burst the barrier containing the dragon's bloodline like a transparent bubble, the Dragon King of the East Sea felt his blood rushing to his head, and his expression froze in shock. How is this possible? This black energy is not even afraid of our Dragon clan's most powerful secret technique, the 4-sided dragon seal barrier. The other 3 dragon kings standing by were also completely confused. This is the condensation of all the divine power of our dragon race. I never thought that this is the legendary power beyond the sky. This power called technology by the myriad worlds is really hard to fathom. Alas, my proud dragon race, is this really the end of our fate? At the same time, the smile that just appeared on the Jade Emperor's face disappeared instantly. This black evil spirit is not even afraid of the 4-sided dragon seal boundary. It seems that the East China Sea Dragon Palace may not be able to defend itself. Taibei Jingxing pinched his fingers for a long time, and his fingers were almost swollen, but after a while, he could only sigh helplessly. It really is beyond the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements. The composition of this black energy is beyond our comprehension. What's the point of thousands of years of cultivation for this divine power that we immortals have? Crack. There was a sound like glass breaking and tearing in the Guanxi mirror. The 4-sided dragon seal barrier was instantly broken by the black air. Turned into powder in the sea water. As the air wave came like a tsunami, the 4 dragon kings opened their green water shields to resist the impact, but were still forced back dozens of meters by the power of the shock wave. 100 meters behind them, the East China Sea Dragon Palace, which was as solid as a rock even in the face of a tsunami, suddenly collapsed. Just like a ball of loose sand, spreading out in the water. The powerful wind wave also swept countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals into the water. Before the battle even started, their livers and gallbladders were shattered by the strong wind wave and they died with blood coming out of all their orifices. The shock wave of this counterattack alone killed most of the small fry looking at the bottom of the East China Sea, the divine domain that originally belonged to the Dragon King. The water has now been dyed blood red and corpses are piled up like mountains. The universes that were watching the live broadcast were becoming more and more confused. As far as I know, the material used in the East Sea Dragon Palace is second only to Sun Wukong's Ruyi Rod, and its weight can reach 30 million jin. However, in the face of the shock wave created by this black gas, it's just like paper. Hong Wang Saint, however, if the terrifying high technology it uses is really a force that can corrupt the universe, or even the antimatter energy that can reset the universe to zero, then it may not have shown its full strength yet. No way. This kind of terrifying power is not at full strength? Then how terrifying must the civilization behind this black energy be? Tony Stark. Many viewers originally thought that the civilization that possessed this corrupt black technology might be the 3rd on the list. At the very least, it possesses god-level technological strength comparable to that of the Zero universe. But now it seems that these audiences are too conservative. Just this ball of black air alone has turned the entire East China Sea upside down. Even the Dragon King's most powerful divine power fusion barrier would be in jeopardy in front of it. At this moment, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara of the South China Sea, who had been gazing at the Guanxi mirror for a long time, also made an even more astonishing discovery. The volume of this black gas seems to be increasing. After she reminded them in this way, the immortals also discovered that something was wrong. It seems to be real. Not only is the black gas growing in size, it is even consuming the remaining divine power in the water. Indeed, this black gas was as high as the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea just now, but now it is more than twice as high as the highest point of the Dragon Palace. While the immortals were gasping in shock, the Dragon King of the East Sea and others have also felt the infinite darkness contained in the black air. And along with that single eye, it became almost as tall as the Dragon Palace. Then I thought about how the combined skills of the 4 Dragon Kings were useless against it. Many of the surviving soldiers and crab generals were so scared that their legs went limp. Even though they held weapons tightly in their hands, they had almost no will to fight because of extreme fear and confusion. The momentum he had when he first faced the black energy had already collapsed after being crushed 3 times in the fight. Run. Whoever wants to guard this Dragon Palace can do so. I don't want to die yet. Master Dragon King, please take care of yourself. Your Majesty the Jade Emperor, Master Buddha, help me. I don't know which shrimp soldier or crab general just opened his mouth. Most of the remaining soldiers and generals fled in panic. They also knew that although they had to defend the dignity of the Dragon Palace, they had to remain calm and fearless when facing powerful enemies, and they must not be afraid of death. But now, when they realized that the huge one-eyed pyramid-shaped black gas in front of them was a dimensionality reduction attack level that they were simply impossible to defeat. The pride and backbone of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, who once belonged to the Dragon Palace, collapsed in an instant after the last line of defense in their hearts was defeated. At this time, the weak soldiers were seen running away. Only Prime Minister Turtle and the other 3 Dragon Kings were still standing there. Although they were terrified by the giant one-eyed monster staring at them, they knew that if they ran away, who would defend the Dragon Palace? Seeing that he did not flee, the Dragon King stood with his hands behind his back. His pride was still there, but the murderous intent in his eyes had now turned into a fearless readiness to die. Prime Minister Turtle, are you not going to escape? Seeing the Dragon King asking quietly, Prime Minister Turtle also bowed to the 4 Dragon Kings. I have assisted the Dragon King of the East China Sea for my entire life. Even though I am at the end of my rope, I will stand by you. We will die together. Seeing that he is ready to die, he has made up his mind. East Sea Dragon King points. Well, in that case, let us fight this black energy to the death. As he spoke, the Dragon King drew his sword from his waist and pointed it directly at the black energy. Come on, you evil monster. We are the Dragon Clan, we are proud. We are dragons in life and we will remain the blood of the Dragon Clan in death. We will never back down. When I saw the personal sword made from the remains of a real dragon, Taibei Jingxing and others turned their heads away. I can't bear to look at the next scene that will appear in the mirror. At this time, the Jade Emperor also shook his head. 4 Sea Dragon Kings, after you die, I will always remember you. Seeing his face full of sorrow, only the immortals knew. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings use the green water technique and the dragon bloodline as the fulcrum of their own divine power. Unless it is a critical moment of life and death, they would never easily draw out the personal sword made from the remains of a divine dragon and fight others with the sword. At this time, the Dragon King of the East Sea smiled and sighed. I think the last time I drew this sword was when Sun Wukong was mad at me. Black Demon, you have forced us to this point. Even if Sun Dashan or even the Jade Emperor avenges the Dragon Clan in the future, your name will be recorded in history. You have died a worthy death. Just as the sword in the Dragon King's hand emitted 4 golden cold rays like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. The black energy seemed to understand what they said. Surprisingly, at this moment, its volume expanded rapidly. In just a few breaths, the entire East China Sea was covered. However, it would be more accurate to say that it is evaporation. It was just a blink of the Jade Emperor's eye. The East China Sea has completely dried up. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals who fled out of the battlefield were also enveloped by black air. In an instant, it turned into ashes and no one survived. The live broadcast screen also changes to a bird's eye view from above. This scene made everyone in the universe watching the live broadcast feel a chill instinctively. Is it my illusion? The black gas actually evaporated the entire tens of millions of hectares of the East China Sea. Spider-Man Parker in the dark, how did it do that? There was no heat coming out of its surface just now. How did it evaporate the seawater instantly? Even if the water evaporated, what about the inorganic and mineral substances in it? Morgana, whose worldview was shattered, what if this power is decay? But if our analysis is correct, this so-called decay actually also includes the erasure of inorganic matter. It is equivalent to eroding the existence of this inorganic matter itself from the world in an instant through the erosion of ultra-high compression energy. Zero Lord, however, although the universe in the live broadcast room is struggling with how this corrupt technology is composed. How did the black gas manage to evaporate the entire East China Sea in an instant and turn it into a dry sea? And they were facing the East Sea Dragon King and his men, whose black aura had grown to an enormous size, almost as big as the East China Sea. The fear in my heart deepened even more. However, out of dignity, they were still raging in impotence at the highest decibel. Come on, no matter how big you get, we are not afraid of you. But, it happened in the next second. 8 balls of black and purple flames gathered around the one-eyed pyramid. As the flame burned fiercely, there was even purple laser current flashing on the surface of the flame. It seems to have a powerful vitality that is about to burst out. The flames lit up the entire night sky above the East China Sea. The black gas mass in the shape of a one-eyed pyramid was also refracted into countless different rays of light. This pyramid-shaped black and purple dust seemed to contain countless stars. It looked extremely cold. However, it was at that moment when the Guanxi mirror image showed this black body. Tai's Hanglejun seemed to have vaguely seen something extraordinary in it. And when thinking of this possibility, his expression was even more frightened than before. Could it be that this black air disturbed the celestial phenomena? How is this possible? Putting aside his doubts for the time being, Tai's Hanglejun planned to seek further evidence. Before I could confirm this guess. He also didn't want to create any more tense atmosphere, adding more depression and unwarranted panic to the already heavy atmosphere in Ling Xiao Palace. But looking back at the mirror, when I saw the 8 flames burning fiercely, it seemed to contain all the dead air between heaven and earth. How could the Dragon King of the East China Sea and others not know that Ao Bing was directly killed by the ball of fire just now? If you are hit by these 8 flames, what will be my fate? At that moment, the 4 Dragon Kings and Prime Minister Turtle held their breath. Prime Minister Turtle actually did something that left everyone dumbfounded. It actually took off its own shell and muttered something. As the turtle shell put the East China Sea Dragon King in, it shrank to the size of a football. Prime Minister Gui kicked towards the South Heaven Gate. Lord Dragon King, you must survive and bring reinforcements. You are the last hope of our Dragon Clan. Zero. Just as the Dragon King came to his senses, he was kicked thousands of feet away by Prime Minister Turtle's full-strength kick. When he tried to stick his head out of the turtle shell again, the entire East China Sea behind him had been completely engulfed by 8 explosions of black and purple flames. The East China Sea, which had originally dried up to the point of having no water left, now only a huge deep pit was dug that had no end in sight. And just when he thought he was the only survivor, a huge black shadow seemed to cover the sky and the sun. When the Dragon King looked up, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. As expected, I still can't escape the fate of being devoured in the end. The next second the Dragon King closed his eyes. The black gas that swept in like a tsunami had enveloped it, swallowed it up easily and continued to move towards the land, engulfing everything in its path. Killing the Dragon King who thought he had escaped by luck was just like a small grain of sand being washed away by the waves. It is no different from the way it washes away all living things on land. It was also at this moment that all the civilizations watching the live broadcast took a deep breath. Sure enough, no living creature can survive this black gas. Dr. Octopus just now, Prime Minister Turtle kicked up, as if he had won the last bit of face for the Dragon Clan, and used all his strength. To this unknown black energy, it was just a clever move. Sucker punch. Sacred Crane Creek. The black gas easily killed the Dragon King inadvertently during its movement, easier than stepping on an ant. And did you notice that when killing after the 3 Dragon Kings, it didn't even turn into a pyramid form again? Zero Lord. Indeed, after realizing this, all the universes in the heavens felt that it would be better for the Dragon King of the East China Sea to die gloriously with Prime Minister Turtle and his men. To die like this now would only make his death seem more humiliating. Prime Minister Turtle's actions seemed unnecessary and ridiculous. However, when faced with overwhelming power, people always like to cling to luck and unnecessary hope. At that moment, even battle-hardened gods like the Dragon King and Prime Minister Turtle lost their minds. It can also further prove the horror of this black energy, which is enough to make even the gods tremble. For a moment, the immortals who were looking at the Guanxi mirror were all silent. This silence seemed to cause all the immortals in Lingxiaoxian to drown. And this is also the despair that they have never experienced in the tens of millions of years since their birth. The information was like a biting cold winter, which dealt a heavy blow to the Jade Emperor. After a long time, he finally spoke. Are Neza and the others ready? Let them and the 100,000 heavenly soldiers get ready to be rescued soon. 0108022223 feel 0912522510. After hearing his words, the two generals Hung and Ha, who had been unable to close their mouths and nostrils the whole time, hurriedly used their magical powers to transmit the message to Neza and Li Tianwang over 1,000 miles. When Li Tianwang informed the heavenly soldiers and generals about the battle situation, Neza said, "This old dragon is really too old and useless. It doesn't matter. Let us avenge him." Chapter 98. Just when Neza was filled with righteous indignation and his face was gloomy, Li Tianwang and others have also arrived not far from the location where the black gas is located. But at this moment, the clairvoyant beside Li Tianwang was also surprised. It only took us half a day to get here, but this black demon is thousands of times bigger than what we saw in the Guan Shijing before. In fact, the black air nowadays does not even need to be reported by the clairvoyant. It is also visible to the naked eye. At this point, it is extremely inaccurate to use a ball of gas to describe this black evil. Because the volume of this black gas is so large that even strong winds and huge waves cannot describe it. It can even be said to be a tsunami. It was so majestic, as if thousands of troops were attacking, but if you look closely you will find the black gas is still composed of the original cosmic dust. At this moment, all the people in the heavens and worlds who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help but exclaim. Why is the volume of this black gas getting bigger and bigger? And it seems to be swallowing up the entire horizon. Keisha, I think that not only the horizon, but also the entire eastern continent and even the entire world will be turned into a part of it by the black energy. Morgana, I once thought that the Dowdy that can devour everything is terrifying enough, but now it seems that in front of this black air, even the Dowdy that can devour the heaven and earth is not worth mentioning. Empress Qiang Xiao. It's not just them, either. Even the Jade Emperor and other immortals who were watching the scene here through the Guanxi mirror had the same concerns. Looking around, although the immortals were still surrounded by immortal energy, they all looked solemn. Amidst the majesty, there was actually a hint of dread and fear. Obviously, at this point, what they have to worry about is not just the possibility that the black energy may be unstoppable. Another thing is that the black gas is spreading and expanding over a larger and larger area. Furthermore, since it swallowed up the entire East China Sea, its expansion speed has been growing almost exponentially. At the same time, the Thousand Li Eyes reported what he had discovered to Neza and Li Tianwang. Reporting to the Heavenly King, where that black gas passes, no grass will grow. Hundreds of hectares of dense forest will be turned into scorched earth in an instant, leaving only yellow sand all over the sky, without any trace of life. Just now, an urgent report came from the Jade Emperor. Not only the Dragon King of the East Sea, but also the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, including him, and even the entire East Sea have evaporated in an instant. So please be careful, Heavenly King and Demon Child. Upon hearing the news, all the heavenly soldiers and generals looked at each other in bewilderment. You know, when they received the message for the first time, they only heard that the Dragon King of the East China Sea could not withstand the invasion of the Black Air. The army has been completely defeated. However, Li Tianwang and Neza, as well as the 100,000 heavenly soldiers behind them, did not witness the tragic scene on the battlefield with their own eyes. Therefore, they had no idea what the tragic situation was like in the East China Sea. Even the heavenly soldiers thought that the Dragon King was simply being beaten back step by step. As long as we can provide support ourselves, we can reverse the downward trend and make a complete comeback. But now, after hearing the news, the heavenly soldiers then realized it. This black gas is not as simple as it seems. In essence, it can even be said that it is a more terrifying existence than ordinary demons. Otherwise, the Jade Emperor would never have sent 2 urgent reports in succession to remind himself to be extra careful. This evil spirit is so powerful that even the old dragon from the East China Sea is no match for it. Even if this evil creature doesn't harm innocent people, we must destroy him, otherwise he will become a serious problem in the future. If we don't destroy him, where is the majesty of the gods? While the heavenly soldiers were discussing, a layer of gloom also covered Li Tianwang's face. He narrowed his eyes, held the pagoda in one hand, and twirled his long beard with the other. The divine power on his body was even stronger than before. Neza, this black energy should not be underestimated. You must not underestimate the enemy. Only Neza remained calm and said, "Don't worry, father. So far, looking at the 3 realms, I have no rivals except Erlang Shen and Sun Wukong. I don't believe that this invisible black energy can do anything to me. I will use the 3 flames to burn away the black energy, and then I will make him reveal his true form." However, although Neza was full of confidence at this time, but Li Tianwang had a vague feeling of foreboding. I even felt a chill down my spine. This Neza was originally a disciple of Taishang Lejun. He is the reincarnation of Ling Zuzi, has extraordinary bloodline, and is backed by a fairy. Those ordinary immortals naturally didn't dare to do anything to him. Even if they fought with him, they would have to give him 3 blows. But this black air does not belong to these 3 realms at all. In addition, the Dragon King of the East Sea gathered the strength of the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas and used all his life's energy but still failed to defeat the evil spirit, and even ended up in a miserable defeat. Therefore, Li Tianhuang was sure that this evil spirit would be difficult to deal with. But Neza was already furious at this time, and the black air was approaching, and it was only 100 miles away from the heavenly soldiers. Li Tianhuang also had to remind him again and again, Neza, you must fight with all your strength, and you must not have any intention. Yes, command. As he finished speaking, Neza's whole body was ablaze with the 3 flames fire, and a huge flaming lotus condensed behind him. His body was wrapped in a golden light, his energy was overwhelming, and his whole body was full of fighting spirit. As he flew towards the direction of the black air, a wave of scorching air made the 100,000 heavenly soldiers behind him admire it. After all, the power that Neza possesses is beyond the reach of ordinary heavenly soldiers. 8,000 miles above the clouds, countless heavenly soldiers and generals were waving flags and cheering for him. With such divine power, Neza the third prince is mighty. With your strength, you will be able to defeat them all. That black energy is definitely no match for you. You little evildoer, you only poked 10 holes in me. Back then, our prince fought Sun Wukong to a draw. This black spirit is no match for him. At the same time, Neza, who was riding on the wind fire wheel, had turned into a flaming meteor and arrived in front of the black gas. You evildoer, you actually dared to poke a hole in the sky. You even dared to destroy the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea, causing countless lives to be destroyed. I think you don't know how high the heaven is and how deep the earth is. Now that you have met me, your lifespan has come to an end. You should prepare to die. As Neza spit out a ball of fire from his mouth, it gathered into a 0.8 fire dragon, roaring and rushing towards the black gas. The universe that was watching the live broadcast was shocked by the flames and the scorching air even though they were separated by the screen. It felt as if I was standing on the surface of the sun and was about to melt at any moment. This flame looks even hotter than the sun. Just looking at it makes me feel like I'm about to be swallowed by magma. Cryogenic artist of course. This 3 flames fire can turn even gods into ashes, let alone a mere ball of demonic energy. I'm afraid this demon will die soon. The liar saint, that's not necessarily true. If the power of this black energy is really more terrifying than our Zero-Izer's universe zeroization technology, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as it seems. Zero-Izer monarch in the live broadcast, Neza spits out a firebird and rushes towards the black air the next second. The expressions of everyone present were frozen. 99. When I saw the scorching flame, it turned into a huge fire phoenix and roared towards the black gas. Neza put his hands on his waist, looking very proud. No creature can resist this flame except Sun Wukong. You will be completely reduced to ashes in this flame, and your body and soul will be destroyed. At the same time, when they saw Neza's powerful momentum and no fear of the black aura, the countless heavenly soldiers and generals behind him also cheered for Neza. Neza the third prince is mighty. Although this black energy is powerful, it will probably stop here. The third prince used the 3 flames right from the start, and he hasn't even transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed being yet. It looks like this guy will soon be unable to resist and die at the hands of the third prince. At the same time, Trisolaran Civilization in front of the Guanxi mirror was twirling his long beard, reporting to the Jade Emperor as if he had already made a plan with confidence. Your Majesty, although this black gas can move freely in the water and even swallow up the rivers and seas, it must have a certain similarity with the water element in the 5 elements. However, once it comes in front of the flame, it will be restrained by the flame. In addition, this 3-flavor true fire is the transformation of the divine fire and essence of the world, which can burn everything. It will definitely not be able to withstand the scorching temperature of the flame and will evaporate completely immediately. Hearing this, the Jade Emperor, whose face usually displayed divine power and aura, still had a trace of uneasiness. I hope it will be as the immortal said. Just as the Jade Emperor finished speaking, Guanyin had already opened her eyes. Your Majesty, I have just received a message from the Diting beast. This black energy has devoured countless lives, even their 3 souls and 7 spirits have been devoured. So the Yama and the ghosts in the underworld have become restless and want to go out in person to destroy this evil spirit that defies yin and yang. If Neza is defeated, we have backup reinforcements. But when he heard this, a hint of displeasure flashed across Trisolaran Civilization's brows, which were filled with immortal energy. What do you mean, Master Guanyin? My disciple has just started fighting with the black energy. Are you sure that he is no match for the black energy? The Jade Emperor knew that Trisolaran Civilization was a doting maniac, especially towards Neza, whom he treated as his own son. Now that someone is questioning his strength, Trisolaran Civilization will naturally be displeased. So he hurriedly said, don't be excited, immortal, Guanyin Bodhisattva is just taking precautions. After all, this black energy cannot be judged by common sense, so it's not wrong to have more preparations. I heard the Jade Emperor say this. Trisolaran Civilization was somewhat displeased. However, that was when they were making arrangements for subsequent operations. The immortals beside the Guanxi mirror exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, this monster is simply going against the will of heaven. Did I see it wrong? The 3 flavors true fire was actually swallowed by it. It's ridiculous. This 3 flavors true fire is clearly the most powerful yang in the world, but it has no power to resist this black energy and was swallowed up in an instant. This is absolutely impossible. Unless the black gas is not a living being, it is impossible for it to be safe and sound after swallowing the 3 flavors true fire. By now, its interior should have been blazing with flames, and even its soul should have been burned to ashes. It's not unreasonable that the immortals would be so shocked. After all, up to now, except for the highest level immortals, who might still be able to retain their lives after being burned by the three flames true fire, even other ordinary immortals would lose most of their lives after touching this flame. If it was an ordinary deity of the level of the fairy of Pantao Garden, it would be difficult to withstand the scorching heat of the flames and would be reduced to ashes, without even a trace of soul left. But just in the last second, the black gas actually swallowed the ball of fire directly into its stomach. And it was still moving forward without any signs of being burned by the flames. This also shocked the many heavenly soldiers and generals who were originally cheering for Neza. What kind of monster is this black gas? Could it be that it is not even afraid of the three flames of true fire? How is it possible? Sun Dashan was almost burned to death by the three flames fire. Could this black energy be more powerful than Sun Dashan? Impossible. I think the third prince must not have used his full strength right from the start, otherwise, the black energy would not have been safe and sound. Hearing these discussions, Neza felt an inexplicable fear and confusion in his heart. He didn't understand why this black gas could withstand his full strength attack. He also immediately realized that Toda Li Tianwang had previously reminded him to be extra careful. Now it seems that this does make sense. Thinking of this, Neza made the flames on his body even stronger. Even when facing the menacing black energy, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he transformed into a being with 3 heads and 6 arms, ready to meet the enemy. You, the black demon, seem to be very reasonable, but just because you can resist my 3 flames, it doesn't mean you can be my opponent. At this moment, flames were burning in Neza's starry eyes. The faces of the 3 heads all showed solemnity and murderous intent. You know, even though he had heard the rumors about the black energy before, he still kept a nonchalant smile on his face. But this time the situation is completely different. Neza's face was filled with solemnity and seriousness. It was clear that he was prepared to fight the black energy for 300 rounds. When I saw the flames on his body had lit up half the sky. Tebe Jinxing was also full of admiration in front of the Guanxi mirror. 493 is expected of my disciple Neza, he is fearless even in the face of danger. It is definitely worth all the time I have spent cultivating him. Besides, he still has a unique magic weapon that I gave him that he has not used yet. But I believe that even if he doesn't need that magic weapon, the battle will end soon. Upon hearing the news, new hope suddenly ignited in the Jade Emperor's heart. As expected of the immortal Lejun, with such adequate preparations and enough magic weapons, he will surely be able to subdue this evil aura and restore the glory of our heavenly realm. However, although the Jade Emperor said so, but he noticed it now. In that boundless and deep black air, it seemed as if something was surging. That feeling is like countless stars twinkling in the vast and dark starry sky. There are even countless dimensions that overlap and twist repeatedly. It makes people think of the fear deep in their souls and the most painful past. It even seemed as if I was being sucked into the black gas. What's going on? Am I scared? Thinking of this, the Jade Emperor kept trying to dispel his wild thoughts. But it was not until he saw several comments on the live broadcast that he realized that this was not his illusion, but reality. Chapter 100. Is it my illusion, or is this black air really like a boundless sea of a death, making people feel uneasy? Spider-Man Parker, it turns out that I'm not the only one who feels this way. I always feel that this black gas is like no matter what method I use, even means such as dimensionality reduction attack, it can't have any effect on it. I even began to doubt that my cryogenic freezing technique might not be effective against it. Cryogenic artist, didn't you notice that this black gas itself is actually a collection of ultra-high density particles? It is even smaller than a proton particle. This means that this technology itself is far beyond the dissection of protons and even the splitting of dimensions. Lord of Zero, when seeing these comments, the Jade Emperor was a little confused. What is dimensional splitting, and what does proton dissection mean? Why can't I understand? Unfortunately, the immortals in Ling Xiao Palace did not understand these words and could only remain silent for fear of exposing their ignorance. Just when they were confused, the new annotation appears in the lower right corner of the live stream. The so-called proton dissection is to completely imitate and absorb the wavelength of energy after deconstructing it, and then use it for your own benefit. The Universe Zero technology used by Zero or technology is a preliminary attempt at this technology, and is considered the lowest level example of energy utilization, because the first step of proton dissection and energy deconstruction is to collect and compress the energy, and then trigger an energy overload explosion within a certain space range. It compresses energy from the physical level, produces a qualitative chemical reaction, creates a wormhole that allows time and space to go back, and thus returns the universe to the working. The black gas is a more advanced and nearly perfect energy decay technology, which consumes and transforms energy instantly based on collection and compression. This kind of technology is something that at least the fourth dimensional universe, or even the existences outside the top 4 on the list, cannot achieve in nearly 10,000 years of research. And every micron-sized particle in the black gas has an independent technological core and possesses such technology. This is also why the powerful divine skill of the 3 flavors true fire in the prehistoric world is still powerless in the face of the energy decay of the black energy. Because, the composition of the 3 flames true fire is still energy, but it is originally highly compressed and difficult to deconstruct energy. It is extremely difficult to compress and integrate such energy, or to reduce its consumption. It is even 1,000 times more difficult than using a mechanical arm and an electromagnetic laser barrier to prevent the spread of shock waves and radiation generated by a star explosion. These words deeply shocked the universe. You know, the device that the Zero Universe uses to restart the universe is a clock as big as a star. And in the black air, every particle that can only be seen with a super-equipped microscope is actually equivalent to a god-level technological device that is even more advanced than the Zero Universe technology. This can be said to be a complete blast from many of the devices that have appeared on the rankings before. I'm afraid the singer's computer technology is not good enough. This also caused the barrage to scroll wildly. I can understand every word of this passage individually, but when I put them together, I thought about it for a long time and only understood 6 words: how lonely it is to be invincible. Dr. Octopus. Originally, I thought that the exploration of technology by the science and technology side has reached a certain limit. No matter how amazing the technology is, it is vulnerable in front of the power of the primitive world. But now it seems that the facts are just the opposite of what I thought. After the power of the primitive world is analyzed by technology, it turns out that it is just that. Logi, no wonder this black air gives us the illusion of a tight chest. This is the fear emanating from our instincts. Lelich. So, the saying that the end of technology is theology is only because the technology of researchers and civilizations has not yet reached that level, and the real powerful technology is the end of the gods. Keisha. Even as the universe was discussing this, there were some saints from the ancient times who were not convinced. But they were all silent at this time. Because in their view in the past, no matter how powerful this technology is, it is still a stylish technology. However, primitive energy and divine power are an invisible existence. It is invisible and intangible, and destroying the entire world may only take the flick of a finger. But now, this black gas seems to have become a haze covering the entire fantasy world. It turns the invisible into the visible, and makes all the powerful energy and even the barriers of the primitive world become visible, and can even be studied by it. This kind of horror cannot be described by such a superficial and inferior way of judging whether it can destroy a world. At this time, Tebei Star-Lord also reminded the immortals in Ling Xiao Palace. My fellow immortals, there is no need for us to scare ourselves. After all, no matter how powerful this black energy is, it is just a tangible entity made up of technology. What's more, it has not destroyed our world. The content noted in the barge may just be the self-entertainment of those technology developers. Generals Hung and Ha also quickly agreed, yes, who knows, it might be destroyed and damaged in the next battle. As long as it's a magical object, it will have flaws. Especially the more sophisticated the device, the more likely it is that a single flaw will affect the entire system, or even cause it to be destroyed. For a moment, the originally tense atmosphere in Ling Xiao Palace relaxed a little. In the eyes of the immortals, this interception of the black gas will cause this divine technology, which is regarded as unsurpassed and even epic-making by the technological cosmic civilization, to be destroyed in the next battle with Nezha. It even became a failed work on the road of scientific research that gathered the efforts of countless people, but was destroyed by the power of the ancient gods. Even the Jade Emperor thinks so. When the black evil is destroyed, the haze in the fairy world will dissipate. But at this time, many people who were watching the live broadcast sent barrages. This black energy is known as the Cosmic Dust Walker. If the black energy simply possesses a technology that surpasses the 4th dimension, it would not be possible to have such a terrifying power. Tremble, all the gods of the ancient world. In front of the fear-spreading technology possessed by the black energy, any magic is nothing but rubbish. When seeing these comments, the Jade Emperor felt very unhappy. But as the ruler of the 3 realms, I must at least have the demeanor of a god. So he kept comforting himself at this time. These are all viewers of the Universe Network. Unless the black gas and they are from the same civilization, how can they understand the horror of the black gas? They were clearly creating a tense atmosphere on purpose. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.